personality trait? Is what element is our person has become our personality?
So when we get around energies, is it possible, and I'm asking this as a question, like, is it possible that our kosha bodies feel that energy, and then our perspective, wherever, our ahamkara is, or wherever, our intellectualness is level, that level is at, that's how we interpret that energy that's coming around us?
Is it
I
any
think we
different from coming into contact with the spirit?
Say that again.
Is it any different from when you come into contact or communication with the spirit?
Okay. Like, let me give it a better example. Like, let's just say someone says, okay, I'm not going to eat meat, but then they get around people that's eating meat, and then boom, out of nowhere, even though they already made the decision, but just because, the five senses activated, the smell, seeing it, seeing people laugh and enjoy, you interpret it as, I might as well, that thought comes in your mind, I might as well just do it today. It doesn't take away from me not eating meat. It's just one day, right? Is that like the energies affecting us?
I would say that's the individual's mind affecting them based off of memory, based off of some skara in the vitrery, the whirlings. It all goes back to self. It's the whirling of the individual mind that's going to attach itself to the memory of how meat made the human meat puppet feel, because it smelled so good at the family barbecue.
Yeah,
It's funny.
take what you said even deeper. You didn't say the meat looked so good and I just had to have the meat. The trigger focus from your description was on the feeling of the person and how everyone was having fun and it looked so good as
Mm-hmm.
an experience. That
Mm-hmm.
part of the mind was triggered.
So it goes back to the senses. And excuse me. That's why I said eventually the higher and the deeper and deeper we go into these practices, the more eventually where you will have to separate from things that are constantly communicating with your sensory input. There's always something communicating with you. There's always something subtly giving you some information that's going to stimulate either you wanting to touch it, you wanting to hear it, you wanting to taste it, you wanting to smell it, and you wanting to feel it. So
Mm-hmm.
that's the whole thing. So, but you can also overpower it. Like I think I said last week, we're built different as modern people. We look at the obstacles that we really have to go through nowadays to just to want to be a an operating system that's not weak. So if we know that, if we make that, if we because first of all, when we say to ourselves, I'm not going to eat meat, that's actually a declaration. We're declaring we're basically declaring war against the senses, against the feeling. So it's also in the approach, because we know in Dharma, in the, I'm about to say Dharmarama, in the in the Dharana Darshan, you got to be careful how you approach the mind and trying to change it. You can't be aggressive, because the mind, it's a dangerous place. It's an enemy. It's your friend, but it's like this wild lion that you trying to be a lion tamer. We have to change the approach of how we deal with ourselves. So we know that if we want to be strong enough to withstand going amongst the same people who do the things that we once loved to do, but we still want to socialize with them. We have to be independently strong enough to withstand all the bombardment of just, we may not have to tell nobody that I don't eat meat, but your cousin gonna notice you ain't eat Uncle Ray's motherfucking ribs, my nigga. You ain't eating none of them goddamn ribs, my nigga, but shit. You be like, why you ain't eating meat? What, you a Muslim now or something? Now so you have to be able to deal with it. Like, nah, I'm just, you know what I'm saying, making more healthy choices right now. So it's all about how that even you have to interact with the people. So it's basically knowing, like I said, going back to these elements, because somebody may come fiery at you. Also, you think you too good to eat my food now?
Been through that.
Why you even come to the party if you ain't gonna eat nothing?
Yo, somebody told me that before. It was a chick I used to hang out with because I stopped drinking and smoking, and I was eating meat. She hit me up. She's like, I haven't seen you in a long time. We used to go to the bar all the time. You're so freaking selfish. I can't believe it. I'm like, I'm selfish because I want to be healthy. I was confused.
And it mentions that too in one of the books, that you actually have to, it's best not to even explain shit to people. You're really not supposed to tell nobody that you're even practicing yoga.
Right.
I even came across that. You're not supposed to tell. We're only like in these streams and stuff, we know that most of the individuals we interact with are interested in the information. So they're kind of doing whatever they're doing within the very system. But in a personal life, we're not really supposed to be revealing. This shit is occult science. Because we know that most people, they're gonna come to us melancholy, sanguine, phlegmatic, and then it even goes further in this book, just to end it, because I'm gonna just end it with this last thing, and it mentions that it's not just, it don't end with just that. It mentions the Indian physicians also started with a 4-element classification, but quickly found it more useful to compress it into a triple classification that would include ether. To manage this, they amalgamated the phlegmatic water and melancholic earth into one group called kapha. Kapha has earth plus water. If they are stable, tolerant, and sluggish, prefers routine, sometimes downright lazy. So once we know our elemental aspects of ourselves like that, we'll develop an intuitive spiritual nature, which we want to call siddhis or superpowers, that we will all automatically vibrate either a magnetic pull of people into us or a magnetic repulsion of people coming to us.
So it's crazy that you say that, because usually I'm pizza, right? So I'm like fire and water.
Mm-hmm.
And then the person is earth, right? And they're sluggish, eat whatever they want, lazy,
And you said,
so I'm wondering, around that person, am I kapha? You know what I'm saying?
And it says Peter is a nasty mix of natural enemies, water and fire, which produces an energetic, aggressive, boiling, cantankerous personality. And it goes and has a quote, a mover and shaker. Pita is roughly equivalent to choleric. And Vata is a tango combination of air and ether, cerebral, airy, fairy, twitchy, delicate, and sensitive, natural. So basically what I'm just saying and reading this right here, this is how the more we become educated through this, we become scientists of fucking life and existence. So we do develop a nature where if we continue on the path, we won't even develop even thinking about what somebody else is gonna fucking think if I come and I don't eat meat. Because that already, because that, a lot of that comes from an overly dissipated mind, a mind that's overthinking what someone else is thinking about them thinking.
That's a lot of damn thinking for no reason.
Just would think about how broken we are. We're broken, man.
Hey, you know what's funny too?
Look what America's done to us, Curve.
I already know, man. Yo, you know what's crazy though? The only reason why I even got that deep with that explanation when it came to like people, like you see the person eating meat and stuff, right? Because like I got to a point where I wasn't eating meat, and I want to get back to this point where the smell of cooked meat was disgusting to me.
Mm.
The smell of dead flesh being cooked didn't smell good to me.
And that's a practice.
So it took seeing people enjoy it on their face and smiling and laugh to make me be like, all right, fuck it, I'll just eat it today.
You could use that as a meditative tool. you could visualize in your mind people tearing, instead of seeing lions tearing into flesh, you could see human beings tearing into flesh, and it can trigger you not to be, you can be repulsed. So even repulsion everything can be used as for contemplation to a higher spiritual level. So even reversing that thought, you can take that and use for a higher.
I gotta do that with Haitian food.
Huh?
I gotta do that with Haitian food because that's what got me, man. I when I came to Vegas, I didn't have Haitian food for like 5 years, and I was like, oh damn.
See,
but yeah, definitely.
I think you
have
got
different symbols.
You got the potential. You know what I'm saying? The potential meaning that within you is everything, all the tools that pretty much that you need to keep it going.
Yeah. No, I do definitely do. But one thing I do realize is like sometimes I get on and off with something to learn the deeper lesson of why I shouldn't keep doing it. Like for some reason, that's what I realized. It occurs a lot for me when I stop something and then I always get back to it. I have a deeper understanding and it like sits deeper within me, you know?
Yeah. You know what I learned about myself, man? I learned to accept that type of stuff, whether if everything about who I am composed of right now, I've accepted it. I'm not angry with nothing that this human machine does. And that right there is to me is self-realization, is acceptance. Because when accepting certain things, you now have the you activate the latent potential to change for the alchemy for transmutation. So I accept it. I accept whatever. If I make a mistake, or if I do something that is considered that I shouldn't have done that, I accept it. I'm not gonna feel any type of broken downness. It is what it is.
Exactly. The more you resist something anyways, it's attracted to you more.
Yeah.
It shows you that in real life. A dude could stay away or a girl could stay away from each other and they just attracted to each other even more now.
You're exactly right. And sometimes we gotta shut it off to even having the interaction. That's why I said, and I speak, for myself in my own experience, that eventually we do. I know that eventually that as I continue to study this information, that it and according to how my planets are lined up, I am heading towards a solitary existence anyway. So I realized that when individuals come as these swamis and yogins, they become solitary sannyasins. I get it, because we are consistently overwhelmed with sensory input. It's never fucking stops. You may not have to, you may not be speaking or doing anything, but I guarantee you're hearing cars, you're hearing fire trucks and ambulances, and you're hearing somebody drive by with music, you're hearing something else, you may got the TV, the radio, and all of that shit is just not doing nothing but keep swirling and swirling, creating all this bombardment of information,
Yeah.
It's like being in a gym and you just, it's like life is a fucking gym that you never stop lifting. You lifting weights all the time. There's never a break. You never giving your muscles time to rest so they can build back up.
God damn, Shango, you done dropped a download for real. I just have to come on and tell you that. Goodness gracious.
Thanks, man. It's so, man, this shit is a battle, man. You know what I'm saying? If you this shit is soldiers. It's you have to be a soldier against your own self. You got anybody who's ever read the Art of War, you can now realize that Sun Tzu operated through the elements. Yes, that's why he was a master at war, because he didn't operate off of emotion. He operated off of the conditions of nature. Then he operated off the conditions of his opponent's mental state and positioning. So that's the same approach that we have to apply that to ourselves. And even if you read the 48 laws of power, it's not always, these laws were written for examples that first you have to put yourself under submission to particular laws and utilization. And then once you get yourself under submission, you automatically are able to withstand certain type of personalities that you come into contact with.
Yeah, it's like, man, it's like, you know, it's this feeling that you have, you know what I mean? Like, at one moment you feel like you might be doing good. It's a struggle, right? And okay, I'm eating clean, I'm fasting or whatever, and I'm in my bag, my mind is kind of clear, but it's a struggle to get there, you know what I'm saying? Because you got to literally fight. But then on the opposite side, you tap in with the quote unquote lower stuff, like, you know, drugs, alcohol, whatever, sex and all of this stuff, right? And you get there through the feeling real quick, right? Mm-hmm. So what feeling is right or wrong? What is good or bad? What is this whole thing about? And it's just an amazing ride, man, when you really dive into this thing and just say, okay, let me breathe, let me step back and just say, all right, I'm on a ride. I don't have to be perfect. I don't have to be, you know, what people want to perceive me to be. I am that I am. And that's all I'm going to be.
You're right. And you know, in studying this Eastern philosophy, I'm starting to see, especially with reading this book of Gori, that might be your path. A person's path may not be to become vegan. You have to, that might be your particular way of reaching your highest level, is through eating what you eat and accepting it. And eventually you will fall into, you will eventually adjust to the higher level vibration based off of what to certain gurus or swamis, every fucking thing leads you to the higher spiritual self. Sex, drugs, poison, death, dead bodies, your head torn off, all kind of weird shit that people don't want to deal with.
But then that's when we ask ourselves, what is the higher vibration level? Is it really a goal to this thing, or is it just something that we created in our mind, or created in our mind as a holistic group, or is it just what you perceive it to be?
Moksha, liberation from feeling anything that makes you question the existence of this physical plane. Moksha is being, you're liberated from being in marriage with definitions of this makes me feel bad, this makes me feel good.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I wasn't muted. Being talked over. So we look at these things like the art of war and the 48 laws of power. Hello, is this mic working? Do you hear me from here?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, the art of war, 48 laws of power and all that shit. And for me to get into it, I'm thinking, you know, okay, these are different ways that I can learn to, you know, have influence and control over people. But like you said, what you come to find is that it's primarily most useful against the self, because the real war isn't against anybody else. It is the self. That's the real battle. That's the only battle. No matter who's involved with it, the perceived enemy, it's only self. And until that battle is won, it's never ended. No matter how many people you conquer or kill or influence, you still got that funky ass self to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you're right. And the whole thing, like, hold on, when I in the mental nature chapter 7, right? They have what's called the cosmological view of man, or the spiritual anatomy of man. And it states, they says everything stated thus far regarding cosmology is of no value unless it can be translated into a means of giving man an understanding of self and serve as a guide to correct living. Self-knowledge, it will be seen as the beginning and end of all knowledge. Who and what is man can only be understood by reference to the purpose of the creation of the world. Earlier, we learned that the essential state of the supreme being is one in which its energy matter is not differentiated into things. Hence, God lacks experience in its essential state. God modifies its essence into the world as the means through which to have experience. Although there is an infinitude of creatures making up the world, only one of them was created for the express purpose of serving as the vehicle through which God can transfer its consciousness into and realize the fullness of its being. This creature is man. So when we look at it like that, like I am basically the bottom line is we have to look at this thing that there is a higher source than what I'm calling myself. So what I call myself is really not myself. I'm only a projected energy source from an infinite source having an experience here. So this is really not even my experience.
Facts.
So the only really and then we can, so that right there is a polarity and a fight within this battle to really understand what that means. You mean to tell me I'm not having an experience? Well, how do I know that I'm not? So the more we start questioning, it's based off of our doubt. We're having some sort of confusion, or we're doubting that something really exists, that I'm here just for that. And we know in the Eastern system, or the Vedic, or the Dravidian ancient system, that's called submadhi. That's nirvana. That eventually we are seeking not to be identified with our physical presence and experience. Now we can still enjoy it, but we know that to become experience moksha, I am to be liberated from attachment of things. So once I lose something physical on this physical plane, I'm not once again torn down by pain and suffering of the loss.
So let me ask y'all a question real quick. So Bobby said this one time. He was like, the only real evil in the universe, in the entire universe or whatever, is a person knowing about consciousness and then lying to the people about consciousness. You know what I'm saying? Still perpetrating Jesus and stuff like that. What do y'all think about that?
Man, that's someone that's misleading. Like, what is it's, what I'm saying? 'Cause you got to think about it as like a pastor. Like there's a lot of sincere people that go to church. There's people that are hurting. There's people that want to change their life. And if they was to just say, like, they just choose a random church to go in there because they believe that this church is it's a house of salvation and prayer. But they happen to choose whatever to go in there, not knowing the pastor is all about getting money and all about getting the women that come inside of there. So that really is a what can be considered an evil, because they're now misleading a clear individual. It's like doing wrong to an innocent child or an elderly person, someone who can't defend themselves. There is no W in that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, getting into a fight back in the day with a dude who can't fight and he don't want to fight you. He turning his back at you. He trying to walk away, and they both, yo, get him. But he didn't turn his back on you and walk away. I never fought dudes like that. Like, yo, that ain't no win. You know what I'm saying? So I believe that is because there's sincere people looking for a way out from their pain and suffering. So if you got knowledge how to ease the pain and suffering, but you choose not to either give it, or you're gonna give them the long way around it, you with the bullshit. It's kind of like these authors who stole all the Eastern knowledge and rewrote it in a whole nother way, and they got these big long 1,000-page books. But then when you go to the source of the information, the real book is only 70 pages.
Hey, the original book of Samkhya is only 72 verses.
Exactly. And Samkhya system influenced Buddhism, Christianity. It influenced Plato, Aristotle, from all of that. Jungian psychology from
Joseph Campbell. Man, something that like I didn't realize, like Joseph Campbell had a lot of, like, I had some of his books too, like mythology books. I went to the bookstore the other day and he literally has a book called Thou Art That. And that's literally one of the mantras they give you in Ghana yoga.
Mm-hmm.
Like verbatim. He verbatim made a book off of the Ghana yoga mantra.
Yeah, because I think what Bobby was alluding to was like people trying to con people out of their spiritual evolution. You know what I'm saying? He said it was even worse than rape, like raping a 5-year-old or something. You see what I'm saying? So it was kind of crazy.
That's deep, Dream. That's deep. That's deep right there. Trying to rob people out of their spiritual evolution. Golly, man.
Let's take a look at what the Swamis say the definition of a guru is. A guru, it's a 2-word, gu and ru. It means dispeller of darkness. So for someone to be doing what you're explaining, that's literally the opposite. That would literally be the definition of Antichrist.
Ain't that some shit?
So
how does that measure on the pole?
We're back on that polarity.
I'm just playing with y'all, man.
But,
don't do
no,
it.
But you real. That's real though.
And
I know, but goddamn, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, damn, it gets deep when you really dive into it.
I think it goes back to the elements. You have to have air and water. You got fire, you got earth, and you got ether. So everything is a polarity. Just like you have night and you have a day. You have this Christ and you have this devil. So the polarity already exists because they're just all elements that just a different extreme of the same thing. So you have a Christ and an anti-Christ. You have a tree of life and you have a tree of death.
So now there's a gaugement, right? So now we got a kind of gauge of what the heart. So now if we're not being pure heart in our intentions and spewing out a particular information that we know, but we're still hiding some kind of some kind of, if we hiding information because we want to keep them in this illusionary world of believing of something outside of themselves, then that must be the heart. The heart must be the pole. You feel me?
And how did the underworld deal with the heart? You got to think that's why they put the heart in the canopic jars. That's why the heart was so important. They weighed the heart too, and the tongue. So that deals with what you're saying. That's what I have not spoken ill of anyone. That's my eye. That's right. Balance. Balance is also polarity. It's a seesaw.
But then it's just upon the interpreter, you see what I'm saying, of feeling that he's doing something wrong. Because if I'm a drug dealer and I feel like I'm doing something right, then it's all good. It's all play. You know what I'm saying? If I'm a preacher, but I know this consciousness, but I feel like I'm still giving the people what they need, then, it's on that degree.
So the individual choice and decision, they're creating their own right and wrong system.
So I guess that goes back to the concept that we have two kinds of truths. There's the realm of the half truth, which is objective truth, dealing with the individual, and then there's ultimate truth, which deals with from the perspective of the all. That half truth level, that objective truth, dealing with the individual, that's where rules get bent, because it's all has to do with perspective, right? But that's also the realm where you start to fall short of these negative confessions.
Like, what particular level of truth are we going to speak? Am I going to speak from the concoction of my own mind, or am I going to speak from a purified form of consciousness? And I was looking in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali that actually speaks about that. The vibration and the mental emotional energy are fivefold, being agonizing or non-troublesome. They are correct perception, incorrect perception, imagination, sleep, and memory. So even though we have perception, there's two levels of perception: correct perception and incorrect perception. So its correct perception may be acquired directly by correct analysis or by correct reference. Incorrect perception is based on false information and on perception of what is not the true form. So just like I once thought that what I did based off of my particular history, I thought what I was doing on the street was for the right, but it was selfishness. Like I said, I only can speak for myself. It was only what I created it to be. You know how much misery that I caused out there by doing what I did just to get some money? Think about where a lot of people's money came from to get high. A child didn't get fed. Their mama then took $20 out of their mother's wallet. Somebody that might have got robbed for them to come bring me the money so I can give them something to go get high. So that right there, I knew that's why now when you become the God of self, you are also the judge of self. You individually know right from wrong. You know it ain't right to sell somebody crack to a woman. She come pull up with a baby stroller, dirty baby, got the diaper full of piss, diaper full of crap, but you sell her crack anyway?
Yeah, but then that's just your right or wrong. You know what I mean?
But it's based off of a incorrect perception. There is no right in that, because what I'm trying to transform into rightness is causing pain and suffering to somebody else. So that's why I said, for my own perception of spiritual evolution, basically that's this whole process is spiritual evolution. Either somebody wants to evolve into intellectual evolution, or they're evolving into a higher spiritual evolution. So I know that I can't be truthful to myself by justifying getting this money by harming someone's child.
I talked about this today on my on with Will on the Sunday service. I was talking about, okay, so now if we came, because we was talking about Judas and the Black Messiah. So now this person obviously knows he's an agent. He knows he's about to kill off a person, right? That can change the minds of masses or whatever, or millions or whatever, right? And da 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 da. But at the same time, I was telling Will, like, that agent or that drug dealer, right, selling the crack to the baby mama turns the baby into LeBron James, who then feeds 1,000 kids. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, it's a never ending story. So it's like, always, like, we got to take the good with the bad, or whatever we perceive good and bad is. Like,
It's just like Huey P. Newton. How did Huey P. Newton die?
Right.
Crack. He died a crackhead getting shot on the street.
Exactly. And I actually believe that some of these figures have to die off so their message can stretch farther. You see what I'm saying? Like Fred Hampton and Malcolm X and I was gonna say Martin Luther King, but you know what I'm saying? All these figures, Nipsey Hussle, even Tupac and stuff like that. Because think of Tupac now, if he was still alive and kicking in and stuff, it'd be like, oh man, that's just the same thing we was talking about with the Magician book. We perceive it to be valuable, which it is valuable information, but we perceive it to be valuable because it is still placed on a pedestal as a valuable commodity. But and its scarcity, right? It's limited. But at the same time, the minute everybody has it, then the value just kind of diminishes.
You know what, too? Just like in the Upanishads, the Lord of Death teaches you how to live. You don't listen to the wisdom of death, then you fall victim to his grasp. Everybody has that moment of clarity when they know that something ain't right, or they not doing something that's right, or they shouldn't. Man, they just something don't feel right here. I don't need to be here right now. And then something tragic happens, and they be like, "Damn, that's fucked up, man." You know what I'm saying? That individual had, it ain't no different than them, the Malcolm X, and you could say Martin Luther King. Them individuals knew it when Martin Luther King said, "I think I led my people into a burning house, man." Like, I didn't really think this through as much as I was too busy marching and not thinking. So I didn't march my fucking people who I'm trying to save into this integrated house that they're gonna destroy them no matter what. And then at the very last moment, what happens? They fucking took him off of here. Malcolm X the same way. I didn't even see the Black Messiah, but I just saw the opening scene. What did J. Edgar Hoover say the purpose of COINTELPRO was? To stop the rise of a Black Messiah. That's some heavy shit right there to say.
Right, but then again, that's what I'm talking about, Shango. What if he actually started the rise of a Black Messiah, i.e. Travis Majors, i.e. somebody else.
They already knew. He already knew because that's always been a cycle that comes. There's always a Messiah figure. There's always an individual who may be in the forerunning of doing good for a large majority of people. But each one of us is a Messiah unto ourselves. We gotta first save, we gotta become our own self-savior. Then we can be able to maybe assist other people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Think about it like this. When Nipsey Hussle died, his value went up. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with Tupac, same thing with Malcolm X, even Fred Hampton. You know, so their value goes up when they transition. Now, if we understand this to be some kind of illusionary world or just not really real, or we never really die, you feel me?
And we gotta,
are we?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Dreamwise.
No, I was gonna say, are we gauging death as a low vibrational, emission if it's actually the highest greatest greatness?
I definitely know. I think, like I said, like just using that example of Lord Yama, he gives you the wisdom of how to live so you don't make mistakes, so you don't meet me too soon. You understand what I'm saying? It's just like we know that, okay, I'm going to just use Nipsey Hussle. You know what I'm saying? Nipsey Hussle, there's nothing wrong with doing what he did, opening the store in that particular neighborhood. But dude, you should have, you in a gang. You still associated with gang activity. There's people out here who don't like you for who you are because that's a lifestyle that comes with representing a particular facet of gang lifestyle. So you should have, you can't be doing certain type of things when you saying certain type of things and you living a certain type of way in a shadowed lifestyle. So he was in an area that Lord Yama was always waiting for him. So even though he met his end, that might have, like we say that everything is supposed to happen, it can be within his chart. But longevity can also be in the chart too, because there's always opportunity to shift certain aspects. So I just think that sometimes we put ourselves in positions where we can bring a bad perception upon ourselves based off of us thinking that we're doing a good perception. Like, shit, why can't I open a store in the hood for my people and not charge as much for sneakers as they charge you in Foot Locker? But at the same time, like, yo, I just got to have extra security around my store because I'm in a neighborhood that niggas are breaking to the fucking store. It's a shootout that can happen any moment. So we have to, of course, realize the polarities of life and the good and the bad, because life is a pendulum. It's going to swing to the left and it's going to swing to the right. So whatever the experience of the left is not going to be the same experience as the right, but they always meet in the fucking middle. You know what I'm saying? That pendulum has to have a balance where it stands still for a second in the middle so it can swing to the opposite side. So we have to be able to know the difference between like we said, correct perception and incorrect perception based off of our interaction with life's experience.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. Because then let's think about it like this then. So then Nipsey Hussle lives on, but then we find out that he's smoking crack. What kind of perceived notion do we look at Bill Cosby? Bill Cosby is actually the greatest example of that. That is, you know what I'm saying? Not really, but because I can feel actually that he was doing some low vibrational shit with the comedy and the Cosby Show and stuff, and trying to trick people into getting to college. But then, now just the perceived notion of him in the worldview is kind of you know, like he's fucking up. He fucked up, right? So now, if he died off, let's say 40, oh, Bill Cosby, man, he was just such a great comedian, such a great actor. Wow, and he was just doing great for the Black community. See what I'm saying? That kind of idea of this whole notion. You feel me?
That his shadow self would have never, the shadow would have never saw the light of day. If you saying he would have passed away early. You know what I'm saying? Bill was a goofy. You know what I'm saying? He put himself, so even things like that, we have to have, like I said, back to polarity, we have to have the example of the opposite spectrum, just as well as we have happiness. I won't know that I'm happy unless there's an example of unhappiness. I won't know the example of joy unless I have pain. So the whole thing, we gotta Bill Cosby, when you look at who he was a goofy. You know what I'm saying? He was a rich man during a particular time, but Bill wasn't no real ladies man like that. There wasn't no chicks coming to check for him like that. I'm not making no excuse, but Bill was dropping pills on women. You know what I'm saying? It was goofiness. You know what I mean? Don't no woman want no goofball that he didn't invited these women to come to his house, mansion. Bill got millions, and they still won't throw no yoni at him. You know what I'm saying? That must be a hurtful feeling to have all the things these women love, from cocaine to weed to liquor to money to mansions, cars, TV shows, everything. And they come and use all of that up. And then at the end, well, I'm getting ready to leave now. And he says, well, let's have one for the road. Never take one for the road from Bill, because it's over.
One for the road from Bill.
Never take, just have one more for the road and put some pudding in it. You know, you're waking up greasy ass after that. You know what I mean?
Greasy. It's greasy
ass.
It's greasy.
We had to have that, because think about how great of a level that he was. Bill influenced millions of people. The Cosby Show, I fucking loved Bill Cosby, and the Cosby Show was great to me. You know, I'm gonna keep it real. I loved the Fat Albert.
Oh, he created Fat Albert?
What? It was based off of his life.
Young folks.
Oh, that's crazy. Wow. Damn.
Those were real people that he lived with in Philadelphia. You know what I'm saying? So the whole thing is, he did awesome things, but in his awesomeness, because each one of us know that we've always had our own shadow self. There's some shit that we did or have done and maybe still even do that we don't want. That's none of nobody's business. But it's how deep your shadow go. Now, to drop some pills on a woman that's garbage right there. But the parallel of that look at what he did. He was this. And if you really want to look at if you want to crack codes, what kind of doctor was Bill Cosby in the Cosby Show? He was a gynecologist.
Ooh.
So you see what I'm saying?
Wow.
So it might have been a hidden thing right there within it. And he was a home practitioner. They came to his home. He was birthing babies. He was a gynecologist and a pediatrician.
So you came to his house to get your checkup.
Get your checkup, you know what I'm saying?
Get examined.
You're dilated. Well, you know, we're gonna have to check for dilation. Well, I'm not even having labor pains. I still got to check you to see if you're dilated.
I'm gonna have to put you under what is it?
Sedation.
I'm put you under sedation.
I'm gonna sedate you
for your checkup. Sedate you for your checkup.
But dream wise, like you're right, man. That's what I'm trying to not be a part of, that continuous experience of that earthly low level vibrational material form of the human. You're right, brother. It's garbage. Garbage shit goes on It's gonna go on all the time. Think about the fucking Mayans and different, even the Hyksos Egyptians and shit like that were doing garbage shit, putting babies inside of brass bulls and shit like that, and setting them and putting fire under the bulls, and so they could hear the sounds of babies screaming and shit all in there. It's been garbage. Think about the whole event of chattel slavery. Look at the pictures of when they got black people hanging and lynchings. Look at the faces of the people smiling.
Mm-hmm.
And then think about how garbage we are as an individual. I done did some garbage shit on the street. You know what I'm saying? Think about garbage shit that we think about people when we see, look at this nigga right here. Look at this bitch over here. Just think about the garbage that we carry, that we've done. We don't want to cease. We don't want our life cycle to end and with garbage on us. You know what I'm saying? Not having been given grace for our karma.
Okay, so I'm Bill Cosby, right? And now, because there's two different stories to this Quaaludes thing, right?
I don't want you to be Bill Cosby, Dream.
that motherfucker must have had a good life if he was doing all of that. But he so now the Quaaludes and stuff, right, was perceived as a party drug, just like ecstasy, just like whatever, all these party drugs that people be taking and all this stuff now, right, in this generation. So now 30, 40 years later, is perceived as a date rape drug or something, even though they were willingly trying to take it together so they can get as high as hell and fuck the shit out of each other.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? I'm not saying because I don't know. I don't know if Bill did put them in their drinks and they were, feeling some type of way. But this is just some of the understanding that I got from that idea. But the bigger picture and the bigger idea is damn, I even forgot. Hold on. I forgot. Y'all gonna have to come back to me because I forgot shit. What the big idea is. I'm on some panic shit with that.
See, and Bill was, it was multi levels. You know what I'm saying? It was alleged that Bill and his wife owned some particular property, that it was supposed to have been some like oil or some shit. With all of this fracking, Bill had some beef with like some fracking company and shit like that behind the scenes for some property that he owned in like the wilderness or some shit. There was a whole bunch of shit. Then he proposed that Bill Cosby wanted to buy ABC or NBC. It can be all kind of ways, but at the same time, and we know that when people want to take you out without murdering you, that the best way to murder somebody is character defamation. And especially when it comes to either rape or child molestation.
It's a wrap.
Once they hit you with that shit, you over.
It's a wrap. Through dealing.
Like, God damn, this motherfucker. Boy, you see what they did to their boy, the white movie producer, boy, he want to come to the casting couch. He putting pecker on you.
Wait, who went to the casting couch?
Well, no, the dude who told you to go to, what's his name? The producer that they put in jail, a Weinstein.
Oh, so casting couch isn't just something on Pornhub. It's a real thing.
That was what they called the casting couch, is basically where they would sit. He would do meetings, and he would, you would chop it up about movie roles. So if you want to get these movie roles, look at what movie that Halle Berry won the Oscar for. Players, Monsters Ball. She had to get banged out in the movie to win an Oscar, and then she wants to say she did it for all the black women who was never whatever.
Right. That's what I was gonna say. It's a perceived notion, like what the media does, and this is NLP to the core. And when I was studying NLP tough, this is something I really understood in that aspect. If you say, like, if I say, okay, uh, if I ask you a question, Trav, and I say, or whatever, I say, how many people love consciousness, or how many people, you know, love ice cream? You know what I'm saying? And that question is painted just like, you know, in a favorable way, then that is, you know, what the crowd might raise their hand to. I say, how many people hate ice cream? You know what I'm saying? It's pain is the way you project the question out, which is what the news and the media is doing, is the way it can be perceived. Because at the end of the day, you know, they could spin the story to say Bill Cosby used to have sex with girls on Quaaludes and have a good time, and people, oh, the Bill Cosby, you just such a fun guy. You see what I'm saying? So there's a kind of energy or a mindset that we have to eradicate to not think of any of this stuff as real. You feel me?
Well, we know that it's all illusion and sorcery. You know what I'm saying? Especially when it comes to entertainment. So first of all, we're talking about an entertainer that deals with Hollywood. We already know that's a cult anyway. That's a ministry, Hollywood and everything that comes with that. So we got to think. So even think about, let's go back to Tupac. Tupac already had his warning, like, yo, you getting deep into the entertainment, but Pac wasn't willing to follow. He wasn't fully invested in it in the early days. So how did they try to destroy Pac? They put his ass in jail for fucking rape. You understand? Let's not forget that. You know what I'm saying? Pac was in jail for fucking rape. That's what they charged him with, for getting head on the motherfucking dance floor. They did the same thing to Mike Tyson. You know what I'm saying? Those are ritual practices in the entertainment field when they're trying to shift the energy from a what they consider a masculine aggressive force that they can't control. They have to demasculate or emasculate that shit so they can usher in the way they need hip hop to be as it is now. A feminized, watered down version of some potent energy that's capable of changing the mind states of rich white kids and or whatever race of kids from high end neighborhoods. You understand what I'm saying? They used that to change the mind states. So if we want to say that it was a sorcery act that they did to Bill, they needed to damage his image as being this pristine, fatherly figure who was capable of doing whatever, changing people's lives in a positive way. But now that you want to do something totally different, you're going against the grain, Bill. You know what I'm saying? Don't forget, you love Spanish Fly. Don't let us don't let us come at you. And you be like, oh, whatever. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you got to be careful of the company that you keep. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be in entertainment, that's a dirty game. That's a filthied up game right there.
Rules you gotta play by.
There's some rules you got to play by in this thing, and them rules in entertainment, it's filthy. You got to get dirty to rock with that right there. So, when we deal, just like how you ended your, when you said that thing is an illusion. That thing is a spectrum of tainted, filtered light.
Yeah, that's good. So let's think about the mind of the perceiver, right, on the other end of the spectrum. Like, so now when we're perceiving these ideas and storylines, what would y'all's best advice be on the on the story, on anything, shit, really? Come on, Trav. I know you got it.
I don't think I caught the story in reference to which part. I think I missed something.
It don't matter about any story. Like, what would the idea be for us to perceive any of this stuff? You know what I'm saying? So now we're looking at something and we're looking at it and we're kind of like gauging it and we're like, oh shit, that's fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? So now what would the mindset of a magus be? A magus, a magician be? You feel me?
Yeah. Wow. So I see a lot of these, and oftentimes if this type of information isn't applicable to the direct experience, there isn't much we can do about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of the stuff can be applicable to the experience, but if it's not, then we're spending a lot of time on not doing the work, right? On not purifying the self. You know what I'm saying? Like, because when we hear these stories, the same thing happens as in every other situation in life. We get attached to it, and then we begin to define ourselves by it. For example, there's a lot of conspiracy theory stuff out there. Somebody hears it and it tantalizes the senses. It gives you this feeling as if you're doing something, as if you're getting deep and discovering this information, and you start to get a sense of purpose. Now you got to tell the people. Now you have to let everybody know that the government is making GMO potatoes or something like that, and it becomes your passion. But that, you're not like, what are you really doing? This doesn't do anything for the self. It doesn't help you get any closer to the goal, unless your goal is to perpetuate GMO potato information. But I guess my whole thing is, if the information can't be used towards the goal, which at least in my case is the deepest spiritual awareness possible, then I really don't have time for it.
That's good, Trav. I know you. Exactly. That's it. That's power. And that's what it is. Like, you really can't just really give a shit about any of this. Because at the end of the day, it's just all fluff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And I
that's
know
what I was.
Shango can speak to this on the whole judgment aspect. You feel me? Like, when we judge something or we look at something through our lenses, we have to kind of come into a space where we can't really judge it, but see if it can help us or benefit us in some kind of light. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like, I was talking to Will today on that Sunday service, and I was telling him, like, the movie was trash, right? Coming to America 2 was trash. It was horrible. Da da da
Oh
da.
man.
Everybody perceives it to be trash. Yeah, I get that. Da 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 da. I hated it too. But then at the same time, I'm still sitting here watching it. You see what I'm saying? Because I knew it was going to be trash, and I still sat my bitch ass down and watched it. So now, what does that say about me? Right? It's the 4 agreements thing. It's the, okay, well, let me just watch this trauma shit because I know it's going to be fucking fucked up. You see what I'm saying? But then how do I judge a movie that I sat there and watched when a young Asian kid doesn't even pay it no mind?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I think each individual has a must do their due diligence to educate themselves of each aspect of life and existence and how they interplay in it. Because this is like a movie that we're in. So like I had this look, right, at the word entertainment, the etymology of the word entertainment, right? So in the 1530s, entertainment meant provision for support of a retainer, manner of social behavior, now obsolete, along with other senses. So that's what I mean by sorcery. This thing entertainment has become something that they're bombarding into your sensory perception to change your thoughts of how you see and perceive what's being given to you through the television. So everything that's being heard and seen and taken in through that's something that entertains us. All of it is fake and for the purpose of changing our senses into what they want it to be, what the true purpose. Everything on TV is purposeful. Nothing is never out of place on television. Nothing is ever a mistake on television. One time I saw this video of a news report, and the news report was supposedly based off of, like, they showed it was this old black woman, and they were saying that she was like 100 years old, and she drove like this big Cadillac and shit like that she still drive. Then all of a sudden, and the news reporter says, and grandma, enjoy your day and drive on by. And they put on some music on the news report, and it said, nigga.
I'm 100%
nigga.
Y'all remember that, right?
Yeah.
And it was like, oh my God, we want to apologize for that. That wasn't the music that we wanted. First of all, what is the new? Who even has that on the playlist at the fucking news station?
Right.
It wasn't a mistake. They meant to play that shit.
It didn't start at the beginning of the song. It started at the nigga part. Right? What kind of accident is that? What caliber of accident is that?
It went straight into the niggery. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So once you do your due diligence of proper study and meditating, not in the normal sense of how we say meditation, but contemplating what you're experiencing, taking at every end of the day, the human machine is supposed to take inventory of what has come into the warehouse for that day, meaning the mind and the senses. What has been downloaded into your human machinery for the last 12 hours? You're supposed to sit down, you're supposed to contemplate, and do practices called Kaya Strayham or Dharana or Pancha, whatever you want to, whatever you choose to do. You're supposed to do your due independent diligence to make sure that you're cleansing you're supposed to run on your computer what you set your computer to do, either every day, every week, or every month, to run a fucking virus check. You're supposed to do the same thing with your human mind, and you're supposed to do that shit every day, so you don't develop malware. That's the shit that makes us out of control. We're walking computers. With motherfuckers, there's so many people with downloaded viruses and malware on themselves that's why they be doing the shit that they do.
Let me tell you, the first time I knew Trav was special for the longest. Like, it's crazy because I asked him about a movie one time, and I'm thinking, okay, everybody's watching it, everybody's seen this movie, and da 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 da. And Trav was like, and everybody was seeing it, and da da da. And he was like, no, I ain't seen it. And I knew right at that moment, I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was the spirit telling me, oh, this is a different type of nigga. I don't even need to call him nigga. I need to call him Naga or whatever.
When you said that, I started dying laughing.
Because I'm telling you, try to watch none of this shit. He don't, you know what I'm saying? And we're still attractive to the kind of energy of this, this stimulus us or whatever. But I knew that, I had to kind of readjust and start reprogramming my whole, being for, what I mean, for another alignment. You feel me? Instead of just kind of thinking in this kind of one track mindset.
Yeah. I mean, even the information that is put out on the films and the movies, we know, and we've been saying this for years. They put a little bit of truth, but it's also mixed with some programming, right? So it's like we're deliberately eating the rat poison. It is cheese, but it's other stuff in it too. But if we're hungry for the information, what if there are other ways to get it? Minus the poison.
Yeah. It's like I know I enjoy, and I'm waiting for the next season, just like Dream, Lovecraft Country. Beautiful. Beautifully put together show. But there were some things that they needed to leave out, and that was the poison shit. That there was no need to touch on certain aspects of lifestyle for that show. It was no purpose for it to be there.
Right.
But that's entertainment, right?
Hold on, I gotta ask Trav this. Did you watch Lovecraft Country?
I saw the first couple episodes. Maybe like 3 or 4, maybe 5 episodes.
God damn. See, that's what I'm saying. See, that's yeah, that's God, nigga. Because I was hooked, you know what I'm saying? And maybe that's just my animal in me. I don't know, but shit.
No, don't get me wrong. Them first 2 episodes were awesome.
Yeah.
But I think that was to kind of get everybody really locked in. After that, then it started to get different.
What do y'all think is the attraction to well, I guess for us, for spiritual people, it's just like, oh yeah, they saying our science. Oh shit, what?
Mm-hmm.
That's that bullshit, really, because I hate that. I like when they try to hide it in plain sight.
Yeah.
But you see what I'm saying? That's kind of my more avenue that I go towards. But what is the attract to that other stuff? Yeah.
You know what that is? That's the identity. They're speaking to the label. They know that they came up with a show called Woke, right? And I remember people were complaining because they were making the woke dude look like he was crazy or some shit. But look what they're doing. They're appealing to the labels that we're clinging to, right? If there's a black conscious community and people are clinging to that label, now we have something to market to. Like all these labels, they're just something to market to. So whenever we see that, we're like, yeah, we're being represented. Because most of us people who consider ourselves conscious and aware and studying this info, we're still human, so we still have that need for a connection and community. And to be represented like that in a public sphere, it gives us validation. So we run to it because we feel like we're personally being fulfilled. But as you know from NLP and also studying entertainment, they use those things to hook in more customers, basically.
You're absolutely right. Once they make it palatable, then they market it. It's just like anybody who used to watch sports back in the day. The first person to come into the league with some fancy shit, which they considered cornrows and shit like that, was Allen Iverson. And the league was not with that shit. He did not want to wear no suit for interviews and shit like that. When they finally let him come in with that shit, they saw how marketable that was. They was able to make money from it. and they allowed it. But they also wrote into the contract that a part of your contract to be on this team is you have to wear a suit for an interview. You cannot just all the time. He got coming in with gold chains on and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's the kind of thing that this world, because sports goes back into entertainment. It deals with sensory perception. It makes and it produces chemical. People get high off of sports, dopamine.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So basically,
Yeah.
that's the main thing. Entertainment and I mean marketing. That's direct. Those are dope pushers. People who are admin who make commercials and shit. Them people know how to trigger a chemical response in the human being.
Yeah, I don't know if it was one of this NLP or whatever, but it's that what is it called, group identity concept. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The whole thing with the you think you're part of the team, like the Houston Rockets win the game, and you'd be like, "Yeah, we won the game.
Yeah.
Yes, we won tonight."
Right.
Oh, that's
We going to the championship, y'all.
Ain't that what Malcolm X made fun of about the field Negro and the house Negro?
Yeah. Dang.
You see what I'm saying? This science been used, man. This ain't nothing new.
Yes. And I think it's particularly effective with quote unquote our people. I think it's particularly effective with colored folks.
But they just practiced it on the large group of good white Americans recently with the whole Trumpery and speaking to storm the Capitol. That was the greatest example of neuro-linguistic programming for the last 4 years with this dude.
Yeah.
His speech writers, well, actually himself, magnificent practitioners of neuro-linguistic programming.
facts. Yeah, that's good.
I live in Florida. People right now still they got I drove by a car the other day. It had stickers on the back window. It was stickers of Trump, like he was sitting in the back seat and shit like that. It was hilarious. You know what I'm saying? They still driving around with big, huge Donald Trump flags on their cars. Houses still got Donald Trump signs in front of it. That shit, they didn't put that dude. If we was to break down the which people have, break down the numerology of Donald Trump and figure out what frequency that name puts out, that's just a mantra. That shit is a yantra. When they put up to make America great again, that wasn't just words. That shit was a spell. They used the color red with white lettering.
Let's take it a bit more even to the granularity of the Vedic information. So I'll ask this quick question to make a point. What does Kanye West and Donald Trump have in common besides them both being a Gemini?
They love white women.
Yeah. So
they can stimulate a feeling in the masses. You know what I mean? Like they kind of just stimulate that feeling. And that brings this whole thing all the way back around to, like, when we talk about polarity, it is a feeling inside of you that, moves you in a certain direction to judge or critique, the vantage point that you're looking at. So now we have to really hone in on the feeling. You see what I'm saying? Because these chemicals in our body, or, some kind of hurt that we had as a kid, trauma and stuff like that. That's why it is important for us to dive into the chakras and really, balance out our chakras and rid ourselves of these human emotions, so we won't be so gullible or judgmental.
Well, let me say this now. So we got the Kanye and we got the Trump, and there's other people, but a few of the similarities are this royal treatment and this royal idea of oneself, right? And we have the polarization, right? We're on the law of polarity, but you either love them or hate them. There ain't no in between. You either love them or hate them. That polarization. Well, looking at how the mythology plays out, these two are represented by the nakshatra known as Magha, right? So already with the Donald Trump shit, we see "Make America Great Again," MAGA. But
Yeah.
with the Kanye West correlation, MAGA is symbolized by a throne. So now we got to watch the throne, him working with Jay-Z. But MAGA is found in Leo constellation. So that's where we get that whole pride, the royalty, the regality, right? Frequency or whatever behind it. At least we have an idea of the frequency behind the energy that this person is manifested from.
Yeah. And Kanye,
Leo is a very polarizing sign.
And Kanye was his polar opposite from a relationship standpoint was Jay-Z and Beyonce. Kanye's was an obverse relationship standpoint of him and Kim Kardashian. So just as Jay-Z has a healthy relationship in his marriage, Kanye has a total unhealthy relationship in his marriage. So that right there was an outward polarized expression within itself.
Yikes.
Yeah, I think they got divorced too, so I don't know how it play out, but she was not having that Christian shit. She was like, "Yeah, nah, nigga."
Because his frequencies are mixed up. He doesn't know what frequency to listen to. But he always been rocking with a Christ image, because we can't forget he made Jesus Walks. You know what I'm saying? One of the hottest Christian songs they played on the radio in our lifetime. But then right after that, he was walking around with big jewelry with
MAGA, because Leo is the Christ.
Yeah. Then he was walking around with a headpiece of like Ann Poo at one point.
Yeah, I think he was confused, and he probably pulled the same thing that Pretty Boss pulled. That same kind of notion that I'm doing something wrong with this consciousness thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, devout Christians and stuff like that, they come into spirituality and they really don't believe, which I don't have no idea how they don't, because shit, you go to a museum, they don't put fiction in museum, but whatever. So I think he probably never really, engulfed himself in the consciousness or in the wave. And when you're two have 1 foot in, 1 foot out, you know what I'm saying, you kind of lean back to what your programming was, which was his mama, which the one that transitioned, and he still feels like and then she might be on the other side saying, Jesus is coming one day.
He might know exactly what he's doing.
Interesting you say that about relying on the programming. Because see, these technical difficulties again. But looking at this book here, The Paths of Poverty and Liberty.
That pretty ball school. That same.
This fucking microphone. Hello? Hello, hello?
Yeah, yeah, we hear Trav. That's good.
Wow, I'm having technical difficulties on my computer and my phone. This is wild.
Man, I'm telling you, Trav, they breaking into your shit, man. The Black Messiah.
Jeez Louise. I guess I'm gonna have to keep doing what I'm doing.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Before it was
Gotta
breaking
keep.
up, you were talking about I heard you say about how he was relying on his programming, going back to his mother. And I mentioned there's a section here in this book, The Paths of Poverty and Nivriti, where he says this exactly. I'm just going to read this paragraph and a half. Meditation is necessary to de-stress at night. If you are able to de-stress yourself before going to sleep, in the course of time, your whole personality will change, as the biggest problem in life is stress. Everyone suffers from stress, and you are not able to manage it. Stress is always accumulated, and you are unable to release the accumulated stress. Meditation can be used as a tool to de-stress before going to sleep at night. This will allow the mind to become relaxed and be at peace with itself. It will not be influenced by the intense vrittis. The mind identifies with vrittis only at times of stress. When there's no stress, when you're totally relaxed, then the mind has the ability to stand back and look at all the vrittis and its involvement with the world of the senses and the sense objects objectively. Therefore, meditation should be practiced at night before going to sleep, even if for 5 minutes. For these 5 minutes, separate yourself from the world and say to yourself, I am free from the influences of the world. I'm not the mind nor the experiences of pain and pleasure connected with the mind. I'm not the body nor the experiences of pain and pleasure associated with the body. I am the conscious spirit. But that just came to mind, the line that it says, the mind identifies with vrittis at the times of stress. And how true is that? Most of the time when people get stressed out and they go into panic mode, we jump back to those, the deep programming from childhood. The first thing somebody yells when something happens is mama or Jesus Christ.
We go back to the animal nature, fight or flight.
Yeah.
We go back to the reptilian brain.
And this happens in times of stress. So I remember Al Dickey, I think it was Thursday or last week sometime, he asked, have you guys been experiencing through this meditation the notion that you don't freak out as instantly like everyone else? Like something happens, he notices that he's not, getting triggered and going into panic mode like everyone else. I think this is why, by practicing meditation, we're learning how to live a life free of stress. And a life free of stress means that we're not being triggered back into those early programming moments. We have a chance to see the world clearly.
Yeah,
I remember
there's a thing where. Oh, go ahead.
I remember I was looking at this Red Table Talk with Will Smith. It was like a little short snippet, but the doctor told him like you're 50 something or 40 something, but your cells are still 30 because of his meditation and stuff like that.
Your cells are still 30.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how old my cells are.
Well, you got to explain that a little bit deeper because I didn't get that.
So like basically, if you watch the show, they explain it, but the fact that he meditates, the fact that Will Smith meditates, even though he's like 40 or 50 something, close to 50 years old, I think he's probably over 50 now, but like the cells in his body are still like 30, like his elasticity is still good and all that stuff,
Yeah, that's dope. Yeah, that's dope. And that's the thing, a lot of us still, the programming or whatever, we will fall asleep on the couch or whatever, right? Instead of deliberately being conscious and saying, all right, well, let me take my ass to bed and meditate myself to sleep. So now the programming relies on this this external thing we call the TV to make us go to sleep or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. And instead of doing that, just do some yoga nidra. Have y'all heard of that? I'm sure.
Yes.
And
From your
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
oh, what was the other thing you were gonna say?
No, and I'm just saying, like, just in programming your life through yoga nidra, creating
From
some what do you call it? Sakalpas.
The what?
The
I think
I'm
she's
not
saying
sure.
some scars. Some scars.
No, sakalpas, like,
To make your resolve to sit down and not move.
or yeah, or whatever you want. You know,
The
like whatever you want to create for your life.
Yeah,
Sankalpa.
Sankalpa, yeah. That statement of determination that yes, I'm about to sit here and do this. Nothing's gonna stop me or change my mind. I'm gonna see it through to the end. Something about actually saying that before your practice really drives the point home, really cements it in place.
I think the biggest thing that we have to be deliberate about is how we wake up in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know what I'm saying? I made a post on Instagram saying it's powerful to read 15 minutes. It's not even, shit, you can read 5 minutes, whatever. Just reading 15 minutes in the morning, right, can change the trajectory of your life, or just listening to some kind of audio book or, you know, something positive, right? Because that sets your stage and that sets your vibration to move in a sort of destination that you're longing for, right? Instead of letting somebody else program you and you waking up listening to, you know, your local radio station or the Breakfast Club or whatever that bullshit is. You see what I'm saying? Where they're just feeding you all this goofy shit, right? To where they're not even feeding your mind in a way where you're actually seeking your destination.
Goes even deeper than that. Dream wise, most people nowadays wake up, the first thing they do is grab their cell phone and scroll through Facebook. So they're bombarded with hundreds of different mind chatter posts that of all kind of things mixed with video. So they instantly block off their own individual thoughts and take on the collective hive mind thought of everything else that they're taking on social media. Before they even get out of eliminate waste from their body, they're already taking in verbal waste.
Hell no.
Yeah.
I can't even fathom that. That sucks. I mean, I can fathom it because I used to live like that, but not anymore. The first thing you do is get on Facebook and scroll. The first thing you do?
First thing you do, yeah. And it's so trash because at the end of the day, and I ain't gonna lie, I catch myself still grabbing my phone and checking my emails. I don't really get on Facebook and the other social media apps because, you know, I'm not really attracted to it like that. It doesn't have a pull to me like that. But I think, you know, whenever you are able to step into your power and say, okay, well, let me really remember what the fuck my dream was trying to explain to me, right? This is what we're talking about when we're talking about being conscious. When I'm lucid dreaming, I understand that I'm completely conscious, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the dream, but I'm understanding to a deeper level that I'm conscious of my waking life. You see what I'm saying? Because I can see the symbols that come across me all the time. You see what I'm saying? So now I'm in a space where I'm understanding, you know, different symbols, and whether it's true. It's true because I make it true, so it doesn't matter. So at the same time, if I live in my zone and my vantage point, right, that's why social media is such a damn man. That shit is like good and bad. Like we talk about polarity, but at the same time, like if you get caught into that space where you get in the opinions of others instead of really living in your vantage point and saying, okay, I'm gonna maneuver in this kind of way, you know what I'm saying? You can be tripped up and lost.
This is one of a Sith saying, right? Sith is basically, like Darth Vader and Darth Plagueis. Only the creator fully knows his creation. So you have to create who you are to identify with as an individual. And once you begin to take on too many other impulses and data and downloads from other things, that is what's creating an individual to have so many insecure opinions about themselves. So as you said, going the way that you go to sleep, or how, like I said, even said earlier, you have to unload all of this useless data. You have to run your virus program before you lay down in your bed to get a good night's sleep. Or you're gonna bring all of this downloads from the last 12 hours. You're gonna take that into your dream state. And then when you wake up, you're gonna have these memories are going to create thought patterns and impulses that you're gonna have throughout the day. Because if you don't have a morning routine, you're not gonna be creating yourself for the next day. So only the creator fully knows his creation. So most people are not creating their own self. They are creations of other creators. They're egregor. They are, most people are fucking tulpas.
Yikes.
A lot of these people, a lot of humans we see walking around here are servitors to other people.
What? You mean like NPC type stuff?
NPCs, man.
I got a video called "Is Your Vision Based on Other People's Thinking?" And that shit is some true ass shit. Like literally, is your vision right? Are you running your own world, or are you manipulated by somebody's opinion of you? You know what I'm saying? Because I can be like, man, Trav is just the greatest speaker ever, and man, he's just so powerful and da 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 da. And then Trav can sit there and take that in and believe that, which will be good for him in a positive light. You know what I'm saying? But then somebody else comes in and says, "Oh man, I fucking hate Trav. That motherfucker. God damn." You see what I'm saying? So now it's upon Trav to understand what he's gonna actually allow into his subconscious. Is he gonna accept that kind of ideology of somebody else's opinion, whether good or bad? This is what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be, it can be good to that perceived person, but then at the same time, you just gotta say, all right, well, what do I care what he says? You see what I'm saying? Even if it's good or bad. You feel me? So now it's just in that kind of light where you're just in control of your vision.
They call that. You ever read the book Subliminal Psychology 101?
Who's the author?
Michael Pace. Talking about how to use subliminal psychology. That's what's going. It's all a part of the NLP thing. Is that subliminal psychology works by entering someone's subconscious mind and planting an idea or concept there that can work in your favor. So to use it, you want to give someone a series of undetectable signals or clues. These might be in the form of images or memories or word choice. How you speak to someone or how you touch them can also convey ideas and plant ideas in their minds. Subliminal psychology is a very sleight of hand. You are using little tricks to make someone's thinking change without their awareness. So being obvious or forceful is not what subliminal psychology is about. You will be using tricks like subliminal images and classical conditioning to train people. You will be using words and hidden signals and physical touch. There is no force or verbal work involved. That's what's happening to hundreds of people when they go to work every day. You got to
Sounds
use
like mimetic magic, kind of.
when you work for somebody, you're actually working for somebody else's dream. You're a part of their dream of success. You're an employee. It's not that anything's wrong with that, but you have to be conscious of the fact that you are being subliminally implanted with the way that the company operates. When you get hired for a job, what's the first thing that you're given before a check to take home? The employee manual. And you're
Before check.
You got to read your employee manual so you can know how to operate yourself when you're at work. So that right there is the first download that you get. And then as you continue to work there, sometimes you got to go through what they call evaluations,
Probation. 90 days.
probation, and evaluation. So every day, people go through these type of things. It's a nonstop a non-stop download. That's what I was saying. That's why I'm believing that eventually, for those who are seeking to separate from the particular downloads of the senses, have to get away from the things that is influencing or going into your mind. Hey,
Alex, what's up?
I was just hanging out with my friend Amir all day, and when I woke up this morning, he had sent me a few messages, and he was about to buy a bunch of stuff from this one Etsy store, and he was like, "Hey, this store has a bunch of pendants of Kali. Which one do you want?"
Oh, these cities acting up again.
Literally every day for like 3 weeks. Every fucking day. I've yet to ask my neighbor when he started reading the Bhagavad Gita, because I mean, you know this, but as for everybody else, like my neighbor who I hadn't talked to or seen in months, like somehow the topic came up, and he was like, "Yeah, I was reading like this Hindu book that was about a warrior," and I was like, "Are you talking about the Bhagavad Gita?" He was like, "Yeah," and then I just, yeah.
Look, I think this ties into polarity as well, as we were discussing earlier.
Mm-hmm.
You have the pole at the top of the highly concentrated mind working with Dharana. At the bottom of the pole, you have a highly dissipated mind working with the daily American distraction of the 5 senses. And it seems that these people who are extremely distracted on a daily basis, every thought that enters in their mind, they believe is theirs. So a person who is highly concentrated has this tendency for their thoughts to also kind of reverberate into the environment and the surroundings. And I don't think it's too far-fetched to say that people in your immediate vicinity receive thoughts that you dwell on for a while.
Oh, absolutely. Like my friend Amir, who sent me, that stuff earlier today, who I hang out with a lot. He's also very into theology, and ever since I started to hang out with him more, that's when like all more of like these synchronicities started to happen. And he's like one of the few people that I can talk about in like my immediate vicinity who like believes everything that I'm saying. Because I also had a really, really insane dream last night that may or may not be prophetic in a way, which is not the first time that this has happened to me. Like, Travis, you and I had like that dream the other day that had overlapping concepts.
With the crystals?
Yeah, with the crystals. And like in this dream, you know, I was helping out like this African girl with something. It was like me and a couple other people.
Where's my phone?
Yeah. And so like in this dream, like we all had to go to like some restaurant and kill these people who like
Damn.
were working for her evil husband. And so and then like later in that dream, like for everybody else who obviously doesn't know about it, later in that dream I was like looking through Instagram, and my friend Andrew had I was looking at his stuff, and he had posted something about like his computer, and then I made like this weird joke to him like, haha, I'm gonna come steal some crystals out of your computer, which didn't make sense to me at the time. Then I woke up, and then you were talking about this shit you had crystals going on in your dream, and then I looked back at the dream that I had. I was like, crystals, computer. I automatically knew that quartz is in computers, because like it's used like a sand. It's like in a sand. It's the same with like quartz, like wristwatches and such.
Yeah.
And it's used to like it's used for time-based things. And so you had the experience with crystals, like you fell asleep with like that quartz around you.
All of them.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah. Don't even forget the detail. The whole time I was hanging out with an African princess who was showering me with money.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if her husband was the one that owned the restaurant in your dream.
Yeah, and somehow he like there's like these people who are hanging on the restaurant who were apparently shitty enough for me and like some other people to feel the need to murder.
So I think that has a lot to do with the earth element and the pentacles of the tarot. I think African princess giving me money, I think that would symbolize the
that's like, yeah, that's pentacles.
The page of pentacles in specific, because the princess is the page and the princes are the knaves.
But you know how deep and interconnected all of this stuff is, because it's kind of scary. Because I was talking about coming to America today on Sunday service with Will, right? And then I did the three goddesses thing and tied that in and Didn't think about it. Left, went to a little kid's birthday party, right? While I'm going out my house, I see a food truck that says three goddesses, right? And you know, I'm excited, Trav. I'm like, oh shit, oh god damn, let me see it. So I went live and posted that, right? Immediately upon me posting that three goddesses truck, right? Somebody said they were eating, it was a food truck that sells crawfish. Somebody says they were eating crawfish right now and they got three daughters. And something in their mind was da 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 da. So I was like, God damn, this shit could get really deep layered. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm posting a video that I'm thinking relates to me, but it could have just really had an effect on, you see what I'm saying, another being or whatever. You know what I mean? So it's just a whole interesting dynamic, man. It's crazy.
Or maybe even not just an effect on somebody, but it seems that maybe the both of you are receiving from the same cause. Because like that type of scenario that you described, what Alex is describing, what I described, like this is happening to more and more people on an accelerated rate for some reason right now. It's leading me to believe that, well, I'm trying to distinguish, is this, at first I was thinking it was maybe a cause, that maybe I'm doing something, but I think that we're all actually tapping into something that's a bit more subtle and a bit larger than any one person.
Yeah, totally. Because like, you and I had like that dream that had overlapping things within it when like we fell asleep to that same mantra that you sent me.
That too.
Yeah.
That too. We went to sleep to the same mantra.
Mm-hmm.
And not to mention, maybe a week before that, me and Shango had somewhat of an overlapping dream. Like my dream was literally going into Shango's mind, and
Whoa.
I saw a bunch of crocodiles and shit. He had a dream about
Oh,
crocodiles.
crocodiles are very sacred in Egyptian mythology.
They deal directly with being fluent with living in the subconscious mind or the conscious mind, above water, underwater.
Yeah. The opening of the mouth ceremony directly has to do with crocodiles.
Mm.
They're companions to Anubis with like crossing the river.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Anubis being the psychopomp.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and wasn't
which
it,
like, huh?
Wasn't it you that was pointing out that at some point in the mythology, Anubis and Thoth are combined?
Yeah, it's like there is a form of Anubis, Thoth, and Hermes being combined together that's known as like Hermanubis. And I didn't know until very recently, because like Anubis is like the first being that ever came into contact with me, ever, like several years ago. And it wasn't until, you know, I knew very recently that like they're all connected with each other. Like, you know, I didn't know that like Thoth and Hermes were associated with each other, of course, until very recently. And then, but like it also makes sense that like Hermes, Thoth, and Anubis would be connected with each other, because like Hermes and Anubis both are like they're psychopomps.
Yeah.
And like the first ever entity that I came into contact with when I started practicing was Hecate, who's also a psychopomp.
Mm-hmm.
But she was like a psychopomp to, you know, Persephone.
It was another form of Lilith and Inanna.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Also, Anubis also has an older form which was called Anpu.
Yeah. That's his original Egyptian name. So yeah, all these entities are connected together, and so it's like it's pretty funny that like I started becoming involved with this group when you all were started reading like the Kybalion, you know, which is, you know, who that's written by.
Yeah, my brother
So,
told me when he excitedly found out yesterday. Did you know that Thoth wrote the Kybalion? Please tell me more.
mm-hmm.
At least he's learning.
And then like right before I joined this group, I had like this dream that Thoth was trying to communicate with me, because like I was trying to talk to Anubis, but in the dream, like I had to talk to Thoth, and it was basically like one of those situations where I was like, hey, can you go tell your friend I want to talk to him? You know, and I had to talk to Thoth first. And like it took like multiple tries for me to like be able to like communicate with Anubis directly, and then I was finally able to do that a week ago. And then ever since I did that, I've had all these insane synchronicities every single day. So
We done tapped into something potent.
oh
And
yeah,
it's extremely exciting now, but this shows absolutely no signs of slowing down or stopping anytime soon. So
That's why I said earlier, it's like going into the gym and you're just continuously lifting weights. You're just going from doing different sets, doing the different styles. You're not giving yourself. It's like getting into a river and you swimming. You cannot get out. You just got to keep swimming. Now you swimming now.
and at some point I think you become the river.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
mm-hmm.
It is forever and a day. This shit is never stopping. Like if you stop, you might as well die. which might be a good thing, but shit, I'm just saying.
As if we could even make the decision to stop. Like, what would that even look like?
Right. How do you even stop? Like,
yeah.
What does that look like?
I'm done, guys. I'm just gonna hang it up.
You can't be seen. You gotta go somewhere where you can never be found.
No, I'm trying to figure out how does that even happen? Well, that's what I'm saying. So now, okay. So y'all did y'all know about this pretty ball situation or whatever?
I knew you were gonna say that. So here's my response.
I know you knew I was gonna say that, but
was she ever really in it? Was she ever really in it to begin with?
But how do you not be? You see what I'm saying, Trav? That's what I was so confused about. Like, how in the world does that even? Okay, so now we understand Jesus is
Lord and Savior.
Yeah.
that was real swift, Trav.
Love you, Grandma.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, let's stay with that. No, but we understand that he's, an analogy of what's inside of us, the Christ consciousness and all of that, right? So now, and you understand that by understanding history, right? And understanding the past. So now you look back into history and you see, all this Egyptian stuff. So now they don't put, like I said earlier, they don't put fake or fiction information in the museums, right? And I ain't never seen a statue of Jesus in the museum. So when one person comes into a space where they're spewing out this information to a level of like, just like, this is who I am, and then they revert back, that's what I was hung up on, because I really wanted to talk to her about that, and she just stopped answering my phone calls and shit, because I was really on like, damn, tell me how you did this, because I want to just know. I just want to know, like, how do you do that? You feel me?
Did you watch like some of her videos to kind of see what happened?
Nah, I guess I heard she kind of got sick or something, and then she just kind of went back into, I think she caught corona, right? Or something.
Yeah, she
like
did. But what she said was that, she was heavily in the church growing up, and she had some experiences with demons while she was in the church. But what happened is, like, she started having a bunch of bad luck, and she blamed it on the demons. And so she felt like it was a sign, like she needed to, like, go back to Christianity. But she's not repping Jesus. It's like Jah is what she says.
Take me to the king. I don't have much to bring.
Man, if she would have stuck with it, she would have found that this was perfect. Now, this has been said in the Kabbalistic Tarot book, the big blue one with the hard cover, the Kabbalistic Tarot, and also in one of these Swami Guru books. But the gist of it is, we have karma, big ass karma that is accumulated through lifetimes, and it's distributed per lifetime. So when you incarnate, you get a little portion of that karma to work out, then you die, then you get another little portion to work out. But the problem is we accumulate more, so that process never ends. When you embark upon a spiritual path, whether you do work with the Kabbalah or any type of spiritual path, now you're accessing larger portions of that karma. So what we find is a lot of times when we start doing the spiritual work, or we've worked with demons, or you suddenly find Travis Magis's channel or whatever, this stuff starts to accelerate. That karma is really pouring through your life now to burn it. Now, if you run from it, it goes back into the container, and you got to deal with it again later.
Yeah.
it says that you start to experiencing a lot of bad luck because what's happening is you're experiencing 30 years of karma now in a week. So stuff's not working, this is falling apart, et cetera, et cetera. But if you maintain your fame through it, that karma goes, it dissipates, and you don't have to deal with it ever. But most people run because they think that demons are causing a bad luck, but it's your luck. But you know, this is what happens when you don't have someone that knows any better
But
to help you.
I hear what you're saying, Trav, but then at the same time, so now you understand this information, and this is what we was talking about earlier with the pastor spewing out false information, even though they know better. So now you consciously understand what all of this is about, right? In some kind of level, you still like she does not know. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
There's no way she can, like, I don't know. Maybe it's just a feeling inside of me that says, "How do you do that? Like, what is that?" But
yeah, and still, like, I mean, I that happened to me before, but once I started going to church, it was like, this is that bullshit. And I'm like, I can't do this.
Yeah.
right, that's what I'm. You see what I'm saying? I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to figure out because I was so that was gonna be the greatest interview ever. Like she was with it and everything because I really was gonna like. So how does like look at this? Okay, so we know. I'm just saying from a pure human standpoint, like you get this information, you know that they're Jesus, like they're just portraying Jesus as Heru or whatever, right? So now you tell me, how do you know? So it's just interesting, man.
That's why I said in the beginning when you asked that, was she ever actually there? Because how can you go to this occult stuff and then go back to church? You can't do that because you know better. It's like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole, unless you never actually were over here.
Yeah. Like, what was really the motivation? Like,
There's no way. There's no way. There's no way, Trav. That's crazy because the stuff that she was doing chakra. She was like, you talk about years of chakra work. So now, okay, we're talking about fake it till you make it, right?
Oh
It's
man,
easy to fake it
that
to
whole
people who
fucking-
don't know any better.
That whole thing. It's like you can't fake it that much. You truly cannot fake it till you make it. Like you're gonna be found out as a ruse sooner or later. Like that doesn't make sense. Well, yeah.
You know what, man? People need the old school, like the 1990s 5%ers. They need to try to go around them 1990 gods and go with the faking over there and don't know your supreme wisdom lessons and go to a cipher and somebody asks you what's today's mathematics and you've been faking it and now you in the cipher of gods and they say, what's how you see today's mathematics, God? And you don't know how to break that shit down. They're gonna bomb your ass, and then you might get around one of them kind of Brooklyn guys that's gonna punch you in your face because you faking it.
Punch
So
you in your face and
nowadays,
tell you to shut the fuck up.
Nowadays, people getting away with a lot of stuff, and I'm not saying that I punch people in the face. I'm just saying that that the phoniness of people, they getting away with a lot of stuff because of social media, because of the separation of interaction between people. You're not able to check people the way that it's like what you can see somebody on act a certain way within a computer world, but then you might meet them and be like, damn, I didn't know you had a limp. I didn't know, you know what I'm saying,
I didn't know you had a white wife.
Or whatever.
You may not bring your white wife.
But they like you know what I'm saying, been the most revolutionary individual. And then in real life, they're not really like that. So it's like people can get away with it. So he like said, like Dream was that she was doing like chakra work and all of that. She really wasn't doing nothing that was chakra work. She was playing around with that. She was reading a couple of books and she was just doing what she just read. And you know what was the demon? Herself. She became overly toxified by not living truth based off of information that's ancient information. When you talk about chakras, no matter the author who wrote the book, they're dealing with thousands of year old shit that people that's really based off of some real stuff. So you playing around with it, what you think is gonna happen? You play with fire, you what? You get burned.
100% of the time it will happen.
So she did. So it backfired on her. You know what I'm saying? Her gun jammed up, and she kept trying to, and she kept pulling the trigger. It ain't shooting. It's jammed up, and then she pulls the trigger, and it misfired, and the motherfucking gun smoke hit her in her face.
Yikes!
Now
That was gonna be my greatest interview ever. I'm talking about way better than Travis Majors, way better than Shango. That was gonna be the greatest interview ever. Oh my God, I was man, Trav. No, listen, I ain't never seen nothing like what she just pulled off. And you talking about like
Harry Houdini?
It's amazing. That's more appealing to me than anything in the world, because for you to change your mind, you see what I'm saying? Like, you hear about Bobby saying that shit, but then listen, this is the crazy thing. Like, she literally brings people literally change their mind because of her.
Right.
So now we're talking about a father saying, no, that's it. So live, dog.
And that's back to that law of polarity. That's back
like
to how
right now. That's like right now we find Bobby Hemmett and he's a bishop in the local Methodist church or some shit.
Oh, hell no.
You know what I'm saying?
Hell no.
We all be destroyed by that shit. Like, God damn. What happened to man?
Hell nah, nigga. I'm a Hemite, so guess what I'm gonna say, Shango?
Thank you,
Jesus. I'm be like, yeah, praise Jesus.
Nah, see, he was abducted by the government and cloned. You see what I'm saying?
See, that ain't really Bobby Hemmett, you know what I'm saying? That's Robert.
He was cloned.
Trav, that is the first thing I'm gonna say. I'm gonna be like, nah, that's a clone. I know I'm gonna say that.
That's a clone. That's one of them androids they got for the transhumanism.
Android.
That's an android.
Oh man, there ain't no way that you can be delving deep into the occult, because occulting information, first of all, is going to break it down about Christianity, and it's going to teach you about that whole system truthfully. So for you to go backwards into that type of system, knowing the illusion that it produces, and you accept it as total truth, you are suffering from a sickness. You didn't develop meningitis or something. Something is going on.
Meningitis.
You got a brain infection.
Honestly, because and I want to look at that, just entertain it honestly. Let's say I make the decision, and I'm gonna stop reading this yoga stuff. I'm gonna go back to church. But there's so many questions. What am I doing around all these people? That's root social matrix stuff. That's not actual worship of God. We're not doing nothing to do with God. This ain't got nothing to do with Jesus.
Too much to go back. You know what? It's
right. The Bible. Like I've seen where the places where this stuff comes from. I've seen pieces of the original Vedic texts that the Bible done took from. There's stories from the Egyptian culture or Kybalion culture that stories of Jesus has been taken from.
It's like riding a bicycle. You can never unlearn riding a bicycle.
So that's what I'm saying. Was she ever really there? Or was it just surface level? I'm trading in Jesus for Oshun now. I'm trading in Jesus for King Payman now. It's easy to go back because what they say in the law of polarity, you can't change the polarity of things that are unrelated. You can change water from hot to cold or cold to hot, but you can't change water to electricity. It's got to be on the same level. So if you're coming at this thing with a religious perspective, yeah, you can switch out Jesus for Oshun and King Payment because you're still on that surface level. But if you on that understanding level, you literally can't swap it out.
Yeah, I get that, Trav. That's power. That's it. Yeah.
Best thing I can do is go back to church and preach and try to teach people how to, tap into their inner self. But being in the pews and like worshiping something like, what am I worshiping?
Hallelujah.
You'll be what's the dude's name? And you wouldn't even be him, Reverend Ike, but you wouldn't even be him, Trav. He'll be somebody else. I
want to be like that. I want to be like Benny Hinn. I want to like whip people with my jacket and they all just like fall down. You know what I'm saying? That's what kind of pastor I want to be. Put that glove on you. Put that glove on. I'm taking the whole church down when I touch you. You know what I'm saying?
Seen that video where he's whipping his shirt and it's got like Street Fighter 2 graphics and sound effects? Yeah.
Hilarious.
Hey, did you guys see the video when the dude says your vagina is possessed by a demon and he's like spraying water?
Out demon. Out in the private. Come out to the private.
I mean, like, what are they doing in Africa? What didn't happen to Africa? And there'd be African preachers too. They'd be stepping. I watched one to do was stepping on people's crotch. I was like, what is going on over there in Africa, man? You know what I'm saying?
I got one where he's got the whole congregation out front. They're eating grass.
Yeah.
Everybody's laid up, just eating grass out the ground for healing.
They was all in the hospital the next day.
Yikes.
Grass poisoning.
What is, let me Jeopardy this thing. What is COVID-19? Ooh.
Speaking of COVID, back like 2015, before that age, like I was on Tumblr all the fucking time. I actually unintentionally created a meme that was big on Tumblr for a little bit. But I remember seeing back in the day, some astrologers on Tumblr were talking about how like 2020 was going to be a big deal because that's when Saturn and Uranus are going to like have an interaction with each other. And like one of the last times that happened, that's when like the Black Plague happened. So something fucking enormous is going to happen. I just kind of remember being like, yeah, I kind of believe in this, but not, I don't know. That was like before I really tapped into everything. And what do you know?
Black Plague.
COVID-19 is a nanotechnology. That's the same thing as the vaccine. It's a nanotechnology that they use. It's changing they're implanting some sort of strand in people to try to control them by another way. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe it's just like the flu strand, like when you go and you get the flu shot, those things they implanting nanobots into people's body. It's no different than medication that has what they call time release, that it releases the medicine at a particular time. How does the medicine know what time to fucking release its work? It's nanotechnology on a lower scale. It communicates with your body. If you have pain, you take pain pills. It blocks the nerve. It blocks the nervous system from sending communication to a particular part of your body that's hurting. That's intelligence. So it's no different than creating something that they call a sickness, blame it on a particular part of the world, China, which we hear nothing about anymore, and then all of a sudden it's this global pandemic. The amount of people that died from it is the same amount of people that died from the flu in 2019.
Yeah, but it's been more like rapidly spreading and like more deadly than the flu has.
That's because it's nanotechnology.
What?
Let me say this real quick. The mind is all. So now a lot of automaton people, right, or quote unquote automatons or whatever, people that just believe whatever, right, will mask up and defend themselves against the invisible enemy, like Trump says, the Trumpian years. So now you're protecting yourself against an invisible enemy, but the enemy is really you. So now whatever you perceive to be a detriment is in play. You see what I'm saying? So now, for instance, like if I never perceive grass to be an enemy of mine, then I don't pay it no mind. I'll walk in grass and da 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 da. Right, but now for some reason somebody implants. Somebody implants this idea of grass is bad, grass is harmful. Stay off the grass. Stay off the grass. You don't want to touch no grass. Make sure you wear your shoes. Right into my mind. Now I'm in a, if I agree with that notion, because I never agree with none of this COVID-19 shit, and I ain't never got COVID or whatever. And I know that might sound harsh or whatever with people that have gotten it, but at the
I've
same
had plenty
time,
of friends who've gotten it, and like I have a friend whose grandmother died from it.
yeah, and that's what I mean. So now we got to ask ourselves a question like, are they affecting our system, our immune system, or are they really just affecting our mind?
The mind definitely affects the immune system. It's like, I just go back to the whole dark psychology of things. And when they talk about persuasion techniques, you have to adjust your persuasion technique based on the kind of mind you're dealing with. So the whole thing, when it comes to sickness, even a virus or a bacteria is an intelligence. It's a living being. So first of all, we know that they do nothing but spray what we call chemical trails in the sky at all times. So we know there's already been particles that have been continuously sprayed. So what I mean by when I say a nanotechnology, it's an intelligence that's been continuously sprayed upon us, and it's so minute, it's the size of a blood cell. So once this stuff starts getting into certain people whose immune system is already compromised, they turn on the particular this genetic structured cellular nanotechnology sickness, and it kicks in certain people who are unable to fight off this type of a sickness or this implanted sickness within them, that it takes them out to the point where they die. So what they've done with this nanotechnology and created this sickness, they've taken SARS, which is sudden acute respiratory syndrome, and they've also mixed that with the flu. So now you have something that what they're calling a COVID-19, or they call it corona virus. You know what I mean? Based off of the halo that this cell has. So the whole thing is, this is something that they play around with in laboratories and stuff like this. But this is a whole, they have to watch this, and I always go back to the term sorcery. There's people who are sorcerers who have to keep the population under control by whatever means that they have to implement. Like I was saying earlier, they can't just be killing presidents and shit, like, or killing famous people like that no more. So they character kill them. They kill their character. They can't kill a body. So they can't just be going around putting real military soldiers in the street and actually be shooting citizens and all of this stuff. Nobody's really going to go for that. So you know what they do? They just they put it in a sickness. Blame China.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like
Blame a foreign land. Oh well, because think about when this thing kicked in, it was
like,
all about people coming from Europe somewhere and China traveling, they're coming. It was all over the world. Then
yeah.
all of a sudden it started becoming an influx of people into the United States and they had to shut down travel and blah 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 and this and that. So how does it get into areas where people who are not traveling anywhere, all of a sudden it's kicked in huge demographic areas where you come in contact with no person from Europe, nobody ain't been to China. All of a sudden, your cousin say, "Yo, man, I tested positive for COVID-19." No, you didn't. You didn't picked up this nanotechnology because your immune system already been weak, and when they hit the fucking power switch, it kicked in on you. Don't forget they was talking about 5G at the same time. What happened to all that news of the 5Gs? Remember that? That was at the same time that the COVID thing. 5G or electromagnetic energy of a higher impulse or a fifth generation energy was what helped kick in this nanotechnology. It had to have a power source. So the power source was 5G.
I have a video on my YouTube page that's literally saying every news anchor, right, is saying 33. It's 33 corona cases. 33. This is at the beginning of this whole thing, right? This is at the beginning of the pandemic or whatever. 33, 33, 33, 30, every single state in America was saying that. So now it leads me to believe, if I'm conscious and I understand, I can see from my lens view that they're trying to implant something in our minds. So now once they implant the idea in our mind, now it becomes real, right? And now the feeling is what takes over, right? It's not really necessarily something outside of ourselves, right? We got to get out of that. It's this feeling that kind of takes over in our mind that says, oh, I'm sick. Oh, I'm not feeling good, right? The minute you sneeze and cough, now all of a sudden you got COVID.
Exactly.
You feel what I'm saying? And now because your mind is not strong enough to withstand the idea or break through that low vibrational idea, you literally place yourself into COVID mode, right? Now, I'm not saying that, but I'm just trying to give y'all the idea, like who is that? Erica Badu. She took the test in her left nostril, didn't have it, took it in her right nostril, it had it, right? She did it 3 times. So now if she does that and it says, well, shit, I have it, but I don't. I have it, but I don't. I have it, but I don't. Right. Now we have to really come into a space where we say, okay, well, what is real? And is this test actually giving me something to believe in? Just like I was saying before, if I ask you a question, if I ask y'all a question and say, man, I love the book club, the book study club, man. It's off the chain, da 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 da, right? I love Charles Page's book club, study club. It's powerful, right? Everybody's gonna raise their hand. And then if I pose the same question, I say, oh man, well, this book club, man, it's not really that good. You know what I'm saying? Just give me an idea of what I'm trying to garner at, right? Then, and everybody raises their hand. Well, who was right? Did I just did I just implant an idea into their mind by the question I posed? So we got to really be careful about how the news and the media portrays all this stuff, because at the end of the day, look, Texas just opened up. You feel me? We just opened up, and me and my family, we've been like, shit, we don't care about none of that, da 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 da, right? But then the minute they say, oh, it's all clear, right? Now, when do they say that? How do they say that? You feel me? We got to really come into a space where we say, okay, how y'all going to say all of this is opened up? We're not taking the vaccines. You're not going to get us to buy into that idea. So now what you going to do? So they don't have no choice but to kind of start weaning themselves off of the idea so we can forget about it. And then, you know, 1, 2, 3 months later, we say, oh yeah, that COVID thing, that was that time period. You know what I'm saying? So again, I just want to just make sure we understand that the mind is all, and you know, we have to protect our mind. Shit.
We live in a vibratory universe, which means that at the highest level that we can conceive of, everything is just a vibration, and even science tells us this. The ancients refer to this sea of vibration, this ocean of vibration, as Om. It's more than just a sound. It's more than just a place. It's everything contained, every vibration contained within it. Now, within that sea of vibration is a tiny, tiny slice, a tiny speck, and we call that a kosh. And in that tiny speck is the space for everything that we could possibly conceive of with our limited mind. Within that space, we've got movement. Movement becomes heat. Heat becomes cold, and cold becomes solid material matter. And this is where we find ourselves. And we see life happening all around us. And we feel separated from everything because we are manifestations of the Om. We're all these different vibrations, but we're encapsulated in one body. So we feel separate. But what we've misinterpreted is that we don't have the spirit world inside of us. We are inside of the spirit world. So for us to be able to feel each other, to communicate with each other, to sense everything, that's us expanding beyond these bodies and touching subtle aspects of these vibrations that exist everywhere, within everything. Now, the only way to do that is to follow that train of thought back upwards, from isolation to cold wetness to heat to movement. The only way to do this is through meditation. And the best way to stop this evolution from happening is through continual distraction that never ends. Never ends. Ananya,
Yeah,
are you still with
good,
us?
Trav. That's good, Trav. That's it. That's it. Shit. I mean, you just a never ending story. You know what I'm saying? And you just got to keep battling with the idea or the things that this earth realm will spew out. You feel me? So, oh, shit. I wanted to say this too. Like my auntie, she died of COVID, presumably, right? But me knowing better, I'm like, okay, well, she was in, you know, she was in the hospital and they pronounced her dying of COVID. So now I had to tap into spirit and understand, did she really die from COVID? So when I spoke to her on the spirit realm, she said, no, this is a false. Tell these motherfuckers to take this mask off. Take these masks off because this is not real. So I just wanted to lay that out just to understand that I had confirmation from my auntie that died, but that presumably died of COVID-19 and all of that. But you know, I mean, shit, like, who am I? Shit. What the fuck?
I'm watching my family members take the vaccine. I mean, you know, I don't have an opinion on it either way. I think that those who get it are supposed to get it. Those who don't aren't. But at the end of the day, you know, suffering is not pleasant. It's not pleasant.
I ain't gonna lie, it's a hard pill to swallow because at the same time, we do not want to see nobody transition from a disease, right? Anything, right? So now it begs to ask, okay, well, you know, if it is what it is, then that's what it is, right? But then again, we gotta really be honest with ourselves and ask ourselves, are they manipulating the idea? This is what I want people to understand. Are they manipulating the idea to conform us to a new world? You see what I'm saying? I could be wrong, but I'm just trying to give people a deeper understanding of if they're ushering us into a new wave to move, right? I.e. technology and, you know, don't go outside and you know, order everything online, and you know, the workers are basically the poor people or whatever, right? Then, you know, how does the mind work? Because look, let me tell you, I'm gonna be honest. They opened up Texas, right? They said 100% open, you don't got to wear masks. Tell me why every store and stuff saying we're still abiding by the president. We want to wear masks. And if you cannot enter our premises without masks. So now you turn masks into shoes and clothes. Like you gotta, you know, you gotta wear a mask, right? So how do we even revert back, Shango? You feel me? How do we revert back to not wearing masks? When does that stop? You see what I'm saying?
Wait, so revert back? Are you saying there's an idea of a past that we're attached to that we're hoping returns?
That's good, Trav. Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying to the idea of I don't want to wear a mask. So now, you know, why do I have to like match my mask with my outfit now forever and a day?
Do you have to wear a mask? You specifically?
No, well, you know, you got to wear a mask when you go into these stores. So, I mean, that's what I mean. So, you see what I'm saying? It's so thorough. Like, it's such a beautiful thing because now, like, look, me and the Queen, right? We're going on a trip in March. We're going to Mexico. Now, we got to wear masks to the airport. Got to wear a mask on the airplane, and then like when we're coming back, we got to get tested. We ain't never got tested ever in our life. You see what I'm saying? Ever. So now
you're faced with a decision of, do I take the
right,
trip or do I not go through the testing and the mask and all the bullshit?
right. So now we just have to just kind of adjust because we do want it, because we're trying to go to the ruins in the little pyramid in Mexico. You see what I'm saying?
But that comes with a price.
Right, but it comes with a price now, or a price that we deem, you know what I'm saying, a value that we have a value to. Because at
Is
the
it
end of
worth
the day,
it to you to have to pay that price?
yeah, I guess it is now, shit, because at the same time, you know, we're just like, well, this is the new, because now, you know, for us to expedite speed and comfortability or whatever, right? We, you know, shit.
Well, if it's
Remember,
worth it to you.
What's the book? What Robert Greene said, in the 50th Law, Self-Reliance. You know what I'm saying? We really don't have to do none of this shit. We just choosing to do it because we've been dumbed down or mind controlled into a comfortable society to where it seems like we need this stuff, right? We don't need a car. We can actually walk, but you know, whatever, right? It's
And you
just
know,
kind of too far, whatever.
you don't even have to put a negative connotation on it. It doesn't even have to be, you know, mind controlled or anything. It's just a balance of decisions. If you choose to, say, for example, go on that trip, then you also are mature enough to realize that going on that trip costs something. You're going to have to take take the test. You're going to have to do this, that, and the third. And, you know, you also understand ultimately if you don't want to go through that, then you'd have to give up the trip. But if you choose to go on the trip and you're choosing to do that other stuff, then that's divine because you made the choice to do it.
I always said, everybody always heard the term New World Order. We heard the New World Order, New World Order. Well, this is the New World Order. No one defined how it was supposed to look, what was supposed to happen. This is the new order of the world. The new order of the world that's given to us by the people that are in control. They say that for you to participate within society nowadays, you're going to have a mask because these masks are supposedly, as they make it sound normal, everybody must do their part. That's what they pump down here in Florida. Everybody must do their part to keep you safe. So even in New York, they're trying to implement that if you want to go watch a baseball game, a football game, you're gonna have to show your paperwork that you've been tested for COVID-19 and you have been tested negative. They're trying to do that around the whole United States. So this is the implementation of a new order within our world. So
And isn't that so wonderful that you have a choice? Now you have a choice. If you want to see that basketball game, you got to get your shots. But if you choose that you don't want to do that shit, then you know they don't take away the choice. That's the thing that people fail to realize. Everyone talks about it as if it's being forced on us. It's still a choice.
And they've always pumped us with fear off of something that was going to wipe the human society out. First, it was the swine flu. Then it was the chicken flu. Then they tried to hit us with Ebola was invading the United States. But those things didn't work. But they were triggers so they could implant it in your mind that at any moment, we as a human species could be attacked by a virus and it can wipe millions of us out. So we know, so like I said, there's people who want to wipe huge populations of the society out of here. So it's almost like a survival of the fittest. So that if they've grafted this type, because let's not forget, science of grafting been going on for millions of years. So now that they've grafted this here new technology called a virus, because this thing is a technology. So now it only will take those individuals who already, quote unquote, have a compromised immune system. If you're not strong enough to withstand this implement, because we all maybe have some sort of a toxic defect going on within us undetected because we don't have any noticeable signs. That's why if you realize at a point in entertainment, every movie and all television shows were coming all about what? Fucking zombies. It was always based off of these zombies and zombies this and Walking Dead. Everybody that's in the Walking Dead, if you ever watched that
everybody that's still alive was already affected by whatever happened that was changing people into the Walking Dead. So nobody was really safe or saved by what happened. Everybody was affected by it, whether you was a zombie or you was a regular person. So that's pretty much what has happened to us. We are survive. We are now living in a time of, it really is survival of the fittest. If you're not taking natural ways, or you're not changing, because it's also dealing with Earth having a shift. So sometimes when the Earth has an electromagnetic shift, which is an impulse, which is a thought, which is a activity that needs to be done by Gaia, she uses what? She uses the people. So the frequency that's been changed to is that you have to have people have to change. So by this coming and happening to us, people now have the opportunity to get into the sciences that us as a group have gotten into. Either you're going to choose to go live in fear out here in this new world, or you're going to make the choice to empower yourself as a divine being, not a human being, but a divine being. You're going to empower that and overcome any obstacle that you're going to face out here in society, because we're always under attack.
Look, I'm glad that you brought up that whole comment about the vibration. That's exactly why I said what I said about Akasha and Om, right? We exist in a giant pool of different frequencies, and the main quality of Prakriti is change. This means we're constantly fluctuating from one frequency to another. We're entering into a new frequency now. That means that everything along with it must change. So for us to not change with it means that we suffer. To be attached to any one thing, whether it's an idea or a physical item, is to suffer, because at some point the vibration frequency of that thing must deteriorate. And the frequency of the past has deteriorated. We're in a new place now. And if we're still attached to the ideas of the old place, we will suffer. Death is mercy. You know, what are we afraid of when they threaten us with this thing that's going to wipe out humanity or this or that? What are we clinging to? What about our lives what are we so afraid of losing? This trivial existence of having to go to that fucked up job and deal with these fucked up people, having to constantly earn money that we have to spend all of it on rent and bills.
Exactly.
What is it? What are we afraid of losing? That fucked up sex that it's better in our heads or with our right hand than it is with that actual person who's not worth all the trouble. Them badass kids that are constantly destroying the house that you saved, or excuse me, are paying so many loans on. That car that you got to impress people who don't care. Like, what are we trying to protect here?
Exactly. And we've been going through this over and over and over throughout the centuries. It's always been, and we watch magnificent movies. And we've watched all of these movies. Like they had the Book of Eli and I Am Legend and The Walking Deads and just tons of movies for years. Just always, you know, just demonstrating the downfall. It's always an apocalyptic movie that we're being invaded or something's happening or everyone's dying. The earth is a meteor. Whatever happened to this fucking meteor that was supposed to hit the earth at the beginning of last year or some shit like that? It's always something that's happening.
Right.
That's the program. Under the gun.
The program.
At one point in my lifetime, shit, we were having nuclear bomb fucking
drills,
like fucking fire drills. Like we were under attack of then, you know what I'm saying? Then we got supposedly we got attacked. 9/11. We're always under attack of some kind of shit. So now they played the big, it's like chess.
Okay, okay.
They fucking brought out the queen on the first move. Like, well, goddamn, you leading out with the queen? Like, they brought the big guns this time.
Okay, you reminded me of this issue here. I'm reading this book about karma. That was difficult to find. But basically, the human realm is one of the last realms of cause. The animal realm is the realm of effect. The plant realm is deep, intense effect. And what we find is that we are finding ourselves conditioned to live in an animal form, which, if it continues, inevitably, these people will reincarnate as animals. But it says here that Earth is karma bhumi, a region where karma is performed. Of human beings, while it is bog bhumi, region of facing the consequences of karma for animals and plants. For human beings, heaven and hell are bog bhumis, which are the regions for facing karma. Whereas for animals and plants, Earth is the bog bhumi. So for animals and plants, Earth is the hell. There's no scope for activity in the bog bhumi. So in other words, you're just affected. There's no cause there. Depending on the karma of the past, one has to face the happiness or sorrow bestowing consequences in the bog bhumi. As Earth is the karma bhumi of human beings, they can take independent decisions and act accordingly. So it almost seems as that the conditioning of living as a part of the root social matrix is we're conditioned to live as animals in what they call the bog bhumi, which is all we do is face karma all day, all day, all day. Every time we flip on the news, we're affected by this bad news. When we feel that we are pressured, we have to wear the mask, we have to take the vaccine, we have to do this, we have to do that. We're conditioned to live under bog bhumi. And what's happening is we are forgetting every day that we have a choice. That's why everyone's getting online and panicking as if the choice is already being taken. Because in their head, it's already taken. They're already in hell. So when they die, guess where they're going to reincarnate as? In a place that matches that frequency of living in bog bhumi.
Yeah. So, and you, like I said, you mean to tell me that COVID-19 is worse than the big bad cancer? You mean to tell me that the COVID-19 is worse than the big bad AIDS and HIV? What's worse than a nigga? What's worse than going to the doctor because you start feeling not too good, and then you go get tested, and the doctor comes in there with another assistant and tells you that you're HIV positive? That's worse than COVID now? COVID's worse than that? Come on. It's one monster after the next. The only thing about this monster is they didn't collectively made everybody, as Dreamwise said, put something physically on our face, a mask. At one time, it was illegal to walk inside of a store with a mask on your face.
Shit, not one time, a week before the mask mandate. Yeah. A day before the mask mandate.
Let you walk up the street with a surgeon with because we called them dust masks. They weren't even, we're walking around wearing dust masks. Let you walk into Dollar General a week before the COVID thing start with a fucking mask on and see if they won't look at you like you getting ready to pull it out and say, give me all the money in the drawer.
Right.
People walking banks right now with this. That means that all of this facial recognition technology that they built is now obsolete because you got a mask on. It can't read your face unless they didn't stepped it up that it's doing something to your eyes.
Nah, we ain't that smart. These folks ain't that smart.
So it's like you gotta really contemplate. Like you said, you can't allow yourself, because once worry takes foot in your mind, worry and doubt, you know what that does? Drains your immune system. You actually become sick as soon as you start to become doubtful and worry. The HIV doesn't kill you. The conditions of stress placed upon your heart and your kidneys and your other bodily functions kills you way before the fucking HIV takes your blood and turns into poison happens.
You die from stress. That
Right.
turns into cancer. That turns into lymphoma. So we got to be able to, this is the reason why I think that, you know, like groups like ourselves, people like ourselves take up practices for the betterment of the individual, as we are individuals, and also collectively we're sharpening each other's swords with this system. And the ultimate purpose of this is for spiritual evolution. That's the next stage from Homo erectus, a spiritual evolved being on a higher level. That's what the ancient Cometics, that's what you want to call an Atlantean. They were highly advanced spiritual people to the point where they were so advanced you can't even fucking find them. They ain't leave no relics behind because they were actually able to manifest on different planes. They didn't have to stay on fucking Earth. It ain't no Atlantis under the fucking water and shit like that. When they were sick of this fucking death planet, they took everything and got the fuck out of here.
Okay, so let's get to it, you know, on a whole nother level. Now, if we understand that this whole thing is based on some kind of feeling or some kind of vibration, right? That says, I'm letting this earth go, right? So now when we internalize this external enemy, i.e. the news, media, whatever, other people's minds, all of this other stuff that comes into our consciousness, right? And we're subtly shedding it off, right? And we understand that we're not going to go sit on top of a mountain and just be by ourselves and live in some kind of, you know, utopia of a feeling, right? So now let's get to the holistic thing. Is this what we asked for? You see what I'm saying? So now we have to take the good with the bad, the pain with the great. You feel me? Because at the same time, I really believe, honestly, we came down here to experience this thing we call COVID-19 as a test run. You see what I'm saying? To test how strong we are and how we can maneuver, you know, through that external weapon that this earth realm is trying to persuade us to. You see what I'm saying? If the mind is off.
You know what we
If
all
the mind is
are,
off.
Fact. You know what we are? You ever look at a Petri dish and they show you the bacteria? They show you all the one-celled amoebas that's moving around inside of a Petri dish. I know we've all seen that before under a microscope. Are they all moving in the same direction, doing the same thing? Then none of them are doing the same thing, but they're all in the same Petri dish. They all have their own individual experience within the same conglomerate area. That's just like us. We on this earth, we all have an individual experience and we all have an individual purpose. The whole thing is that collectively we exposed to particular things because we are here together. And it's just like how you said the news media and all of this stuff portray what all of these earthly communicative media system use. They're using the power of persuasion. They're persuading the human mind and swaying the human mind into certain areas that they want them to be focused on. So as an individual, it's up to an individual to do their due diligence to not be persuaded once they come into the realization of first who they are and their individual purpose upon this earth plane, and then what is their collective purpose amongst the society of people. And most of the time you're going to find yourself that you're going to end up being standing alone from the rest of the herd. You're going to be, it's just like when down here in farms, they have horse farms, but some of these horse farms be having mules on the horse farms. You know why? Because a fucking mule don't hang with the horse. It's they use them like guards. If anything comes around these fucking $1 million horses, the mule's gonna fuck around and make a lot of noise. So everything has its own purpose and it has to stand alone. So we can't. So if an individual, that's why it says the battle of the fittest. So those who can't evolve beyond a fear-based system and a power of persuasion, they're going to fall victim to this shit. They're going to fall victim to not just a COVID-19. They're going to fall victim to earthly life and die stressed out. And they're going to have to come through and it's going to be like put the next quarter in the video game. You're going to start all over again.
Dreamwise. Dreamwise.
Yeah.
You with me?
Yeah.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to ask you a short series of questions based on your last comment, and each question may depend on the answer that you give preceding question. You mentioned about COVID-19 being something that we chose to experience, and how may or may not be our path to go live on a mountain somewhere and just live in the state of bliss. So my first question would be, who chose to experience the COVID-19?
I think we literally came down here to have this kind of experience, because remember, you got to think about what we're on. We're on a timeline, right? And as spiritual beings, we can see our timeline. So we basically chose, what timeline we wanted to be represented on, right? The bird's eye view, right? So now, if I'm in control of my universe, if I'm the God, the Alpha and Omega and all that shit, right? And I said, okay, you know what? Let me look at my timeline. I want to come down to this time where they're doing this little demonstration of a disease called COVID-19. Now, I have to ask myself, why did I come down here? You know what I mean? What was my purpose of coming down in this space and time? Because at the end of the day, we came down in so many different lifetimes, right? So now, if we really look at this thing and say, okay, why did I come back in the 1700s? Or why did I come back in 3022, right? All these different timelines. Now we gotta really ask ourselves, shit, is this a choice that we made, saying, oh, that looks like it might be fun? Or is it just something we, you know what I'm saying? Or is it just something we unconsciously said, we're gonna just experience this timeline, we don't know what's gonna happen? You feel me? If we are the creator of our reality.
And that's the part that I really want to focus on. So from what you described there, it sounds like, from your estimation, there are two me's, two I's. There's one that is within this experience, and there's another one that seems to be outside of that experience. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
When we're looking at this outside me, what about that inside me, the me that's a part of this program, if we will? How much of that inside me is the outside me? Like, what is the difference?
What you mean, Tribe? It's all the same. Everything's the same. Light and dark is the same. That's what I've been saying the whole time. Like darkness and lightness, people be thinking it's a different thing, but all of this thing is on the same pole. It's on the same. We're just measuring it by degree, by our own perception of degree. So now, when we really understand that none of this stuff is wrong, none of this stuff is right, we're just actually living out a human experience, right? And just taking in that experience. Now, once we come into a space where we say, oh, I feel, right? The feeling, right, is what makes it so bad. And my bad, I'm trying to package these packages. When we come into this space where we say these feelings is real, right? That's why the chakra work is so important, or balancing your emotions, right? However you feel about the chakras and all of this other stuff, right? Just understanding to balance your stuff into a space where you just say, okay, well, I am that I am, right? Now, when you come into that space, you can actually step back and say, okay, wait a minute. Am I who I say I'm at? I am, you know, am I putting on this, like Panic say, that cowardly lion thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or do I just need to move in a space where, you know, that's what I was telling you earlier, earlier in this year. I'm like, damn, I'm starting to trying to figure out, am I supposed to move away from this whole notion of being even a dream wise, even though I'm trying to give out and spew out information? Is that even something that I'm supposed to come into you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
A thing about? Yeah, I understand I gotta, you know, survive or whatever on this earthly realm, but then at the same time, I have to be able to understand what y'all taught me in January. I have to be able to understand that, yeah, I'm coming from a pure heart space, and I shouldn't feel bad about, you know, selling spirituality or whatever. You feel me?
Yes.
I don't know if that answered your question, Trav.
It clarifies a bit more of what I'm getting towards. So it seems like from what you said, the difference isn't so much in quality, but more in the degree of maybe awareness of its true essence. Right. On one end, the true essence is something that already understands the whole spectrum of the frequency, whereas the incarnated me is one that's only aware of this particular moment in time and maybe some of the memories before it.
Yeah, you know what's so interesting about this whole conversation is, like, and especially us talking about COVID-19, like they're really literally using thermometers against us. And that measurement of a degree is what they're measuring. Like, are you hot? Are you cold? You know what I'm saying? Are you over 100? And so it's so sick, because it's like, wow, when we really step back and look at that, it's like, damn, this is a symbolic world. So fucked up.
Every level of it. And it's all about trying to convince certain individuals to fall up under another individual's program.
Because think about it like this. None of the kids are really getting COVID-19, right? Okay, a kid might have a temperature. Let's just say a kid has a temperature because he feeling some type of way, right? But now let's get to the adults. Now the adults have a temperature, but honestly, and just being straight up, did they place that degree upon their emotionality of the COVID-19 experiment that's going on, or or do they really have COVID-19? I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying we gotta literally think outside the box sometimes and see how far the mind control can go. Because if everybody knows the mind control information, how far can they push this out to expand, to a whole nother trajectory of idea?
Yeah. So it seems also, with that being said, that the individual incarnated self being locked in this moment in time now, it almost, the best option for it would be to rely on support from that higher self, because higher self has awareness of the whole range of the frequencies, right? I mean, for us to say the mind is all, I don't think we're talking about the incarnated mind. I think it's more to do with that higher mind, the mind that is all frequency. And oftentimes we might ask the question, who is me? Who am I? Who are we talking about? I think that's a question that's pointing more towards the reality of this higher mind being the true mind, being the all, as opposed to the incarnated personality or ego, and how this individual thing isn't really much of anything more than a tool, more than a thermometer measuring difference of degrees in time and space.
Yeah, I do a meditation where I'm basically three people, you know what I'm saying? A meditation where you're yourself, you're your higher self, and your ego, right? And you're sitting at the round table. They call it the round table meditation. And basically, in the meditation, you're just seeing what your ego is speaking to you. You're just seeing what your higher self is trying to convey to you, and then you as yourself is just sitting back and kind of grasping the whole notion of, okay, well, what's going on, da 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 da. You know what I mean? You're just trying to deliberate between the ego and your higher self, right? And the idea of who we think we are, right? So that meditation actually really helps you stay in spirit and tap into spirit and know that, you know what I'm saying? Like, look, I decode movies and shit. Who the fuck says I'm right? You see what I'm saying, Trav? I can just be making that shit up. You see what I'm saying? But then again, am I making it up?
Right. That's the beauty of the symbolic reality.
So now because fucking who was that? Fucking Brother Sanchez challenged me on one of these videos. And I was kind of sitting there thinking to myself that I'm like, all right, well, who are you and why does it even matter your opinion? You see what I'm saying? Like, the fuck? That shit don't mean shit. It might mean something to the opinions of others, but if I believe in myself and I believe in the conviction of what I stand by, then fuck you. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah.
shit. I mean, and it's not even fuck you. It's just like, okay, whatever. You see what I'm saying? So,
that same opinion that he has about you decoding movies, can very well be applied to his opinion of you.
Right. So it's like we gotta just live in our own truth and understand that this world can get so convoluted to where, just like I was saying, is your vision decided by others? Because at the end of the day, shit, no, I don't. Shit, I'll come on here and say whatever the fuck I want to say, and then at the same time, I'll stay back and learn information, right? Because that's what I am. I'm a learner. I'm a master student first and foremost, and I'm able to humble myself and say, okay, well, let me hear this perspective, and if it really resonates with me in my being, then I must take it and run with it. You see what I'm saying? And now I can manipulate my matrix, my world accordingly. But I'm just not gonna say, yeah, Shango, you right, man. I know you read that in the book, and now you know what I'm saying. That's it. Shit, fuck that. You God. You know what I'm saying. And it's not like he might be wrong or right, but what is right or wrong? So it all comes back down to this feeling thing we're talking about. You feel me? Because once we come into this understanding of the feeling inside of yourself, like Shango can say, "Nah, Dream, you wrong, man. All that shit you talking about, that's some bullshit." And now, if I literally attach that to my being and say, "You know what, Shango, you are right." Now I'm basically mind controlled by Shango because he gave me another understanding of something that I da 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 da. And I think that's the beauty of what Panic does, is he kind of says, do not trust me, don't believe in me. I'm just trying to give you a different way of thinking. You know what I'm saying? And that's the biggest key to this whole thing, is just thinking for yourself instead of thinking from another person's point of view.
Right. And there is a time to receive, because I think a lot of people try to skip that stage. A lot of people try to, they might hear about some of the stuff for the first time and then, I guess for lack of better words, be unteachable, yet want to go further in understanding. But, you don't enter into school and skip basic math and go straight to algebra. Like, you literally have to learn at a certain level. I guess there is a time and a place for everything. Then there comes a time and a place where you're supposed to think for yourself, But the place that we live here is beautiful because life gives us experiences where we are taught what we need to learn, and life also gives us experiences that are tests that put us in an opportunity to exercise what we've learned versus are we still going to rely on that old program of just following. It's kind of beautiful in the way that it always gives us exactly the type of situations we need to experience every moment.
Yeah, like I literally learned so much from you, Trav, that I can just say, like, you are literally one of my teachers. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter if we're whatever, that shit doesn't matter. Like, you know what I'm saying? We gotta get off of this notion of anything of somebody being older than us or they've been in the game longer than us and shit. Like, it doesn't, none of that shit matters. I was talking to Panic about that shit. Like, how the fuck you expect me to be in a space of the 90s when I wasn't even fucking born yet? Like, you gotta get real with yourself, like, because and then this is the thing with Panic too, because because of me and D-Ray was talking to him, and the idea was this whole cowardly lion thing. I'm like, Panic will prejudge you before you, because he has his defense up. You know what I'm saying? Because he's already thinking that you're gonna come with some, you know, some kind of idea or some kind of uh uh thing, because he probably heard a little bit about you or whatever, and da 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 da. Right? But I'm like, nah, nigga, I don't give a fuck about none of this shit. I'm not trying to challenge nobody. You feel me? I'm just trying to just do me and just have fun with this thing at the end of the day. Because until we get to a space where we just coming from a unconditional love space, and I understood what Panic was saying. Don't get me wrong, because he did say, like, you know, he always had to defend himself, because at the end of the day, people were coming for him, you know, trying to get interviews or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So he has to come from a space of, you know, hey, let me put my guard up on this nigga, because I'm already understanding what he probably might want. You feel me?
Yeah.
So
To get
now,
some.
yeah. So and he told me some real shit, and I told him, I said, man, I said, thank you, Panic. That's the realest shit ever. Like, he literally sat there and told me, he said, Dream, you don't even want me to come on your show, because now I'm I'm gonna validate you without you even putting in the footwork. And you don't want that. You want to just have your own identity, have your own journey, and just make it your own. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I still asked him, which he still figured I was going to ask him, but I didn't know how to not ask him. You see what I'm saying? Like, what am I supposed to say? So Panic, you know what I'm saying? Even though he knew that I was going to ask him, I still had to ask him, because at the same time, I was like, okay, Panic, well, I would love for you to come on my show. I'm not gonna not ask you, because you know that I'm about to ask your ass. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of one of those things where you have to step into a whole nother level of this thing and just say, okay, well, all of it is interconnected somehow, and we don't have to, you know, judge the situation, because we kind of can perceive it from a mile away.
Yeah, almost like when, you know, a male's dealing with an attractive female, you know, slips into the inbox. It may not happen instantly, but you already know what's going to happen eventually, right? Or at least if we prejudge, that's what we would think.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Like, should somebody slip into your inbox, and now all of a sudden a female, that's why they got their guard up. You know what I'm saying? I had many females used to tell me that they used to be at the gas station, and they just used to look down and just clothe themselves, cover themselves crazy, because they didn't want nobody to talk to them. You know what I'm saying? So it's that kind of thing where you know, it's like, but then again, you got to ask yourself, okay, well, and yeah, I mean, I get it. You know, you shit. I don't want to talk to nobody half of the time, but then now you just got to kind of ask yourself, okay, when do you just give up, right? When do you say, all right, fuck it, I give up, and then you just kind of give up to the notion of anybody has any power over you, or they can manipulate your mind by talking to you. You know what I'm saying? Any external force can manipulate you. So now, a high female's at the gas station, and she has so much confidence and conviction in herself that she's not even worried or bothered by somebody trying to come talk to her. She's gonna pump her gas and go on about her way.
Right. Two different levels.
Yeah, rather than worrying about, oh, I don't want to tell this dude no, what the fuck, how do I, all of that shit.
Alora Cohen.
Travis, Magus.
Greeting.
Hi.
You ever been? Oh, go ahead.
I just said hi. Go ahead.
Oh. Hi. Go ahead. You ever been hit on at the gas station?
All the time.
All the time?
Yeah, and I get free shit all the time. Yeah, a lot. Actually, I have a automatic response to always carry like a weapon on me or something. But that's just, I mean, we talked about that last time. That was that's living off of the memories, right? And not necessarily the experience that's happening in the now. But yeah, I've also I've had people like try to buy me a whole lot. People have tried, I mean, I got stories, man. It's like nonstop. I think, yeah, it's nonstop. There's just like a whole bunch of shit that goes on. That I'm sure also goes on for males too. But for females, I can only speak to that experience that, yeah, there's a lot of shit that goes down.
So then that begs the answer, Trav, right? Like this external force, like external people and all of this do have some kind of influence, right? It can, right, have some kind of influence on us because at the same time, we're human, right? And you know what I mean? We feel that, right? We're like, you know, we're trying to tell a guy no or whatever, or not me.
However, I gotta tell you, there is a point though where you mentioned before Dreamwise that you said, you know, there's a difference between a female who stands up, who like where that doesn't even matter or phase her. There is a point where your external stops influencing you. Like, I don't think people want to mess with me anymore. Like they'll try, but they come with a lot more respect, and I know that that's because of how I stand and how my energy is. Like what I'm in control of when I'm in my own sphere, like you literally can't enter into that without knowing that you're coming into something else that you may not have control of.
Without coming correct, that's powerful, and that's real shit, because at the same time, if anybody comes into your auric field, right, now, you know, they can feel that massive energy, and if they come with some whack shit, you're gonna shut them down. But if they come with some, if they're coming in the space correct, now, you know what I'm saying, they might can maneuver in the matrix. Shit.
Well, yeah, and like I even like tell them what to do. Like last time I was in Mexico recently, there was this guy and he was like, "You suck cock? You suck my cock?" And I was like, "You're going to walk," and I said like in a really basic voice, I was like, "You're going to walk away now, and you're not going to turn around, and you're not going to speak to me anymore." And he turned around and he walked away.
That weak ass mind.
Yeah, exactly. I think there is like a really big difference when you come into control of your own being and how you influence others. Like it's very literal, very literal.
Honestly, I don't even think that women really know the potential that they hold if they get into this type of science. Understanding and harnessing male attraction can be a very powerful thing. Males are probably the easiest when it comes to influence and manipulation, because when a male has his sights on something, common sense begins to rapidly melt away. So for a female to understand the science of seduction and neurolinguistic programming would make her a very potent force. but it takes a knowledge of self and an understanding of your own patterns to even be able to get started on that. But just letting y'all know out there, instead of worrying about these dudes, learn how to utilize that energy for your benefit.
Yeah, I mean, NLP was for women.
What?
NLP, that's like a women-led kind of thing, you know? They were women were using NLP. That's legit mind control.
Indeed. One of the forerunners, not the originator, of course, but one of the forerunners was a pair of sisters.
Yeah, I think that people get it twisted between this is going to move full circle again about that conversation we had last week about masculine and feminine. I think a lot of people try to deem themselves that, but they don't actually understand what it means to harness all of that. And so I think that both sexes are very, very confused when it comes to that, because I could say just as easily it's the same issues for males. Like women are also very easy to control if they don't know themselves.
Yeah, it works in a different way. So I guess from my perspective, the reason I said that was because the male-minded individual, once it gets locked in on whatever it is that it's lusting for, it's very difficult for him to come out of that. Typically, that thing that's locked in on is a female. And whatever we have no control over controls us.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I'm seeing it as like a female perspective too. Like it could literally go that way too. See a dude, you're just like, oh, I cannot control this man. I'm gonna marry him.
Right. All women though, like women don't see guys, you know, we damn, how do I put this? Many guys will really fuck anything. And they may not say it publicly, but typically. Whereas females, it seems like their selection is a bit more narrowed. So maybe if you're one of those individuals that a woman does choose, then you have that ability. But most guys are just gonna take anything. They're hard.
That's true.
But the stars are a reflection of all this. Not the main thing.
That's true. I think that a lot of that too, though, we're very like bred for that. Like in this culture, we're very, very trained for that way of thinking. But I mean, in general too, yeah, women look for longer term mates, I guess. But they're also, I mean, you know, I don't know, it's a very interesting concept because that's where you get societal culture as well as identifying as self, which is totally unattached from all this. And then you also get your ego. I mean, it's like this whole big clusterfuck, right? That we're trying to sort through and generalize at the same time, which we really can't do. So it's a process.
11/11.
Yeah.
I'll say, breathe that in, looking ass. Nah, you know, we said, power it up, whatever you feel.
Harmony is a level where you really understand that the earth, nature, prakriti, whatever we want to call her, has always been in a state of balance, and she always will be. She was before manifestation happened, she is during manifestation, and she will be after. But for us to be in the midst of it, for us to be in the midst of change and the process of change, we start to attach to things, and then we feel that things are out of harmony and out of balance, so we suffer because of that. But when we're able to expand from just our individual experience, we're getting closer to our higher experience, that higher vantage point. And the closer we get to that higher vantage point, we really begin to see that everything is where it's supposed to be, and it always has been. I haven't been here long enough to say that anything's wrong. I haven't been on this planet long enough to say that the things that are taking place in the world right now aren't justified and deserved, right? Who am I to say that mankind doesn't deserve what it's getting right now from my individual perspective? But from an expanded perspective, I see absolutely that our planet is receiving exactly what it deserves right now. And I didn't call anything good or bad. It's just that the way that things are unfolding is the way that it's supposed to be, because it literally couldn't happen any other way. Man doesn't have enough free will or self-control to have any type of power over nature, not any real power, because nature is eternal. Man is temporary, and everything that man establishes will eventually be taken down by nature. So what power do we have over this perfect machine? Hell, we're made out of this perfect. We're composed of parts of this machine. So who are we to say that anything's out of order or out of balance? Who are we to say that we're burning down the trees and killing all the whales and we need to stop it? Maybe, just maybe, that's the way it's supposed to be.
In the ancient times, they used to be happy, joyous, right? The people dying. I don't know this for a fact, but this is just something I read in the book.
I mean, yeah, even if we look in the Indian culture, there was a celebration of death because, there's even a manifestation of Shiva who cries tears at the funeral, not because they passed, but because they've been liberated.
Right.
That's
So
where this
now,
necklace comes from.
Let me see. What necklace, Trev?
Or the Rudra
Oh,
Kasha.
okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Rudra's tears.
Yeah. Where you get that from? I gotta get that.
I got it from Amazon.
Okay, cool. But no, that's what I mean. Like, so now we reverse the polarity, right? Now death is a bad thing, right? So now, who is that? Trayvon Martin or Michael Bell or whatever. I said Michael Bell. Damn, my bad, Mike. Don't kill me, Mike.
Oh no,
Michael Brown or what's the recent one that Floyd, whatever his name is. Yeah, they
Did you say
get
Floyd
killed.
Mayweather?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Oh, thank God. Okay. I was like, no, wrong Floyd.
Man, these names be just interlinked. I don't know what it is, but now they get killed, and now we're like, oh, that's such a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh, that's horrible. But what if they're actually freeing us? Uh-oh.
I mean, if we actually knew what was going on, there wouldn't be any tears.
Is this hell?
I mean, it's quickly becoming that, right?
Well,
or at least from perspective. All this is perspective.
yeah, because that's still putting it as a place. That's still marking this territory, this realm as a place, and it's not. It's a level of density. So yeah, we're in the most dense aspects. We're looking to become less, but through that, we also have to kind of be mindful of that when going over prakriti like this in such a way.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've been identifying. Go ahead.
You've been identifying.
Well, since our last conversation where it was Purusha finally sees that I am not this. That's the realization. So I've been kind of practicing that. Like, I am not this person. I am not any of this. That none of this is really me. And trying to eliminate the idea that this is actually like a physical place. Because all signs point that it's not.
Facts. I've been practicing that as well. You know, with my meditations, I really feel the expansion, and particularly that TATTWAS Shuddhi. I don't know if you've been practicing it yet, but that specific meditation always takes me to this place where I expand, and it's supposed to, right? Halfway through the meditation, you are supposed to expand your consciousness as best you can up to the levels of Prakriti. And I think as a byproduct of me doing that, I come back with this sense that everything is in order, like to see the whole puzzle, not just from the perspective of a piece, but to see that whole puzzle consistently reminds my subconscious that there is nothing out of order. I'm playing my part and everything else is playing its part. As a matter of fact, I'm not even here. I'm just observing parts being played.
Really though, because like everything works as a cycle. There's always been martyrs. There's always been saviors. There's always been prophets. There's always been devils. These are the same characters, archetypes that are playing out over and over and over and over again.
When it comes to death, I mean, everything has to die. Everything has to become disassembled at some point. Sometimes it's tragic circumstances, sometimes it's natural circumstances, but it's the same thing happening. And for us to get unnecessarily emotionally disturbed, in a way, is very selfish.
We're just confused.
I mean, how many times
Go ahead.
at a funeral or the death or any of these things happen, we're not upset for that person. We're not upset for that person's family. We're upset about some type of attachment we have to the identity, whether it's a racial thing or what they gave us, what they did to us, right? You know, someone's significant other passes and they're upset because now they don't know what to do now that they're gone, as opposed to I'm upset because, you know, I don't know what this person's going to experience. You know what I'm saying? How's their family? You know what I'm saying? It's very me-centered. It's always me-centered. You know, I'm upset and I'm scared now that cops are killing Black people as a whole. It's very selfish. We're not concerned about the victim's family, so-called victim. We're not concerned about, you know, what this person is experiencing now. It's always me-centered.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we have. Or so we think, right? Everything is how it appears. So the way how we conceptualize death, we already know is an illusion. It's just what type. I mean, that's why they have the cook-off.
How many people are ready to die?
Not many, that's for sure.
Ask in the chat room. I gotta go to the chat room, but put a 1 in the chat if you are ready to die.
Don't put a 1 if you ain't ready to be tested now.
See how I perceived the you see how I planted the question, Trav?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have said, put a 1 if you're not ready to die. Oh, let's put a 1. Now, you see what I'm saying? But
yeah.
Wow, what a heavy question. What a heavy attachment. To what? To the transformation. To the transformation process that happens at death.
Ready to die. Somebody put a 2. Aqua Rasu to 2 put 2.
I like the family. See, the family is real talk. They's like, hold on, Dream, you going too far.
Too much.
Too much. I just wanted to learn about polarity, but now you talking about.
Speaking about polarity, are you ready to die?
While we're on the subject of polarity,
Life and death. Oh shit, that's a hard. You just
Let's
hit
go
them
to the
with-
root right now.
Let's go straight to it.
welcome to the jungle. But yeah, even that's polarity, life and death.
Yep.
Always at the center of this polarity business is this perspective of me, I. What dies? What lives? Who experiences hot and cold? Who experiences pleasant or unpleasant? Polarity only exists in this perspective, and that's what makes it a half truth, because it's objective. It all depends on your five senses. So is it an ultimate truth if it depends on your five senses? It can't be, because as soon as you're gone, that truth you thought you had wasn't even real. If I sit here and say I like the color black and hate, and the color black is good and the color white is bad, when I die, that doesn't apply, because no one's there to perceive it. No one is there to make that judgment.
No, but if it's your, well, trying to figure out what you were saying, Tribe. But if it's your truth, then you know what I mean. Well, it's your truth. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but yeah,
Then
you
it'll
might.
just repeat that cycle. Then that cycle will just repeat. Because that's the karma that's getting played out. Your decisions, your attachments that you take from here, at least I think, when the process of death occurs, that's essentially like a possible reset. See whether or not you've been able to decode and reprogram yourself into a new aspect, or you just get played out in the same one but a different scenario.
Tribe, you said if you die with a certain truth, then who says it's real, basically?
I'm saying it's all based on perspective. If we say my truth, is it really a truth? Because when I die, it's not true anymore. If I say that, if I say that white supremacy is bad, I'm only saying that because of my experience as a black man. But if I die and I'm no longer a black man, I cannot say that white supremacy is bad, because for someone who it benefits, it's very good.
Right.
If I incarnated as that person, it's very good. So what I'm saying is, like, the whole concept of polarity, if it's dependent on the individual, then it isn't a truth, a half truth.
But this is when we get into spirit, you know what I'm saying, and start tapping into spirit, because now if we have a spirit, which is just an energy that we're exuding on this earth realm, right, and energy doesn't die, now that energy does live on, regardless of if we actually die physically or not, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. So now we have to ask ourselves, the spirit, is it a illusionary construct, or is it still something real, which is, on the level of kind of like the soul or whatever, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's crazy. Mind fuck looking ass.
That's been the whole this whole digging process with this Vedic information, because the more that those types of questions are asked, the more that the very difficult truth becomes apparent that I do not exist. Because say, for example, the body dies, those energies continue. What part of that is me, right? Let's say I'm an individual who is constantly thinking about sex, constantly going out having sex, and I die. My body dies. Now that energy accumulation and repetition of the whole lust and sex and all that stuff, that will continue to exist. Even as you said, the energy, it isn't destroyed or created, it just transfers to other things. That energy is definitely going to reincarnate in the best possible way, whether it's some horny plants or some horny animals, but it's going to return. But that was never me, that's just a description of a type of energy that was in the body that I inhabited at that time. Where am I? If all these different lusts and attachments that were had continue and remanifest in the appropriate vessel, what part of that was me and where am I at that point?
Yeah, that's the same kind of notion as when these spirits enter into your body and you actually feel like you're this kind of being, even though your natural being something else, but you're not able to do the mental alchemy to actually walk in your natural state of being, right? Whoever you're supposed to be, right? Because energy will attach to you. Energy is just these entities. And now these entities do want to attach to your being, right? Especially if you're an open book, if you're an open source of, you don't have no control of your mind, right? You don't have no real power, or you're not deliberate about your own mindset. So these energies will fuck with you, because at the same time, you got to think about it like this: alcohol and all of this stuff, these spirits, or whatever they want to call it, these things can literally transfer into you, and now you're starting to act a certain way. And some people say, "Oh, that's your true self. That's how you really supposed to act." But then again, you wake up the next day and be like, "Damn, what the fuck was I doing?" You know what I mean? So it's different, because that's not you, but then again, they want you to believe that was you. But in all actuality, that could have been some kind of and I'm not saying like if you take 2-3 shots. I'm saying like when you're really fucking loaded and you're kind of out of this world, you're just fucked up, and now all of a sudden you're in a whole nother headspace, right? I.e. the meditation app Headspace.
Yeah.
Where you're and definitely don't do that, because they might be programming something in you. But anyway, so now you're in a whole nother space, or mental idea, again, implanted idea, that's that's making you move a certain way.
Being so intoxicated, being engrossed in the five senses, that puts us back at the level of people who receive any old thought and think it's them.
Right. It could be your fucking grandpa, or your grandma, or whatever, or your cousin that passed away, and you feel like it's you. That's why I be telling everybody, when you have these dreams and stuff, and you're in your dream space, you can't really, and you understand this is a symbolic world. You got to understand that these feelings that come upon you in the dream space, right, it could be your people reaching out to you, giving you the feeling of what they're actually feeling. You see what I'm saying? And they're trying to convey a message to you through symbology and through feelings, i.e., knowledge, wisdom, understanding. You know what I mean? They're trying to give you the holistic understanding through what? Imagery, and then the feeling that you feel in your body, you know, these emotions or whatever. And now when you're in your dream, you see your grandma, and all of a sudden you're feeling scared, and it's kind of a nightmarish dream. But you know, you went to sleep with, you know, happy thoughts or whatever, right? So now you have to step back and say, okay, was that me, or was that my grandma explaining to me that I'm fearful of the afterlife or whatever?
And even when it comes to what we call me, right? All the different elements that compose the self, these different feelings, the different energies, the different thoughts, the different moods, these different unconscious autopilot activities. If we really zoom in to what we call the self isn't a singular thing. It can't possibly be, because, you know, obviously we've expressed this before. I'm a different person to my wife. I'm a different person to my kids. I'm a different person to my boss, to my coworkers, my friends, grandma. I'm a different person to all these people. Which one of them is me, right? All of them, but none of them. You know, I'm a different person when I talk to myself in my head. There's so many different aspects. There's memory. There's my ego. You know, there's my higher mind, my intellect. There's all of these different aspects of what I call me. What one of those are me? Because the thing is, they're only all together because I'm experiencing a body. When the body's gone, all them different aspects are going to go their separate ways. So which one of those things am I truly? I mean, even what we learned from Franz Barton, we're composed of the 5 elements, and each one of those elements, they express themselves within us in specific ways. So none of those things are me, right? There's a fiery nature, a watery nature, earthy nature, airy nature. All those things express themselves through my being, but not one of those things is me. So where am I?
Yeah, so all of it is a lie, or all of it is just like a projection of us being, you know, kind of going through this circle of life, right? This trapped in this circle of time, right? The 12 zodiacs energy, right? To where we're feeling all the different spectrums of the energy by the times, the month, the season, and the gravitational pull of this earth plane, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And even all of those are expressions of the elements. Each one of these zodiac signs on my wall and the different planets, they're all symbolic representations of the energy combination. You know, there's a reason why they say Aries is a fiery nature. According to the Vedic system, I believe that's Kapha, which is fire and water mixed with an extra dose of fire. You know, all the zodiac signs and all the planets can be broken down into the elements they represent. So none of those are actually us. There's something that is, all those things are called conditions. And as long as something is conditioned, it's not free. So all these different parts of us that we've described aren't a result of free will, pre-programmed in a way, because the elements are going to do what they're designed to do, right? Fiery nature will be fiery no matter what. Same with watery nature, etc. But there's a part of unconditioned consciousness that exists beyond the reach of any of these influences. because that's what astrology is, planetary influences. And it's not that the planets influence us, but the planets are a way for us to be able to become aware of the influences that already exist. So if all these different influences exist within us to some degree, what part of us is unconditioned? What part of us is not conditioned by any fire, air, water, Mercury, Gemini, Taurus? What part of us is not conditioned by these things? I think that is what the work is. That's the only work. To find out with that little seed, that untouched pearl, we've called it the soul, we've called it the higher self, but it's incredibly difficult to become aware of it because we're not used to observing things that are unconditioned.
Yeah, that's good, Tribe. And that's kind of like, there's they tell us to do certain things in these kind of seasons. You know what I'm saying? Like in winter, they say hibernate and really get into your study and all of this other stuff. And then spring, you're supposed to be blossoming and blooming and studying your stuff and all of that. And then fall is like kind of fall back and then and it just goes on and on and on. And you kind of look at this thing and say, okay, well, am I gonna let this external earth control my heart? Because earth and heart, and put the H in front of it, in front of in the front of earth and its heart, or am I just gonna control my own heart?
Yeah, because the earth is that regulator, right? The earth is the thing that's regulating the intensity of these elements. So it's like, are we going to follow along with that pattern? Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that, but when it comes to finding that higher self, it exists beyond even that cycle. One thing I've discovered so far is that everything to do with nature, earth, Prakriti, is a series of cycles and patterns. So everything that can be tracked as a pattern is part of the program. Everything that can be tracked back to a cycle and a repetition, a routine, that's all part of the program that we're in. So what part of me is beyond that? That's what makes this work so time consuming. Takes a level of patience, really. That isn't something that can be answered right away.
Yeah, definitely for everybody in the day, man. I'm talking about you just got to keep on going on and on and on and just kind of mapping out this thing according to our, according to our being, according to what our vision is laying out, what our vision is prescribing to, us, like who do we want to be, right? Who do we see in our mind's eye to say, okay, I'm gonna be this on this earth realm for this amount of time, and that's what it is. So this is an interesting thing because we got the power of thought to change all of this stuff. Is it, do we believe in that power of thought, or are we letting other people manipulate our thought?
Yeah. And even thought is a pattern. Because sometimes we don't even know if we're being, influenced or manipulated. So even the logical thought process is a pattern. There has to be something even greater than that. Even there has to be something that is more substantial than even logical thought. And I think that that is getting a lot closer to the realm of where we call soul. And of course, all these things have been mapped out and broken down by the ancients. The answers have always been here. The logical mind serves a purpose, and the purpose is for it to, choose this and that, to tell the body, hey, you got to get up and use the bathroom, or hey, you got to go eat something, or hey, get some fresh air.
Straight up and down. Yeah, Trav, I'm going to send you something, Trav, so be on the lookout for that. I'm going to send you some soon. So be on the lookout for that. And everybody else, man, I appreciate everybody in this thing, man. I'm about to lay down. I done packed up all these packages and I am gone.
Yeah.
If I wake up, Trav, and you are still on, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna be like, God damn, y'all are animals for real, but I get it. Cause y'all tap in. Y'all, that's real. You know what I'm saying? And y'all really tap in with that. Cause that's a zone you have to tap into. You know what I mean? Which is good because that's where you want to be at. You want to be in that kind of state, in that kind of high state to where you are constantly, deliberately thinking about this stuff all the time so you can manipulate this matrix, you know what I'm saying? So I
said it was a lifestyle.
Right. I encourage everybody to definitely stay in alignment. Like whenever I see y'all are on Tribe, I'm clicking on it because I know y'all are gonna boost me up, you know what I'm saying, in whatever trajectory I'm trying to maneuver in spirit, right? So now I'm in you can be in a space of the mundane human world, right? And you can be really fucked up with that shit. But then I listen to you, and then I'll listen to Shango and the whole family, right? And then I'll be like, oh, okay, I see what's going on. We need stuff like this. Like people need stuff like this so they can actually, pick themselves up from their what is that? Their mundane human world. You know what I'm saying? Because that shit can be a hard thing to tunnel out of.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Constantly worried about the survival mode, right? And just in survival mode. You know what I'm saying? You got kids, figure out how you gotta pay the rent or mortgage or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just figuring out all these type of things so where you just like you just get kind of just get sick of it and then you say, okay, well, let me just go ahead and go ahead. Because that thing will come to you. It'll come into you where you're just, jacked up. All right. And that's why I say first comes spirit, then the seconds will come.
Yes. Seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all these things shall be added unto you.
Yes, it's power. Yeah. So y'all have a good night, man. And don't worry, because I wake up early, Trav. Talking about 3:30. And if y'all are still on, I'm gonna be amazed.
Hey, that's not too long from now, honestly.
I'm telling you, though. I'm telling you, y'all be in the ash. Y'all be in because you already know them witching hours. Oh boy, like literally
Right.
2 o'clock in the morning, 2, 3 in the morning. I don't know what it is, Tribe, but that's where I really can get down and I start writing.
Yeah, those are my favorite hours, to be honest.
Yeah, and I don't know what that is. I just kind of get into a zone of writing. Now I don't know what, man. Telling you, I got so much stuff written. I just look through my notes and just be like, so it's amazing, and then it's like different kind of channels or information will come to you at that time. So it's a beautiful time, dog. It is a beautiful time to be just up and just be in your bag. You know what I'm saying? Like even
Yeah.
in meditation, if you're in meditation at that time, oh boy, like God, you are really in a chaos zone. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. 3:33 a.m.
Whew. But people don't.
Yeah. I guess he went ahead and went to sleep. Peace, Dream. Ah, what a strange day. Been having technical difficulties on the stream the whole time. That's all right. How you guys doing in this chat here? Let's see some new names in the chat here. Greetings, greetings. Peace, Nikki PH. Glad to have you. So, we think about life, we think about the self, we think about death. What the hell does any of this really mean? What's the relevance of any of it? We put so much importance on temporary things and we never stop to think about what's really going on. We're so afraid of death. We're so afraid of the unknown. Do we ever ask why we're afraid of death? What actually dies? And to answer that question, we have to ask what is actually living? Like what part of us is living? Of course, you've got the body. The body is an instrument of 5 senses, right? We've got bones. Like what is the body? Is it the bones? Is it the blood? Is it the organs inside? Is it the mucous membranes, the subtle tissues, right? Yeah, we can say all of that is the body, but that's way too general to work with, right? When we ask the questions, what am I? Who am I? What is life? What is death? Those questions are very fine. They're very subtle. They're very specific and detailed. So we have to answer those questions with specific details, right? You can't say the body, you can't say the mind, you can't say ego, because these things are too blunt. They're gross. They don't fit in the category of specific things. So in order to answer these questions, these specific questions, we have to give and find specific answers. What is the body? All these different parts that make up the body, they're made up of 5 elements and 5 senses. But that's not us, right? What is the mind? The mind is made up of many different compartments, right? We've got these five senses that all report to a manager. That's an aspect of mind. It's called manas. And in astrology, the moon is what governs and describes that particular aspect of our being. Right? But that's not us. That's the manager of the senses. There's also memory within us. And that memory shapes a lot of our decisions and a lot of our perspectives in the world. Right? That memory is an idea and a vision and a construction of things that have happened in the past and left an emotional imprint. And what science and psychology tells us is that even these memories are false because we remember our version of it. And there's multiple versions of every event on Earth. My version of this stream is different from yours because I'm able to see everything outside of this phone. And I'm not able to see any of you, right? You all are able to see me. So each one of us are going to have different versions of this event. That right there goes to show how unreliable memory is, right? We're all going to walk away from this moment with a different experience. So the memory can't be us. Yet the memory is going to influence every decision. Furthermore, I'm going to get a good feeling from being on this call and having this talk and getting the responses in the chat and in this video room. It's going to make me want to do it again. Likewise, you in the chat and watching from your phone and your computer and tablet or Xbox or PlayStation or whatever device, you get a pleasant experience from the sound of my voice, from the content discussed, and the fact that we connect with each other on a subtle level that neither of us can really explain very well. But even still, that's not me, that's not you. It's an aspect of mine. There's also ego. Now, ego is simply the aspect of our being which seeks to define itself as an individual, right? So ego says, let's get the red gaming chair because it fits with your branding. Let's get a gaming chair because it looks cool and all the cool internet people have one. Let's get this nice microphone as opposed to the $10 microphone. At the end of the day, it's a chair, it's a microphone. Ahamkara seeks to set itself apart from the rest of the manifest dimension. Why? Because it feels that it's special and it wants to prove that feeling as a reality. But that's not you. You're not in control of that. You're just experiencing the effects of that. How many times have we done things and we're like, oh, why did I do that? Usually because one of these subtle aspects of mind has taken the driver's seat. And we still got more parts to go, right? There's intellect, right? Also called Mahat. Mahat means the great, like Mahatma, right? The great, Buddhi, intellect. And this is closer to what us Westerners call the higher self. And this intellect is not like what you hear about as far as going to college, being able to add fancy numbers and remember stuff. No. Intellect is closer to higher self in that it is able to sense the intricate distinctions between consciousness and matter. Matter can't make that decision. Matter doesn't know. Matter doesn't have that distinction. Animals don't possess this quality. So animals don't realize that they are animals and are a part of nature. They're literally part of the program. So they do what the program influences them to do. And the animalistic parts of our being influences us in the exact same way. Like I said, the manas aspect, the manager of the five senses, is ruled by the moon. So depending on what the moon does, it's going to have an influence on the manas aspect of our mind. Likewise, Mercury is going to have an influence on this buddhi, this intellect aspect. Jupiter does as well, right? Just like the sun or your ascendant sign is going to have an influence over that ego aspect that I described, the aspect of us that seeks to set itself apart from nature. Depending on where the sun is, depending on where your ascendant is and what these things are doing, it's going to have an effect on how the ahamkara expresses itself, on how ego expresses itself. This is why we're studying astrology, not to predict the future, but to understand how nature influences the parts of our body, because our body belongs to nature too. That's why astrology has an influence on us. Whatever the moon is doing up there, that same energy that's pulling the moon's strings is pulling the strings of the manager of your five senses. Whatever the sun's doing up there, or your ascendant, whatever's pulling the strings of the sun and the ascendant is pulling the very same strings that have to do with your ego and the part of you that wants to set itself apart from nature. Whatever Mercury's doing and Jupiter's doing, because notice how quick Mercury moves and how slow Jupiter moves. So we've got a balance of polarity there. Whatever those things are doing in the sky you're gonna express that in the intellect, the buddhi part of you. And this is getting closer to higher self. In the ancient Indian culture, Jupiter is known as the guru. But just to bring this all back home, the question was, who am I? What am I? Who are you? You're none of those things that I just described, by the way. All those things belong to nature. All those things belong to nature. So when the body dies, all those parts of what you thought you were are going to dissolve as well. Just like your body, your bones and your blood and your organs and all that stuff is going to decompose. If you're a vegetarian, it's going to become food for plants. If you're a carnivore, it's going to become food for worms or worse. The body's going to decompose. Likewise, so do these aspects of the mental nature. The ego is going to decompose, right? The lusts of the flesh, the lusts that you had, they're going to find a new home. The part of you that didn't feel like it had enough sex is going to find a new home in a creature that will be able to have more sex. The part of you that, always wanted to become a pilot and fly, that part's going to reincarnate as a bird or something. They don't belong to you. They're all attached to the vehicle. So there is a subtle part of you that does exist, or actually doesn't exist. There's a subtle part of you that can only be reached when you quiet down all those lower aspects. When the body is still and no longer receiving input, it has time to center its focus on the more subtle aspects of this vehicle. You begin to become aware of the subtle influence of what we call the planets and your astrological signs. When these things move around in the sky, it is a mirror of what is moving within your being. And when you're still, when the body is still, you can begin to hear these things. Sometimes you actually begin to hear them. We have scientific instruments that are able to pick up exactly what frequency some of these things move at. So if they say Saturn moves at, if they say the Earth has a resonance of 7.83 hertz, the Earth isn't making a sound. In the entire slice of frequencies that exist, that particular slice of frequency is what has manifested as the Earth and nature. Everything comes up out of that frequency. That's why if you tune into that frequency and meditate on it, you tune into the overall grid of the planet. But back to the question, what part of this is you? When you sit still and you're quiet, the only thing that remains is awareness. You're the observer. What you are is the thing that is beholding all of this. Now, before we get all, proud of ourselves here, we have to understand that there are still ways to explain what's going on. Because see, all of cause and effect exist in nature and nature alone. I mentioned earlier to dream that everything that exists in a cycle, everything that's repeated, everything that goes in loops, that's part of nature. So that means it's not part of you. You are not nature. Nature is a vehicle of expression, but it's not who and what you are. What you are is called consciousness. Consciousness does not change. It does not move. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't want anything. Consciousness doesn't want to experience life. Consciousness doesn't want to find itself, and consciousness doesn't get bored and decide to create a universe. All that stuff is bullshit. It's not accurate. Consciousness is the simple observer, and that's it. Has no qualities to define it, because quality would indicate that it is separate from something else, right? To distinguish this from that. Red is only red because it's not green or blue or yellow or anything else. Consciousness has no qualities to describe it other than it being the observer of the observed. Nature is what is to be observed. Nature is the feminine aspect of the cosmos, of the universe. Everything manifest is the feminine side, and that goes from hard-ass rocks to invisible infrared rays and ultraviolet rays. All of that is manifest reality. But all those things would not even exist if there were not something to observe it. Quite literally, actually. The ancient texts, in particular, this one here, called the Samkhya Karika, right, which is 5,000 years old, if not more, tells us that all of nature and the cosmos is in a state of harmony, in a state of balance. It doesn't move, it doesn't go anywhere, it doesn't do anything until consciousness interacts with it. Now, like I said, consciousness doesn't do anything, so really it's nature interacting with consciousness. When the two come close to each other, that harmony is now disrupted because nature is being observed now by you, by soul, by Purusha, by Shiva. Once nature begins to get disturbed by being observed, it begins to change and flow. It exists in a equation of three nature. And those three qualities are sattva, rajas, and tamas. Generator, operator, destroyer. Rajas is activity and movement. Tamas is decay and inertia and ignorance. Sattva is balance, harmony, peace. So once we begin to observe this thing, those three things are upset. One way to look at it is nature is a seed called the unmanifest. But once consciousness becomes involved with nature, the seed, the unmanifest, now the seed begins to move. Within the seed exists the trunk and the leaves and the fruit and the branches and the roots and all that stuff, but it's in an unmanifest state. Once water and fresh air and sunshine is involved, now the harmony is disrupted and the seed begins to produce a little bit more trunk, a little bit more fruit, right? A little bit less leaves. The harmony is upset now. The manifestation begins, but only because it's being observed. So your experience of life and all this stuff is only happening because it is being observed. It's not yours. It's nature in a state of imbalance or perceived imbalance. Because truthfully, once consciousness withdraws itself, it goes back to the state of harmony. In other words, this never happened. It never existed. The problem is that while we are consciousness experiencing nature, we begin to identify ourselves with nature. We begin to think that we are nature. We begin to identify with the bodies that we inhabit. I am these bones. I am this meat. I am this skin. I am these clothes. I'm this hair. I am my preferences. Right? We begin to identify and attach with all these different parts of nature, not understanding that none of this is us at all. Nature does what it does regardless of what we do. Now I say we, I say observer, I say soul. We're taught that these things are multitudinous. We're taught that everybody has their own soul and everything is, it's this big party of souls. But in truth, there's only one consciousness, only one consciousness. There's only one consciousness. It's not mine, it's not yours, there's only one. But what happens is once consciousness becomes intertwined with nature, it must express itself through various forms. Because like I mentioned, nature is in a state of perceived disharmony. Perceived by whom? Perceived by consciousness from different angles. Now this system is perfect. It can't be anything less than perfect. So everything that happens is supposed to happen. None of it's happening to you. We're just watching this whole thing go. When I say we, I mean that we are one entity. And we as that one entity are watching this whole thing play out. Some people get attached to it. Some people continue, being attached to it is almost like buying another ticket to the next showing of the movie. Some of us have decided to cash in that ticket and leave the theater because the movie is no longer entertaining, no longer fulfilling. Never was. Because the thing about this play, this theater, is that it doesn't end. Doesn't end. Not only does it not end, it can never be fully satisfying. Because in order to watch this movie, we have to purchase a meat suit. This meat suit, by its very nature, can never be fulfilled because it has a habit of attaching to moments and concepts and intangible things. But we've forgotten that everything must change. Day after day after day after day after day, everything must change. So what we end up doing is we attach to how we used to look when we were younger, right? We were so gorgeous and handsome and beautiful or whatever. We had a great body. But as time goes on, that body begins to wither. Things begin to sag, right? Muscles begin to get soft, right? Titties start getting long, that kind of thing. And we experience suffering because we've attached to what we used to have, not understanding that none of this stuff was ever us in the first place. And further not understanding that the reason we're attached is because of deeper things. And we never go address those deeper things. We just continue this suffering because it's easier than doing the work of healing ourselves. We cause ourselves stress, so much unnecessary stress, that it literally begins to cause us to decay faster. Did you know that it's scientifically proven that stress decays your body and your mind? You can see it with gray hairs and wrinkles, stiff back, right? Blood problems, organ failure. A lot of this stuff comes from stress, and science backs this up. But who cares what science backed it up? The ancient texts have backed it up since man walked the planet. So it's a known fact. So with that known fact, why do we choose to continue to suffer? Why do we choose to continue to let things bother us? Why do we choose to continue to be triggered by every little thing? You want health? Let go of things that do not matter. Who cares what they're doing? Who cares what they're saying? Purify yourself. Look into these books that I've recommended and do some of these meditation practices. Go on YouTube and figure out some of these mantras that you can repeat to yourself. They work in no time flat. But what they do is they lead you to an experience of knowing that you're more than this body. You are more than this body. But the only way to realize that is to experience it. And you're not going to experience it through YouTube. You're not going to experience it through reading books. But you do experience it through meditation. You do experience it through stillness. You do experience it through inner inquiry, asking the right questions, to being open and teachable, right? One of the problems that most of us have is we think we know it all. We think we've figured it out already. I promise you have not. Our minds are too limited and the data is so expansive. We will never know it all from this perspective. But there is information that points us in the most correct direction of all. And to find that source information is a very auspicious thing. Good luck, to say the least. It's no small thing to be discussing this Vedic information. This is truly a blessing. This is an honor of the highest degree, because this is the type of thing that really saves soul. Not that other stuff that they're out there talking about. That other stuff is wrapped up in ego and confusion. And look at me because I'm different. It is very possible to free oneself from the bondage of suffering. And it doesn't cost any fancy workshops. It costs your time and your focus and your dedication. How much of your time are you willing to sacrifice and trade for this liberation? How much of your time and energy and focus are you willing to apply towards becoming the best possible version of yourself? You can't buy that with money. You can only buy it with effort and time. Spent in the right direction also. Any old thing isn't going to get you there. I'm not selling you anything. What I am doing is recommending that you take this work seriously and spend some time in meditation, spend some time doing these mantras, right? As of this moment, I really got nothing to sell you, but what I can tell you is that it would behoove you, if you are really after spiritual advancement, spiritual enlightenment, spiritual awareness, growth of self, if that's what you are really after, take some time out of your day and sit still. Not to think about your problems, not to think about, daydream about your favorite show. No, that's not meditation. That's daydreaming about your favorite show. But to sit still and analyze what's going on in this body. Feel that blood flow. What's going on this right arm? What's going on in that left arm? What's going on in this stomach? What's going on in that butt cheek? What's going on in this thigh? What's going on in this ankle? Let's bring the awareness back up to the right ear. What's going on back here? What's going on in this face? Right? And just observing it all without attaching to it. It's not my face, this face. Right? Spend some time doing that. And even there, things will come to your attention that you have missed all your life. Spend some time focusing the awareness on that breath, going in and out, in and out. Just do that for as long as you can, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. If you've never done this before, you're going to begin to experience parts of your being that you have never done before. Because before, you're aware of your body as this blunt, large object burgeoning through life. But when you sit still and you take your awareness from this blunt body down to the fine breath, you're becoming aware of subtle frequencies now. Now you can learn how to feel subtle frequencies you didn't know before because you never had to. But once you do pay attention to just that breath, you're fine tuning your instrument now. And if you fine tune your instrument on a regular basis, what happens is that now you can perceive these fine frequencies that are always present. You weren't able to do that before, but now you are because you've been practicing. Now that you're able to become aware of and perceive fine frequencies, now when you sit down and you do these mantras, you're able to take notice of things that are happening that you could not have explained before. You didn't have to. When you do the meditation exercises as described in books like Dharma Darshan or TATTWAS or Kundalini Tantra, you'll find that these exercises are pointed in a specific direction. They're not just, hey, feel good and sit down. These meditations are designed to help you unlock aspects of your cosmic self. You never had to do that before, but now you have the opportunity. I will warn you, once these aspects of your cosmic self are being unlocked and you become aware of them, the pleasures of life are no longer as pleasurable, and they never will be again. You can still drink alcohol, you can still eat meat and have sex and do all that fun stuff, but it's not going to be as fun. It's not going to be as fun to gossip and play video games and talk about Bill Gates and his vaccine. It's going to lose its flavor because you're going to become non-attached. That's a good thing. If your goal is enlightenment and liberation from bondage, it's a good thing. Because you see how little that stuff matters. You begin to see how little it actually satisfied you. It never did. It does temporarily, but before it's done, the desire for more of it is already born, right? Have you ever had sex and said, all right, I'm done. I don't need to have sex anymore. I'm good. I had it all. No. Within moments, you want more of it. Likewise with every pleasure of the human body. It's never fulfilling, never satisfying. It doesn't last. But once you do begin to unlock these cosmic aspects of yourself, you experience graduated levels of bliss that is fulfilling, and it doesn't end unless, of course, you stop tuning into it. But like I said, even if you do go back to the old stuff, it just doesn't please you anymore. So it's not as if you just drop everything and run away to the mountains. Through these practices, you begin to see that really that's the only thing worth doing. And everyone will meet their limit. Some people will go this far, some people will go further. Right? There's some people who watch my streams who've never interacted with me, and they're going to pass me. And that's perfect. I've never interacted with Brother Panic, right? But I watched all his videos, took the notes, read all the books, right? Likewise, what did Jesus say? Greater works than these shall ye do. Because it's never about any one person or celebrity, none of that shit. We all have a purpose on this planet, and it just so happens that part of my purpose is disseminating a large portion of the data that I have accumulated or become aware of. That's part of my karma to do. Part of my karma to gather this information and put it out for other individuals to be seeking it, because in these coming times, it is becoming more difficult to receive this information. So part of what I'm doing is making it receivable, whatever, to people who are going to seek it. So it will never be about me and being famous and, whatever. It'll never be about that. It is, was, and always will be about being a conduit for this information to flow freely. And that's part of the reason why we've been experiencing some of these awakened abilities and superpowers, telekinesis, telepathy, and all that stuff, right? Harmony with nature, all right? I don't know if you're still here, Miss Gold, but communicating with the animals and all that hot shit. It's because what's going on here is a very finely tuned connection to cosmic power. And those of you who are serious about tuning into it and who are doing the work and taking it upon yourselves to purify yourselves and tap in, you're experiencing accelerated results. Because honestly, this is one of the most pure streams that you'll find today in this polluted ass world. The important thing is that your intention is in the right place. Because yeah, you can very well unlock a lot of the stuff without doing the work. But if you don't apply what's being unlocked, if you don't apply it in the correct way, it will lead to your undoing. So yes, watching my channel, you will be able to influence people because that's an ability that I've unlocked. Yes, you will have mental influence and all that hot shit, but you got to be using it for the purpose it was designed for. Otherwise, it will lead to your downfall. Hot diggity dog. Yeah. Stop rambling for a minute so I can check the chat. For some reason, my computer isn't wanting to behave here.
You froze up.
What was that?
I was saying you froze on the Zoom.
Am I still frozen?
No, you moving now.
Greetings. I thought you were
Read.
asleep.
Oh no, bro. I just been sitting here listening.
Oh, shit.
I don't like to stop your flow sometimes, you know. Be getting on something and I'll just be listening.
Yeah. What a time to be alive.
I second that. Froze up again.
I'm just reading the chats here real quick.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Do your thing. So Trev, like earlier you were saying that like not doing this work and not moving towards I guess an ultimate I guess the ultimate liberation. If you're not moving towards it, you're moving away from it, right?
Yes.
So when you were talking about if you're moving away from it, you become like almost like an aspect of it.
Yes.
Is that what I okay.
Most definitely. Because, you know, we look at the diagram of how consciousness is laid out. And towards the bottom, we've got what they call tamasic ahamkara. Ahamkara is ego, of course. And there's 3 levels of it. Tamasic, which, like I said, is ignorance. Sattva, which is harmony and, you know, bliss. And in between is rajasic. So if we find ourselves becoming engrossed in these 5 senses, we're becoming more and more tamasic, which is in that ignorance direction. And ignorance, being blind, not driving the ship, means we're being driven by the cycles and patterns of nature. They say insanity is trying to do that same thing over and over and over again.
I get it.
We could probably say the same for ignorance.
So everything here is going to be put to work, regardless of whether you working for your liberation or you working for everybody else, the system. You're going to be put to work. It ain't no staying still.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, and that even goes for the subtle influence. I mean, part of the reason why it's so important to purify the self is because when you do this work, your thoughts begin to radiate, your emotions begin to radiate. The things that go on in your experience, it radiates, and other people pick it up, especially these tamasic individuals. They begin to pick it up. So if you're radiating garbage, they are going to pick that up. And you can't complain that the world is garbage because you're putting garbage out. But when you begin to purify yourself, you naturally radiate that out into the world. So again, you're not just doing this for yourself. A lot of these mantras that we're doing, it isn't just for individual healing and individual harmony and peace. It's for those around us also who don't have the sense to do it for themselves. There are people who pass and they do reincarnate as animals and beasts and bugs and insects and plants and rocks and all that stuff. They have very little chance of moving back up the scale at that point. But through our work of doing some of these mantras, through the offerings that we may give to ancestors or to nature and gratitude and all that stuff, we provide an opportunity for nature to evolve upwards in the food chain.
Mm.
Just like some people can go up, some people also go down. And that's perfect. For every soul that is ascending, another one is lost. And that's perfect. That's harmony. Like what you said when you first came through, Jesus could not have been what he is today if it wasn't for Judas. So even Judas is divine.
I always knew that in my heart. Like, yo,
Yeah.
those who I identified with when I was with it, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, but I definitely I'm catching on a lot more. Um, yeah.
Me too. Hmm.
It almost make you think about like pets that are put in a position to be adopted. Like, are they the ones that, you know, realize and are moving back up that scale? Uh,
It's
I
possible.
don't.
And to have it's great karma to have a pet that can come into experience with someone that's doing spiritual work, because now they're introduced to the subtle vibrations of doing the work. Mantras going off in the household while your kids are asleep, you know, that will have a profound effect on them.
They be going off in here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to get some. I'm building my playlist slowly, but the ones that speak to me, the ones that I'm supposed to use, they'll come. They'll reveal themselves. I used the one that you gave me, the Om Namah Shivaya.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, that's one that would be going off in my head all the time now.
Yeah, me too. I caught my son singing that just the other day.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And from understanding what these mantras actually are and what they actually do, or at least having an understanding. I don't understand anything fully. Having an understanding on them, just even for someone to hear it in passing and them to just be humming it to themselves. Oh no, it's stuck in my head. They don't even realize the good that it's doing for them. And you don't even realize the good that you've done for them. That's a beautiful thing, to be involved with a practice that produces nothing but good seeds. Nothing but good. You can't say that about many things in this world.
No, nothing really.
The eating of meat tastes good to the individual, but how much suffering had to come to pass before that steak hit that plate? How much suffering had to come to pass before you made it to that Popeye's chicken window and got that chicken sandwich? How much suffering went into the production of that McDonald's hamburger? Not just the animal, all the hands that it had to pass through. All these people stressed out that they're about to lose their job and don't want to come to this fucked up job, you know. How many things in this world can we say like produce nothing but good fruit? Not much. So I think even with this karma and dharma, it's a very good idea to be as aware as possible of our daily activities to ensure that they cause as little suffering as possible.
Question on that, Trav, about the suffering.
Mm-hmm.
If this is a world of suffering, you know, if reality can't ever say that word good. Reality leads to suffering, then I mean, if it's gonna be there anyway, then what does that matter?
It matters, number one, for your own personal development. Yeah, it's going to be there anyway. There's going to be child rape anyway. That doesn't mean I partake in it. Doesn't mean I let it pass.
Had to
You
go
know?
there, huh?
Well, you know.
Extreme, I guess. Yeah, go.
Yeah. It would behoove us all to not include certain things into our story if we can get around it, you know. Meat's delicious. I'll never say it's not delicious, but I've come to an understanding in my life where the cost isn't worth it. Same with alcohol. It's cool to get drunk. It's cool to get buzzed, you know, have a couple of shots. That's cool. You know, I never got drunk with people really. It was mostly to myself, which is probably part of the problem. But taking a shot, those couple shots for that buzz is not worth it, not worth the cost. Likewise, you know, I could throw trash out in the highway. Somebody's going to have to pick that up. Probably some dude who's got his ankles handcuffed, you know what I'm saying? But why would I add to that when I don't have to?
Okay, I understand.
Efficiency, you know, if you ever watch these interviews with very successful people, millionaires, entrepreneurs, stuff like that, they focus on efficiency. Their life is conducted in such a way that there's no wasted time, no wasted effort, right? They do everything and have it all mapped out and planned out so they can squeeze the most out of their day. Some people go as far as to have just the same shirt and pants in their closet, 10, 15, 20, 30 of them, just so they don't have to think about what they're going to wear, right? Efficiency. Some people have their meals planned out for the week. I'm sure some people have their meals planned out for the month. That's efficiency. So likewise, it would be great to come to a level where every action that you perform comes to a level of proficiency. You know, like when it's almost like ritualizing life. You know, we ritualize when we wake up, you brush your teeth, you wash your face, you put on your Johnson & Johnson baby lotion made out of baby fetuses. You know, we ritualize it, we don't think about it. So what if we were able to retune, right? Readjust our life to where we're automatically just being in harmony with existence. I think the implications of that go further than we can imagine, AKA deep karma is beginning to be burned up at that point.
Okay. I understand that. The meat thing is so ingrained in our culture, and you're probably right. It probably would be good for me because I recently started having some like problems with my guts or whatever, my stomach, which was in my chart. It's funny, but yeah. So I've been thinking about that whole journey pretty hard here. The past few months. I bet it's my karma to do that though. And it's like I've been resisting it because we spoke about this before, where that came up, and that it was kind of like it stopped me from going beyond. So yeah, I think I'm kind of reaching that point again where I have to make that decision, being forced.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, this is a beautiful system, and these things that appear to us as decisions that need to be made, they're usually given to us when it's the right time to do it. And we know it, we feel it on a deep level, we feel it on a very subtle level. That's always the thing. We always know. It's just, do we have enough strength to listen? If we don't, it's gonna bop us in the head and come back around. I've had plenty of years of that.
It definitely is cyclical.
It's a loop.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Part of nature.
Mm-hmm.
And what is pointed out in this Samkhya Karika, this Vedic text about Purusha Prakriti in the back of Drona Darshan, the image that I get, about the union of Purusha and Prakriti is almost as if he's a splinter in the body, and the body does everything it can to build a scab around that splinter and push it out. Or he's a sperm cell injected into that womb, and it develops a body so it can get up out of that cooch. So likewise, I feel like it seems that a lot of life situations are designed in such a way to push us forward, to push us up out of where we are. Some things are unavailable to us unless we're at a certain level. Sometimes life kind of pushes us in that direction. That's why it's good to trust that intuition, because it's usually pushing us in a specific direction. We're not always able to see it, but if we trust ourselves, our intuition, our higher self, our subtle self, and we find that it never lets, I speak for myself, my higher intuition has never let me down. My logical mind has let me down more often than not, right? On a daily basis at times. But my intuition has never let me down. And I'm not talking about ego intuition. I'm talking about that subtle voice that says, don't do that anymore. Or do this. That subtle voice. It has never let me down ever in my entire life. So why would I not listen to it? That's the same voice that said you need to stop drinking. That's the same voice, that said all kinds of stuff that I didn't listen to for years and years and years.
Never left you though.
And even the Bible says that, that still silent voice, it's going to be there, but it's not going to fight against your, what does it say? It's not going to contend with the flesh for long. And that's a testament to the fact that if we start developing a habit pattern of following the flesh more than spirit, then it's going to be incredibly difficult to break out of that cycle. My spirit will not contend with man for long, or something of that nature.
Yeah, I know the verse.
I'm of a very firm belief that everyone has access to spirit, but everyone doesn't have the maturity to listen and follow. Everybody may not have all these books and everybody may not understand on a deep level, but I think that everyone has an opportunity for their particular stage.
I love it, man. This is a journey. This is a journey I think I've been preparing for a long time.
Same. Same.
Man, don't let me hold you up, man. I know it's probably getting around time.
What's up, Xavier Bay? Hope you enjoy that spiritual bath. Spiritual bath and higher body work. Good evening, Shay Sade or Shay Sade. Blossom 369, always good to see you. Greetings, Wayne M. Appreciate you, bro. Anubis. We gonna get there, my friend. We gonna get there.
Trav, I've been rocking with you for a long time, man. Back before you even started this channel.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think because I've been watching Panic and his used to and your video used to come up. Videos used to come up under his, on the little suggested things. So yeah, I've been rocking. I've been rocking with you, man, and seeing your progression and stuff like that.
How does it look?
Man, it's it was. You know what? I think you came into your own. You know what I mean? This is yeah. I think at first, and I think everybody was kind of on that wave of presenting the information, kind of similar to, Bobby Hemmett and Panic and stuff like that. But I guess with a deeper understanding of the information, the evolution is inevitable.
Yeah.
So yeah. So yeah, your command of the information, the knowledge, and how you piece it together is kind of what was most impressive to me. You know what I mean? In watching the evolution and how you've, like I said, coming to your own and stuff like that. So yeah, it's aces, man, aces.
Right on. I look back at those old videos and I don't know, I feel like I see a completely different person. I mean, I remember those moments, but I know where my mind was, some of those earlier videos. And, it's nothing bad, nothing good. It just feels like a completely different person, a completely different time. But I'm very thankful to be on this particular journey, to be exposed to this kind of information. Like I said, be able to actually utilize it. And the fact that in doing so, other people are helped by it. I mean, it's win-win situation all across the board.
Was it always your intention?
Yeah, I can't say that it wasn't. I think that my understanding of it, in the past may have been a little bit more gross, a little bit different. But, I've always been of a mind and a heart to want to help people. And of course, that's got me in trouble because I'd allow people to take advantage of me. Sometimes end up coming out of the situation with nothing other than a lesson learned, right? At least now it's set up in such a way where at least, I can afford to do this full time.
Yeah, that's good. Can't complain about that.
With what I know about, advertising and marketing and influence, I mean, I easily could, do some shady shit. But like I said, it's really about these seeds that we plant. What you plant is what you will reap. What you sow, what you will reap, right? And I find that using this information in such a way that it helps to provide opportunities for others to liberate themselves from suffering, that sends back rewards and returns thousandfold, like that aren't even counted with monetary means. In other words, I've come to realize after the fact that doing these videos has a huge impact on my own personal karma. And again, that's coming from my perspective. Maybe I've done something in a past life where I misused this information. And now it is, in order for me to make up for it, I have to give it out, right? Who knows?
Yeah, it could be from anything, but I mean, I guess the now is really what matters. We can't really pinpoint, the karma that we want to expunge. So I guess the fact that that you aren't introduced to the information for whatever reason, is working for your benefit. You using it,
I can just say I'm grateful. I'm thankful. I could have been any other knucklehead. I could have, been a, no, I not supposed to be talking shit about people. Instead of doing my third eye meditations, I could be out here buying pink diamonds and putting them in my forehead. Could be getting tattoos of fucking name brands on my face. Neck tattoos or something temporary. I could have been doing anything. Heroin, coke, coronavirus vaccine.
Right. Yeah. I'm thankful too, yeah, because it's crazy. Shit, I told you I was gonna let me open my Instagram. I was saying I was trying to find my Instagram. I was gonna shoot you a message real quick. I'm saying I've done everything that I ever kind of thought I would do in life. So I don't know.
You said you've done everything you thought you would do?
Yeah. Yeah, everything that I would, dreamed about. It was funny when Christian was reading my thing and she was talking about, having the power to create, reality. Because everything that I ever thought about, that I thought big, I've achieved, and that power has always been there, and I've always recognized it, and it didn't come without work. It ain't like it's just something that just, it's just like a wish thing. It definitely comes without work, but I was prepared to put in the work too, so I was made for it, both sides connected, if that makes sense.
Yes. That's usually the best combination, right? That's when the task meets someone that's prepared for the task. Can't beat that. When opportunity meets preparedness, right? People call that luck.
Is that what they? Right. I know it to be something different. It's work.
Yeah.
It comes with being able to see yourself doing something. When I was a kid, I used to lay in the bed, and some people would count sheep to go to sleep or whatever, but I would take the basketball and I would shoot shots in the bed. I would lay on my back and I would shoot the ball like I was shooting on the basketball goal. And I would just throw the ball straight up in the air and catch it. And I would do that over again. And next thing I know, I'd be waking up the next morning, the ball would be by my head, and I would do that every single night when I was a kid. And because I wanted to be good at basketball. And you know, when I first started, this wasn't when I first started. When I first started, I was terrible. I started when I was like 7, and I was terrible. But I switched teams to a really super good team, and I wanted to fit in. So I would do, you know, I would just visualize myself doing things right, you know, and even though it wasn't connecting like right then, I would always, you know, just keep on doing it and visualize myself doing it right until, I mean, maybe it took maybe 4 months and I had improved like tenfold, you know, and it just kept going, you know, and I just kept improving and kept improving and kept improving. And I never stopped, you know, and I never stopped, you know, even it's the older I got, I always would do that, put in the work, visualize myself achieving these goals, seeing where I wanted to be, and I would always end up there.
Wow. Did you know that even that exercise of doing it in your imagination is, you know, it still counts as practice? Like that specific example, they've done studies on where they had 2 teams, I think 3 teams. One of them actually did layups or, you know, whatever the term is when they're practicing on the court. And then there was another squad who sat still in a room and visualized doing the same exercise. And the percentage of improvement that they counted as far as, you know, them making shots and whatnot was damn near the same. In other words, the people who were physically practicing it versus the people who were doing it in their imagination got the same results.
Wow.
Yeah, that's actually been in a few of the books that I have here, one of the NLP books. I did a video on that too. But basically goes to show, you know, obviously, you know, you can't take that too far, but there are things that mental repetition can do that are just as good as physical repetition.
Wow. Well, I had mastered that. I had mastered that by the time I was 12. And,
Well,
and like, I mean, yeah, bro, like I had got good at, like, you know, and it was a good, like I said, I started at probably 7 or 8 doing that. And so I'd say about 4 or 5 years. And I had just got good at it, you know, to the point where I would just, like I said, do it all the time. And I did that my entire, and it didn't stop then. I mean, I did it all the way up until, you know, through college. You know, I would put myself to sleep like this. You know, I couldn't even go to sleep unless I did it. But yeah, and I can find myself still doing it today. I wonder if that's a way for me to get in the zone.
I mean, obviously, right?
You know what? That just dawned on me right there.
That's a highly effective practice. Yeah, that's something that I find myself do quite frequently as well.
Well, I like talking to you, Trav, man. You be having me
Oh, wow.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna incorporate that, man. Like I'm gonna do that more often.
Yeah, man. If you're the type of person that needs you know, scientific stuff to back it up, you'd want to look up the study on the myelin sheath. Myelin. And essentially the more that we visualize or practice or learn anything, it builds a little bit of thickness around the synapses that are connected. And that thickness allows the impulses to travel between synapses much quicker and easier. At least that's how they physically describe it. We know that it's building a strong etheric pattern spiritually.
Yeah, that's how we would practice. I mean, like, you know, when I was playing ball, when I was in college and stuff like that, is we would do the same thing over, over again. And I mean, to the point where you didn't even think about it because the game is so fast that you can't think. You know, thinking is too slow. You know what I mean? You have to react because that's what separates the, you know, the average from elite. You know what I mean? Is being able to react. So, you know, it wouldn't be you know, it would be 1,000 things happening out there at the same time, but you would see it almost like before it happened. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it was a crazy thing, but you know, and it was something that they couldn't tell you. It was something that you had to experience. You know what I mean? So you would put in the work day in and day out, doing the same thing over and over and over again to the point where you just would be in the groove. And it wouldn't be nothing that, you know, you wouldn't be able to react to, not think about, but, you know, react to. Did you get that message?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's 1 o'clock.
Thanks, Mackenzie.
So yeah, man, it's crazy. But yeah, I've been drilling this stuff, you know, I guess just, you know, like I say, I think I've been preparing for this kind of stuff for a long time, just doing some of the, just with my upbringing and the way that I came up and just how disciplined my life has been, and, you know, sort of like you said, ritualized, but not even knowing that, you know, my life was being ritualized like that. But, you know.
Would you say that you were kind of raised to go into this?
I would say that it was okay. Here's my because I've been thinking about this. My pops left when I was a kid, but he was a professional basketball player. So it's definitely in me to do it. But my mom's raised me. She would never let me quit anything once I started. And so with me wanting to start this, she would always be like, you know, if you're going to start something, you have to see it through. And so, you know, even with me getting frustrated and wanting to quit, that was always in the back of my mind. And at the end of the year, if I wanted to quit, I could quit. But in the moment, I would have to stick it out. And at the end of the year, I never wanted to quit. So I won't say that I was raised as that, but I would say that every time that I was presented with a choice, I always made the choice to come back, you know, and this.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I had a call come through on my phone, but it's definitely something that was in me to do.
Amazing how these patterns play themselves out even in the genetics. Geez, stuff I wanted to share, but I want to save it for a video. But yeah, this DNA stuff, it is very occult, very spiritual. Probably the reason they call it junk DNA, I think, because they figured that out and they don't want people to go digging any deeper. Some of these things that happen, some of these things that are shared between ancestors, I mean, that's honestly, that I think if we looked into that whole study would be karma. They say that most of the DNA is junk DNA, but in all actuality, most of that DNA are, you know, for lack of better words, almost like save points in a video game. It's data that connects us to everyone who's ever been connected to our body. So one of the reasons why it's so important to practice non-attachment from this world and the sense pleasures is because, you know, we stated once the body dies, a lot of these passions, desires stick around. Where the hell do we think they go? If they don't find a good place to go, they're going to affect other people with the same DNA, because your DNA, it's not an actual thing, it's actually a frequency. So when somebody has compressed passion that they've been building for decades and that body dies, it's resonating at a specific DNA frequency, and it's gonna find a new home with someone else who resonates at that same frequency, aka a person's offspring, a person's relative. That makes sense.
It's crazy how it, yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. But it's crazy how it all comes together to it's crazy how all of those variables, I mean, because it's a million variables come together, you know, because what if I didn't have the drive? You know, what if I wanted to quit? You know, what if one of those times I said, no, I don't want to go back? You know what I mean? Like all of those things had to come, all of those things had to, you know, all of those variables had to come into play, you know. It's crazy how it all comes, because, you know, who says that LeBron James is going to be 6'8" with that drive? You know what I'm saying? With the drive that he has to be great. You know what I mean? Like, and all of those things come together, you know, because I had things in you know, that came to, you know, make me have that drive. When my pops left and he didn't want to be around, one of those driving forces was I always wanted to be better than my dad.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, like, I mean, how do you account for that? You know what I mean? Like, it has to be something totally spiritual. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's something that can't be described just by DNA. Like, you know, science tries to explain everything, but they leave out the spiritual aspect, so it falls short. But when we look at the spiritual implication of it, you know, a lot of it does have to do with patterns. Whether this was a competition or cooperation, the central point is that you cared so much that it shaped your life, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, man, I'm starting to come to these conclusions, you know, just, I guess, being away from it and being out of it, removed from it, you know, you can kind of think about it.
Yeah, that's another thing with, you know, the family and being around specific individuals, especially those that we've been around for years. There is a very concentrated emotion there that sometimes just being in their presence, it naturally affects us. Not to say that it's bad or anything like that, but more often than not, in order for us to understand ourselves and our place in this world, we've got to separate from the root social matrix. Hallelujah. This feels nice. Closer and closer every time.
Yeah, so I had to get away from all of that stuff, man, and kind of, because it all ended, you know, not like I want, not like I didn't have control over the ending. I guess I didn't project that far into the future, so uh, it's been a journey, kind of wrapping my head around all of that. But kind of this, which was led me into, which was one of the factors that led me into this kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Trying to find myself after all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But who I was, because it's a whole nother animal, man.
Either way, everything happens perfect.
Yeah, I had to a lot of releasing that I had to do, man, and letting a lot of stuff go. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I did realize that that none of that stuff defined me. That wasn't what I was here to do. That was just, I had the power to bring that reality into fruition, and so I did. But that don't, that just lets me know that that's possible for me. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
On the highest level, So I just use those experiences and that understanding to push myself deeper into, I guess, understanding, having a greater understanding of the topics and the discussions that we have. How much longer you gonna be on, man?
111. Jeez. Starting to feel some blissful type of stuff here. I know. I'm almost getting the feeling that there isn't much that needs to be said at this moment. So good. So good. I have no complaints about life whatsoever. You got TATTWAS shooting? Or was that was Dharma Darshan that came in?
Yeah, I got TATTWAS shooting though. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got TATTWAS shooting. Mm-hmm.
What are you currently studying? What are you reading?
I'm reading Dharma Darshan.
Okay. Are you trying to get to the end of that?
I always that's like one of my problems, man. I always have to finish the book. You know what I mean? So no, I won't say that I was going to try to get to the end. I was just going to try to get through Japa Japa.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm almost through that right now. But yeah, TATTWAS shooting is the next. I also got the other one. Oh man, what's it called?
Now you said you finished Samkhya Darshan.
Yeah, I finished Samkhya.
What color is the other one?
It's blue.
The Path of Poverty and Liberty.
Yes, that.
Yeah, that's a really good one too. That was really short. You could probably finish that one first. But I find that I'm gonna have to go back and read it because that book too has the mantra that came to me. I don't know if you recall, I was talking about this mantra that came out of nowhere, and suddenly all these other things that I have mentioned it, and I wasn't aware of it. Well, Kenya got on here not too long ago, and she said that she found that mantra through that book. And I'm like, what the hell? How did I miss that? So apparently I'm gonna have to go back through that book. But yeah, the Dharana Darshan, I'm finding that's more of one that you kind of read over your whole practice. And it just contains a bunch of different practices that you kind of unlock when you're ready. I kind of blazed through it the first time because I was looking for like rituals and shit to do. But on this second time reading now, I'm seeing, no, this is about a step-by-step protocol. But yeah, that TATTWAS Shuddhi, once you read it, and it's gonna be cool for you because you read Samkhya Darshan first, and TATTWAS come up out of Samkhya. So you're gonna see it from a different perspective than I've seen it. I gotta go back and read it after Samkhya, but that meditation exercise of TATTWAS Shuddhi is very powerful. You'll see after doing it a few times that that's when I mentioned I keep having this vision of Prakriti, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's usually when I have those visions, is when I finish doing that TATTWAS Shuddhi, because part of that exercise is expanding outward into Prakriti. And she says, yeah, you don't know what that looks like, but do it anyway. So that's one of them subtle ways of taking away your doubts and your objections. And I've just been expanding, you know. She says, you don't know what you'll see, but just feel pure bliss. And after doing it a few times, like the image of Prakriti is coming to me. So yeah, you got some good stuff to look forward to in that orange book.
All right, I'll pick that one up tomorrow because yeah, I'm finding like you said, like the more I read Dharana Darshan, I feel like I'm passing things. You know what I mean? I feel like I feel like it's akin to Franz Barton initiation into hermetics.
Yeah.
Yeah, how one thing leads into the next.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
That's a good comparison, honestly, because the Franz Barton book, I mean, you know, I wanted to blaze through that, you know, and skip ahead and all that other shit, but realizing that you have to sit here and do these exercises to even understand the next ones. Dharana Darshan is like that. You do it at your pace. It's not a book to read, it's a book to do. So in terms of a book study course, that wasn't the best idea, but it was a perfect idea because it led us into the direction where we're at now. You know, where I done bought half the damn Bihar School of Yoga catalog. A full stack of books with them 3 white stripes across the front. That was good.
Yeah, I think I got all the ones you got. I was going to join. I wanted to have the source material. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to be slacking. So yeah, I got all of them, and that you was talking about that God talks with Arjuna. That one came up in another group that I kind of follow, and they were doing a book study on that one.
Oh man.
Yeah.
How did they have their book study set up? Because I was kind of thinking of
go ahead.
I was kind of thinking of either doing a book study on that or maybe even just doing like a separate like podcast. That way it can be done at my own pace.
I think you should. I mean, it would be cool. I was gonna ask you what was the book we were gonna do next, because I know you're doing the Kybalion now. What's next?
It hasn't been revealed to me quite yet, or maybe it has, and I just haven't been aware of it. But Yeah, I already sense that there is a big change. I'm not even sure if it's going to be a book study next time. Like something's changing, but I haven't become aware of what just yet.
You just feel the change coming.
A lot of the stuff I don't really plan out. Like it seems planned out because it just falls into place perfectly, but I'm playing by ear from spirit. Spirit told me Durana Darshan was next before I knew it was next because I was like, oh, we ain't gonna do that damn book. And then we do it. Then it leads to somewhere else. Shit, TATTWAS Shooty would be crazy to do next. But I don't know. It'll come to me. It always does. That or the whole framework's gonna change. It might take a break from the book study and just do some other kind of videos.
Okay.
I'm not sure yet, but I will be. Because there's a lot of things happening right now. Like it isn't just about a book. Like really, my intention was for this to be a Kybalion book study, but it's not. You know what I'm saying? It is a little bit, but really it's not. It's us delving. No matter what I call it, this is us delving into the Vedic science. You know, half of it Vedic astrology, half of it Samkhya stuff. But I don't know. Whatever our little slice of humanity needs next, it will be translated to me so I can translate it to other people. I'm just an instrument.
Well, that's cool, man. I like it. I like I've been trying to figure out how to get on here and get behind the curtain for a while. I didn't even know, like I was telling you before, I didn't even know anything about the joint and stuff like that. I don't necessarily get on all of the social media. I do YouTube, but it's usually just, looking at videos.
Mm-hmm. There's going to be a shift soon. I'm not sure how exactly it's going to happen, but we should enjoy this very small, tight knit community while we can, because this thing is going to expand very rapidly. I'm not sure how, but it's coming.
Gotcha. Well, shoot, man, I'm happy to be a part of it, man. It's happy to be a part of the journey, man, and the vision. If you'll have me, I don't want to just offer, attach myself to the train.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's all good, man. Whatever it is now, that's all I know for certain, and I'm very happy with what's going on now. It couldn't be better than it is right now. Maybe a few more females, but then again, that might change the whole recipe, right?
Right. Never could hurt though. There's a lot of them in the chat. It just, people nervous to come on and discuss.
Yeah.
And I understand that.
I mean, y'all can still join and just cut your camera on. That's helpful. But no, I understand. That would definitely change the ingredients of the soup. When it's time to do that, it'll happen. All these things are in my chart. Kristen Dunn told me and showed me where I can find it myself. I seen it. My Jupiter is about to expand out of this world. Godflow93 in the chat says, LOL, good luck, bro. Finishing a japa. This shit is intimidating and oddly distracting. Yeah. I won't lie. That's what I've been on since we left off of the videos for Dharma Darshan. Don't feel bad about that. Although I'm tempted to skip ahead because there's a few chapters about the Tattwas, and it looks really nice. Honestly, looking through the further chapters in Dharma Darshan, I am seeing that all this stuff that we've expanded into as far as the Vedic philosophy is in that book. It's all in that book.
So that's really all you need, huh?
Honestly. But I wouldn't have known that if I didn't go this far.
Right.
Yeah, Kundalini Tantra information, the freaking Tattvashuddhi information, the Samkhya Darshan information, all that. A lot of this stuff is in Dharma Darshan. But then again, this is like the only information, so of course it's gonna repeat and reflect itself. This is the core of what they're trying to share with the world.
Man, this kind of stuff really shrinks the world, man. It makes you think that it's really a lot smaller than what you imagine. A lot simpler. You know what I mean? When you realize that all of these things are talking about the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just in different ways. And I guess it would be like that if there's only, if there's only one soul, then there's only one thing to express.
Right. Right. And see, that's not what we're taught anywhere else. We're taught that everyone's got their unique soul and their unique journey to live in their truth. That's what mainstream tells us. But the difficult reality is the one that we don't want to hear. And that's what's told in a lot of these ancient scriptures. And mainly it's because Western culture is ego ruled. So anything that's going to obliterate ego is the devil. And Eastern information is all anti-ego. One soul expressing itself in many different ways.
Interesting. Oh man, I'm gonna jump off here, Trav, man, but I guess I'll let you on Thursday, right? Thursday?
Yes.
Same channel.
Same place. This should be around 8 o'clock.
Okay,
Well,
8
my
o'clock
time.
Eastern. Yeah, 7 here. Gotcha. All right, man. Well, I appreciate it, man. Again, man. You have a wonderful afternoon, man.
All right. You too, Stuff.
All right, man. Peace.
Namaste. Peace. Greetings, Ananya.
Greetings, Travis. So it's only me left now. I just noticed that.
Perfect timing.
Have you heard about the Mahashivratri that is on Thursday?
Yes, I have. Have you?
Yes. Are you planning to, have a fast that day? And
Why not?
will you be up all night that day?
Yes. It's a Thursday, so I mean, we're gonna be doing our
The call. Yes.
I have to do some more research on it beforehand so I can know what to talk about.
You have to do more research. I have sent a video on, the group on Instagram.
Okay, is that what you just sent?
Yeah, the Sadhguru's telling the significance of it.
Good. I'll watch that tonight.
Yeah, the centrifugal energy will be, upward So if we meditate that day, then we may be able to attain spiritual progress faster,
Hmm.
which is pretty good. There is one thing I wanted to ask.
Just one? Are you sure?
Maybe not one. I think maybe more. So I was wearing these gemstones related to
Mhm.
my chart, like to strengthen some planets and this and that.
Mhm.
So I think one astrologer recommended me this Mars ring, the red coral. But whenever I wear it with the moon ring, that is the pearl, it makes me very aggressive and anxious.
Mhm.
Even though the astrologers say that, like, there are certain planets which are negatively impacting me, and I can feel it, especially the Rahu. So I decided. Have you heard about the Shanti Puja?
Uh, peace, peace. Maybe.
Like a prayer done to, pacify the negative, malefic effects of the planets.
Yeah, didn't Madonna make a song that was a Shanti Puja? I just heard
Yeah,
about it
there are like
Thursday.
Shanti mantras. Yeah, and so I started to feel effects of Rahu and Saturn recently, and it was like it's pretty strong. Like, so I have decided to, get a Shanti Puja done. What do you think about that? Like, so a question came into my mind, like, the people say that it will only pacify the malefic effects, but then my monkey mind started to run, and I started to think, what if the positive effects are also taken away?
Okay,
I
so
don't want to lose the positive. Yes.
you said what you said here about the Shanti Puja and about the effects of Rahu. Why did you bring up the stones? What was the significance of that?
I was
Because you
thinking
brought
of
that up
getting a
first.
sun ring. I'm actually still not believing in it, so I wanted to ask about your opinion. I think I forgot the question midway. Like, it was on my mind. I had to ask many things. The Shanti Puja, the stone things.
So
Now,
the
different
beautiful,
astrologers say different things.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
The
so
beautiful
somebody
thing.
said that no, what?
Oh, you go ahead.
Yeah, so different astrologers say, like, I have consulted many astrologers over the past few years, and different say different things. But after the Mars thing, which I just noticed because I was wearing that ring and was constantly feeling anxious, the moment I took it, like within 3-4 hours, I felt very normal again. The anxiety vanished and I was calmer. So I was thinking of getting a sun ring. So what do you think about that? Have you ever tried wearing the ring?
So the stones are actually, they can be really beneficial, but it all depends on you, right? Because as everything else, they're just tools. So they could be beneficial tools in the hands of a craftsman that knows what they're doing, or in your case, a craftswoman, right? So these crystals and these stones, they represent an access point of pure consciousness. You know, we think about pure consciousness, about the realm of Shiva. We think about this unconditioned realm. Well, what manifest object do we have that's closer to that than stones, right? They don't break their samadhi no matter what's done to them. They represent an object in the material plane that is so tamasic that it's sattvic. So to have such a pure element near us, it gives us a focal point to pull down that level of stillness, of peace, that frequency of centeredness, of balance. So it can help if we recognize that, if we can use those stones as a focal point, as a reminder, whether subconscious or conscious. But at the end of the day, the anxiety, the stress, and those things that came up, maybe they came up because you said they came up as a result of you wearing the moon ring, right?
No. The Mars ring.
The Mars ring. You said they came up as a result of wearing that Mars ring. It could very possibly well be that those are, aspects of your karma that have risen to the surface because of wearing that ring. Would it make it a bad thing if that was aspects of your karma that's rising to the surface?
My Mars and Moon are together, like they are almost conjunct. Only a 3-degree difference is there between them in the 6th house. And I was
Okay.
wearing both the rings. The Moon ring and the Mars ring together. Because one astrologer recommended me that 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And then after reading my chart, I realized that if Mars got strengthened, then maybe my aggression towards, the moon aspect will rise.
That's the trouble with going to a bunch of different astrologers. You get a bunch of different answers. You're supposed to really just either go to one or two and mainly, work it out yourself. But
after that, it was like I took that ring out, and within 3-4 hours, I felt calmer, really calmer. And I was thinking of experimenting with the sun ring, because sun is a very good place in my chart, but it's weakly placed in that position. Strength is not that great. The angle actually. So I was thinking maybe by strengthening the sun, maybe my confidence can improve. And also integrity.
yeah. Okay, so you're getting a direct result from something that you've tried from wearing these stones, these crystals. That means it's working.
It is working because I'm wearing the moon ring now, and the thing is, what is happening now is that when I took the Mars ring out, I'm feeling excessively positive, and that is making me lazy. Like Jupiter and moon ring are they are making me extremely calm and positive. Like I will do it later, and I started procrastinating again.
And that is a direct result of you wearing these rings. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for a result. Did you know?
Maybe.
Okay, so check it out.
Yes.
Before you put these rings on, what did you expect to happen?
I expected to have. When I first put, my first intention was to get money, love, abundance, and this and that, and peace of mind. Like everything. I thought the Jupiter ring will sort the problems that I face in, the area of love. Because 2 years back, I was struggling very badly. I wanted love very badly. I wanted a relationship. So Jupiter ring, it helps. I heard it, but nothing of that sort is happening. The good opportunities of jobs are still there.
Mm-hmm.
So financially, it is very nice, the Jupiter ring, and it is making me positive, spiritual. And the moon ring keeps me calmer, less angry.
Okay, so what I'm saying here
So my
is,
intention was not good. My intention was very materialistic at that time, but now it's more sort of spiritual and balancing the mind, getting those powers of those Jupiter, Sun, the integrity, the wisdom, the large-hearted, and the emotional balance.
Yeah. So you had an idea in your head of what was gonna happen, but something else happened. So
Yes,
does that necessarily make it a bad thing?
it is a
That
good thing.
it's a very good thing. Honestly, it's the best possible thing. Because when we're dealing with these planets, these grahas, they represent intelligences. And it just so happens to be a little bit more intelligent than what we call ourselves, because it's these very same intelligences that represent aspects of ourselves. So when you're wearing these crystals, like I said, they're a focal point for that higher consciousness. You're aligning yourself, you're harmonizing yourself with nature. So it's balancing you out, balancing your mind out. So if it's telling you to go to sleep or telling you to be lazy for this time period up under these stars and these motions, that's exactly what you should be doing. If you saw something going
Yes,
on in your chart and it occurred to you that the best natural result is to get these crystals to harmonize yourself with that chart, this is what's happening. You're harmonizing yourself with these planets. So now that they're telling you to do this, that, and the third, now that you're experiencing this, that's what you asked for.
I think I should try the sun ring as well. What I think is that, like looking at my chart, I feel that it's completely my personality. Had the planets be at a different location, my personality would have been completely different, and my life situation might have been completely different. I feel grateful because they are like good placements,
Mhm.
but I feel angry. Like, and then I thought about the free will thing. I was thinking that this personality is mine, this personality is, but it's the motion of the planets that has decided me. Like, I'm left at the mercy of the planets that were there when I was born. So, how could it be
Yes.
me? And it kind of made me angry because the Rahu is creating a lot of mess in my life right now. Like, I can feel the obsession again within me. Like, not as strong as it used to be 10 years ago or even 8 years ago, but it is still there and I'm not able to transcend it.
Why not?
I'm feeling that intense energy of obsession again, and I feel so upset because of that.
You don't have to feel upset about it.
It is distracting me because Rahu is actually in my 7th house with Venus, so again it
Oh.
will make me obsessed with some
Is it
just
distracting you, or are you
yes, it
using
is.
it? Are you using it as an excuse to be distracted?
Yeah, maybe.
All this
Maybe.
information about the charts. You're extremely intelligent. You're very smart.
No, actually, it's like earlier I would get fully obsessed. Now I like, no, oh, it's Rahu. I should not, be so worried. I'm feeling this anxiety and pain suddenly because this mild obsession, it's very mild, but it is there. And I was thinking that I mastered Rahu and I would not be, feeling that obsession again. But it's
Mhm.
again there. But I'm like, okay, it's because of Rahu. So I'm like, okay, yeah, maybe with time it will, go away. That's why I have booked the Shanti Puja for Rahu. It's on Wednesday. And
Okay.
I was thinking of, sorry.
So it sounds like you have found the solution for the supposed problem.
Now that is what people say. Now I will see for myself because then I was reading multiple posts and some posts said, "Oh, that will that puja, the Shanti puja, will not only take the negative effects, but also the positive effects." Like one of the posts, and I was like, "Oh shit! I have already booked the puja. What if that happened? I don't want to
Oh,
lose the
okay, look,
positive."
Anani.
Yes.
So the issue is not Rahu, and it's not the puja, and it's not any of that stuff. The issue is so many different people's opinions.
Yes.
That's what the issue is. You're doing this work with this group. You got to be careful now. You can't just be doing the old stuff that you used to do anymore. Being a part of this group means that you are now becoming more sensitive in the mental sphere, right? Because that's what I am beginning to master. That's what we as a group are beginning to master. You're becoming more sensitive in the mental sphere. So you're gonna have to stop. You're gonna have to trust yourself, honestly. You do want to get guidance when you need it, but you can go overboard with that. And when you overload yourself with the mind of too many people, especially weak people who are not doing work, you're gonna drive yourself mad with a bunch of opinions that are coming from unreliable sources.
Yes. Yes.
You're becoming more sensitive now. Your awareness is becoming more refined. You can't, it's not going to be the best idea to be running to get other people's thoughts because they're not as pristine as you're going backwards if you do that.
Yes. That is actually 500% true what you are saying. Like that is really a good advice that you are giving me right now because I didn't think of that.
You
I
know
overload.
just as much as any of these people that you're trying to go to. You know the astrology stuff. You know what mantras to do. Hell, I went to you and you helped me, you know what I'm saying? You translated this mantra for me. You know these mantras. You told me, you know, hey, you're a Shiva devotee. You know this stuff. You don't need anybody else to tell you that.
Yes. I could only tell the translation, the Gayatri month and the, Mahamrityunjay mantra. It's like they both were, taught to me when I was a little kid. My mother made me memorize them and she always made me sing them. So that's why I only know the meanings of those. And obviously the language is similar to Sanskrit.
But the effect of that mantra, right? The subtle vibration of that mantra, the purpose of that mantra, that's not just any mantra. That's a really important one.
These two are really important mantras, the Gayatri mantra and the Mahamrityunjay mantra.
Ever since that day I messaged you, I've been listening to that mantra non-stop.
I don't know what just happened. Like a few seconds ago, like I just felt like I wasn't feeling very calm when I joined the call, but now I'm feeling very calm. I don't know how.
You know, maybe it's the Om Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukamiva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshya Mamamrita. That's my translation.
It just shifted my vibration entirely. I'm feeling very calm. There was one more thing I wanted to ask, and I think it has just slipped out of my mind. Yes, yes, I got it.
You've been doing a lot of work, and I think you should put some of that work to use and trust yourself.
Used to?
Hmm?
The last sentence I actually couldn't hear it clearly. So the question that actually I'm these days I'm struggling with, after the retrograde, it always happens that the Mercury retrograde, it got over on Feb 21st, but I lost consistency suddenly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the consistency with my spiritual practices, my studying, the computer science study which I do side by side with the spiritual study,
Mhm.
and it just got totally messed up. So do you have any tips to stay consistent? Like I wanna have that self-discipline within me, that no matter what happens outside, I wanna you know, be self-disciplined. I wanna stick to a proper routine and I wanna follow it daily. And no
Mhm.
matter what retrograde comes or whatever, I don't want to, get deviated and restart again, because I have to do it again and again and again. And it kinds of affects my confidence.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have a job?
Yes.
Do you go to your job even when you don't feel like it?
No, it's not like that. It's like sometimes in my job they don't give me the actual coding work which I like. They give me testing work. And then it gets painful. And when they give me coding work, I'm so happy, productive, and dedicated. But as a fresher, because this is my first job, they think that I'm not that, smart. So they give me less coding work. That's what is excruciatingly painful.
But you still have to do it, right?
What?
You still have to do it, right?
Yes, I have to do the testing. Right now, I have a work. Like, what happened was that the coding work got finished this Saturday. So I'm working on Saturdays also. And now I have like testing work for this week. And I'm like, I don't want to do anything. I just don't feel like doing anything.
Okay. So
Yeah.
stuff like that, you still do it. Why do you still do that kind of work, even when it gets excruciating? Why do
I'm
you
looking
still do it?
for another job. There is a long story behind that. I have to be, for financial stability, I have to have this job. I have to look for a better job. For that, I'm studying side by side. But again, after Mercury retrograde, my both spiritual study and the job study for a new job, it got disturbed. Because in my field, you have to give, coding test to get into another job. It's not
Mhm.
experience based that much. It is, but they test your coding skills. Like they give you questions, you have to solve them.
Mhm.
So I have to prepare for that. Now, if for starting a business, I have some nice side business ideas. I need a basic amount. Now, my family will not support me with that.
Mhm.
So for that, I need a new job. So and after probably the side business works, then maybe I will get a day where I will leave this job, because I don't want to have a 9 to 6 job 5 days a week and not being able to study the spiritual stuff as much as I want to.
Right. So I'm trying to illustrate a point with that question. You are doing this work because you have a goal, right? You are trying to achieve something that requires you to go through the grueling, excruciating steps.
Yeah, it is
So,
excruciatingly painful. It will not be if I change my job, they will give me coding work. Since it's my first job, there is less of that.
mhm. But you're still doing it because you're trying to get somewhere, right?
Yes, yes, I have to be there, but I'm not there. I'm stuck here.
Okay, look, all I'm trying to say is even the study and the practice and all these things, it's all about why it's being done, right? If it's being done out of pleasure and curiosity, then you can just pick it up, put it down whenever you please. But when there's a much bigger purpose that goes beyond pleasure and pain, then pleasure and pain doesn't have a factor in whether you do it or not. You said you have a goal that has to do with owning your own business so that you can have more time to spend on stuff like this. Well,
Yes, like Amar is
who's
able to study so much. on the side.
Right.
He's
So
very,
who's to say that the study of this spiritual work won't also be something that gets you there?
study of. I need some more time to meditate.
You need more time to meditate, then you might have to cut out something else that you do.
Yeah, I
I wasn't
think.
I wasn't doing this forever. Matter of fact, when Jasmine introduced us, I was working
Yes.
right next to her at the same job, right? She introduced me
Yes.
on the clock. I didn't have as much time as I do now. I still, on my lunch break, I used to, walk to work. On my walks to work, on my lunch break, I was reading and studying. When I got home, I did what I could to study. And not just the spiritual stuff, but also entrepreneur stuff. So I had to use what little time I had. I meditated during that time. I did the rituals and all that stuff. I traded out a lot of my free time and some time on the work clock to do this because I knew that it would eventually get me to where I am now. So what
Yes.
I'm saying is you'd like more time to meditate, but all you have is the time that you have. How you use what you have is going to determine how much more of it you get.
Yes.
I would not be able to be doing this right now if I didn't use my little lunch break to study and to work with my spirits. Sometimes I will work, and then if I'm on lunch during the day, I would run home,
What?
be all sweaty, and cut on the camera. Greetings, this is Travis. Record a video, and then run back to work so I can clock back in on time. And then when I got off, I'd edit the video and upload it. I literally did that.
I'm feeling motivated now. The thing is, the company that I'm keeping around me, like the people, they say that one thing that is also affecting me, like I am doing the work, I am studying books, but it's not as speedy as I want it to be. Like I decided to complete a complete book in one day, but then I'm not able to do it in one day. And then I get extremely angry. What? Because it's not getting completed in one day, with the work and with the cooking and all that I have to do. And then I start blaming all the people, like my mother. She's always, irritated about the marriage and stuff like that. So I have reduced my irritation. I'm less triggered. But and then, the friends I have around my house, they are like not as ambitious. So now suddenly these days I'm getting, urges to cut people out of my life and be
Did you say cut
recluse.
people out or cuss people out?
Cut people out of, like, spend less time with them, because then they will tell me, this, that, like, this is happening in my life, this guy did that, this girl did that, and it all feeds into my mind. Like 2 weeks back I was very sincerely studying all these books, but now my speed has slowed down. Like
I mean,
I was running with the cheetah speed, and now I'm moving with the tortoise speed. And it's super annoying.
is that really something to get upset about, though?
Yes, because I want to get at that goal quickly.
You want to get at that goal quickly, but is that even up to you?
No.
With what you described at this point, it's not even in your hands to get there at that speed. And really, what's more important, the speed of getting there or the quality of getting there? If you read a book in one day with your current lifestyle, how much of that are you really going to retain?
Not much.
If you read it consistently, little pieces at a time when you can, and you got a full day to think about it, how much of that will you retain?
Yes.
So that's one of those examples of us having unnecessary stress. Like, You're not able to read a book and the speed that you want. So now you're getting mad at your mom and all this other stuff. All that is stress for no reason. You don't have to feel that way. You don't have
Yes,
to.
yes.
Those are opportunities to experience gratitude and thankfulness. Like there is literally always a way to flip that thing around to where you can be grateful and have gratitude for it.
Yes, yes, I agree.
When you're an entrepreneur, when you're running your own business, when you're doing your own thing, you're going to be so busy. You're going to miss these times. You're going to miss something about these times. You're going to miss when it was easy to have, I don't know how you guys do your taxes or whatever, but you're going to miss your employer handling all your tax information. Because when you're an
Yes,
entrepreneur, you have to do that too.
yes, yes. Oh my
There's so
God, you
much
are
to be
so
grateful
right.
for.
There's so much to be grateful for. Exactly. There is.
I mean, stay on your goal, keep going for it. But I'm just saying, instead of finding reasons to get upset or to be anxious, there's even more reasons to be grateful. Look at how smart you are to even be able to be doing this kind of work or to have these kind of goals. Everybody can't do that.
Yes, yes, you're right. Even I couldn't do it a few years back, but now I'm able to. You're right.
Be grateful. Gratefulness gets you very far. Even in those days I described, when I was drinking alcohol and when I was working at that job that I did not like and I only had a little bit of time to study, it was frustrating. But I knew back then that it was better to be grateful and thankful and find reasons to stay in that vibration of thankfulness, because you you teach yourself to attract more of that.
Yes,
Just like if you train yourself to stay anxious and angry and upset, you get more of that.
yes, yes. Like attracts like.
Look, you're smart. You know this stuff already.
Yeah, I know it, but sometimes in the heat of the moment, like when I'm affected, then I might lose a chunk of it. And I have to remember. I have all these sticky notes, please. I think I should read them more. How did
Heat
you
of the
get
moment.
here?
Hmm?
Sorry, I cut. How did you get here? Like from that frustration, that addiction, that struggle. It must have not been an overnight process.
Yeah, it was a lot of being honest with myself, so being so honest, because it's easy to lie. It's easy to lie. It's easy to be like, oh well, my guru said that I can have alcohol to communicate with spirits. Bobby Hemmett said you drink gin to communicate with the gin. I can tell myself all kind of excuses. While that may be true on a level, what was also true is that things around me were falling apart, and if I kept this up, it was going to get worse. But what really pushed me to stop was the fact that the spirit inside me, the subtle voice that connects with me, told me that if what you want is to go further in the spiritual work and knowing yourself, if that's what you really want, you're going to have to release alcohol because you can't take that with you where you're going. And
Yes.
I know the sound of my spirit. I know that voice when it speaks to me. I know to listen. So at that point, I'm like, all right, let's go forth. We'll make it a challenge. Every time that I want to spend money on alcohol, instead, I'll put the money in a jar, right? Plus, I made a video about it. So I made a public announcement, basically. So if I decided to buy a drink, I would have to go back, and anybody who, you know what I'm saying, listens to my videos would know that I went back on my word. So I used that to keep me focused. And
Yes.
really it's been uphill from there, because now I wasn't wasting money on alcohol, which means I was making more money. Also, I wasn't spending time being drunk, which means I had more time to study. I didn't realize that when I was drunk, I couldn't study because I was being drunk and being ridiculous. But since I had more time being sober, wow, I could think clearly now. Wow, I've got all these books that I can actually read now. So just that one decision really turned things around for me big time. There might be things that you do that you could actually, stop doing, and you'd end up having more time.
Yes.
We all do.
And there are some mini addictions, mini minute addictions. If I overcome them,
Mm-hmm.
like I keep turning variety of information. Like on the same topic, I will read from different sources. That thing you said I shouldn't do because it will confuse my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Unreliable sources. I keep reading this and that, watching this video. Like if I'm how to observe others, then I will see 10 different videos, and that's how my time gets wasted.
Right. You
So
got to
I
be
keep
honest with
churning
yourself.
information in, yes, in a very scattered manner, and that is keeping me addicted to my phone, because on phone the information is there. So I'm like watching, reading articles, studying this, that, not in an organized manner.
Right.
So I'm not reaching anywhere, and I'm not reaching to my goal as well.
Right.
Yes, it's really nice to hear your story, especially when you said that things around were falling apart, but you kept going.
Even in
And
those
how you
days.
used, the yes.
No, you go ahead.
No, even in those days.
Even in those days, things were I, it was hard to see a better future, because literally, like, everything that I wanted wasn't happening. I was lonely. I didn't have anybody to, have call a lover. I didn't have that. It was just me, alcohol, and a bunch of people using my shit. Using using my apartment, using my music equipment, using my information. People taking advantage of me in all kinds of aspects in my life. Why? Because I felt lonely and I felt like I wanted to feel useful. So I let people take advantage of me. But even in those days and in those times, I knew that things were going to get better. I knew that somehow, some way, I was going to live the life that I wanted to live. I knew it. I just didn't know how. So I had faith in that. So like I said, when spirit came to me and said, look, you're going to have to give this up. Then you're going to have to give this up. When it said these things, I listened, because I knew that there was something that I wanted, and I didn't know how to get there, but I knew my spirit could find a way.
Yes. That is
So to have,
again very soothing.
hmm?
That was very soothing,
Yeah,
because my spirit is telling me to give up the phone addiction, the information churning addiction.
that's a real
So
thing.
you also had that, that you have to be useful to others.
Like I said earlier in this stream, like my spirit, that voice, it has never ever let me down in my whole life. It has never let me down. Now, there's been lots of times where it's spoken to me and I didn't listen, but every time I did listen, it has never let me down. And I found that every time I listen to it, that our connection gets stronger and stronger and stronger, to the point that now that spirit, that voice, is the voice in my head. Not the rambling thoughts, not the random shit, not the fear, not the worry, but the voice of that spirit is now the voice that's in my head, because I've listened to it so much. We've become the same thing.
Yes, that's also a very good advice. So I also keep disregarding it.
Mm-hmm.
How could you break from all of it? Was it like suddenly, uh, did it suddenly happen that suddenly you decided and suddenly all those negative things just vanished from your life, or you struggled you also struggle with consistency in, you know, removing those obstacles, like those negative people which were using you, the alcohol, like.
It's a process, right? It's a process, and it does kind of test your consistency. Now, thankfully, at that point when I gave up alcohol in April of 2019, I believe, I haven't touched it since. And what I find is that everything is vibratory. What you do in your life keeps you at a certain frequency. And depending on what frequency you're on, you attract certain things and you repel certain things. So where I'm at right now, I literally couldn't be here if I had alcohol in my system, if I got meat in my system, you know, if I've got, you know, pornography in my system, if I've got these things in my system, I literally couldn't exist here. So basically what I'm saying is when you remove the stuff that's holding you down vibrationally, you start to rise up, and those things that are attached with it start to fall away. So in my case, giving up alcohol, there's a lot of other things that had to fall away also, because alcohol kept me there. So likewise, when you begin to give up the phone addiction, or at least reduce it, you'll find that things that were rejected from you are going to start to come into your life now. And hopefully that will cause you to, you know, really take the addiction seriously, maybe even remove it altogether. And you'll find that so many other things are going to come into your life instead.
Yes. Yes, I'm able to, you know, I'm able to see, understand what I have to do now.
The place I am vibrationally now, I couldn't exist here if I didn't read and meditate the way that I do. I couldn't be here if I didn't. So it's not that I'm like super special or powerful or better than anybody. It's what I do on a regular basis that keeps me here.
Yes.
And it's only getting better now with these mantras. It's only getting better.
Yeah, mantras are very helpful. I have a playlist which I'm not listening regularly. I think I should.
I'm starting to create a playlist for each day.
Yes.
My favorite one is my Saturn one so far. I like the Saturn Beach mantra and the Rahu Beach mantra. For some reason, those are
Rave Nama.
Yeah.
Oh, that is quite synchronous. That is a synchronicity for me because I am planning to get Saturn and Rahu Shanti Puja done. I have booked Rahu and I will be booking Saturn Shani Shanti Pujas after that. And you are into those, listening those. Very good. That means I should go for it without worries. That must be a sign.
Sounds like it to me. Because I didn't have to say that, right?
Yes.
Om Sham
There is.
Shani Sharaya Namaha.
You sang a mantra. Actually, I got a call and then I had to cut it. Some spam calls. There's one more thing that's happening. I think that's the last thing that I want to talk about or like ask. Like, tarot used to work for me earlier, but I don't know, for last 2 months it's just not working. It has stopped working completely for me. Like, I used to do predictions for my friend. I don't like to do predictions for myself. I mostly do guidance readings for myself. Like, what should I do today? How should I, like, where should be my focus now, right now, or like how to deal with this situation and this and that sort of stuff. So these days, like earlier when I used to do a reading, like what is my current mental state, then the card showcasing my mental states used to come up. But these days when I do that, it just doesn't work. Like I cleanse the cards as well, but it seems like the cards aren't working.
You're past that level too. So the thing
the
about
past.
so you're connected to me, and you're connected to this group. So the thing about the tarot and the astrology is that they really no longer serve us as predictive tools, not exclusively.
Yes.
They now serve us as open books to read ourselves. So to continue to use them as predictive tools, you're not using them for the way that they're functioning for our particular stream anymore. Because we aren't so focused on predicting the future, so to speak. It's more about understanding where we are right now. And that's the best way to predict the future, understanding where you are right now.
Yes, I ask the cards, but they don't show the right status of my mind at that moment. Like if I ask the card how I am feeling right now, tell me what is my mental state currently, and the cards are like if I'm stressed, the cards are very positive, and if I'm very positive, the cards are like 10 of Swords, Devil, whatnot. Like it doesn't resonate with my current mental state, so it has just stopped working in that manner also.
Are you pulling multiple readings for the same question?
Multiple. Then I do like in first chance, if it doesn't come correctly, then I do a second reading as well. But in first go it doesn't come correctly. Like in third or fourth go, maybe my true mental state comes up in the cards.
So if you need the cards to tell you how you're feeling right now, I think the problem might be bigger than the cards themselves.
What do you mean by that? I didn't get that.
Oh, I mean, can you not tell how you're feeling right now?
I can tell, but the cards cannot, like
So what?
just to
Well, I
check.
mean, like, why are you asking the cards if you can, for a question that you can figure out?
So that
And
so that I can check the authenticity. Authenticity
yeah,
of
that's
cards.
not how you're supposed to. That's not how you're supposed to be using them like that.
That's not how they are like. I thought that one should test the cards first if they're working properly, and then maybe for guidance you can pull after that. Like you should test, right? So now you are saying a completely different thing than what I was anticipating to hear. That I am not supposed to do it that way. Shit.
Yeah, that might not be the best use for the cards, but they
Yes, I think
absolutely work as meditative tools.
that means meditating upon the cards. Meditating.
Because each one of those cards represents a specific astrological element,
Yes.
an element on the tree of life.
Yes.
So you're talking about your chart and different parts of the chart that may not be working out for you. Maybe you could use some of those cards to meditate on the part that you want to balance. You're talking about your sun and your moon. There's a sun card and a moon card. Also, the sixes deal with the sun. The nines deal with the moon. We talked about,
Rahu.
you got, as far as Rahu, I'm not sure what that would represent in tarot.
Rahu and Tarot.
I'm gonna have to look on Google to see what Rahu and Ketu are on the tarot.
And Saturn.
Oh yeah, that's right. So yeah, Saturn and Rahu go together, just like Ketu and Mars. So yeah,
Ketu
Saturn.
and Mars go together. Okay.
So the thing, yeah. Saturn with Rahu and Mars with Ketu, because even the Bij mantras. But and also we got the different koshas, right? You got the Annamaya kosha, which will relate to the pentacles.
Yes.
Right. You got these different levels of the body, pentacles being the physical plane, the cups being the emotional plane, the swords being the mental plane, the wands being the spiritual plane. There's different ways you can approach it, but the cards, they're more useful in that way as opposed to the random rolling of dice.
Yes. That is a really Live. I have written all the advice you have given me today.
Namaste.
Yeah. Thanks, Travis.
Thank you, Ananya.
Thank you. Okay. Bye
Have a
bye.
good day.
You too. Have a good night. Sleep well. Enjoy. Bye bye.
Peace. What a day, what a day. All right, squad. Somehow it's 2 a.m. Like I didn't even realize that this has happened, but somehow, some way, this is 2 a.m. I see 21 viewers here. Who all still with me? Give me something in that chat so that I can know that I'm not alone. Yeah, I think it's time for me to go ahead. Maybe I should eat something. What have I got? Maybe I can make some pasta, right? Some light pasta. Boil up some noodles and slap some pesto on them bad boys. Maybe spread some avocado on some toast. You feel me? MC Maestro, peace. Hecate, good evening. Good evening, Hecate. Alex Cuckoo, greetings, my friend. Mr. Tulu, what's up, what's up? Cosmic Naga, how to join the chat. Join the chat, Cosmic Naga. Go to where, look in this channel here where it says subscribe, go to where it says join, and then you would join the major student level. That way you will get the link to join these meetings that we have twice a week. Oh yeah, Matthew Watson, peace, my friend. You're staying up awfully late this time. You must not have to go to work tomorrow. Nathan Large, peace, peace. But yeah, jolly good, jolly good. Great place, great place. Nathan Large says some Beyond Meat tacos. I don't know, man. I hear that Beyond Meat's got some Johnson & Johnson's baby ingredients too. But no, actually, I got some Beyond Meat sausage still. Those things were on sale, and I bought a bunch of them, so I got to eat them all. Baby ingredients or not. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. That's what I'll do. I'll do some pasta with some Beyond sauce. Appreciate that, Nathan. All right. Matthew Watson says, "Nah, I do, but spirit first today." All right, yeah. You got to work. If y'all got to go to work, then I don't want to keep y'all too much longer unnecessarily. 222. Awesome. Plus, I think I should probably go to bed soon. But yeah, remember, in this crazy mixed up world, everybody on your Facebook feed is complaining that they're taking away their guns and they're taking away their right to not wear a mask and get a vaccine. But remember, it's still a choice. You don't have to do anything. It's always a choice. It's either wear the mask or we're gonna make you feel bad. We're gonna guilt trip you. They have the right to do that, but it's still a choice. You can endure the guilt trip. You can endure the family disagreements. Wow, we've got a new challenger this late at night. I wonder who it is. But yeah, always remember, you do have a choice, and it's never, ever as bleak and negative as these people make it out. Actual factuals. Greetings, Yuri.
Peace to you.
Oh, damn, what's good, Mike? Man, rising from the depths of the deep night.
Man, it's almost that time. So it was almost that time. I was hopping on YouTube to to get a frequency, and I seen you on here.
Yeah. And Anya just left.
Yeah, I haven't talked to Ananya in a while. I miss Ananya.
Yeah, she just tapped out.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of that YouTube page, but it's the one YouTube page where it's a lady and a man, and they break down every single Nasaktra, and they give you the beach mantra for it.
Mm-hmm.
And for my what is it, Purva Asada, they got a mantra that I can't find nowhere. I can't find it nowhere. So I got some. I want to practice that, but I want to get a translation, a little bit more of a translation, because she break down some of the stuff, but not really too much of it. So I think she got like a original ancient text or something like that a lot of people not using. So I don't know why people not using this mantra that she got.
Yeah. I found that there are some of them that are there's slight variations. For example, with the moon, some say Chandraya, some say Chandramase. I don't really know the difference, but what I've seen in the material that I'm studying is that the translation matters less than the actual vibration of repeating the string of sounds. The string of sounds is where the power is. Because oftentimes that string of sounds, the vibration that it produces, has nothing to do with the literal meaning at all.
I wanted to ask you about the lunar calendar that y'all had mentioned in the group. I don't think I think I had sent myself a site, but it only showed I guess the full moon calendar and not that daily moon that y'all was talking about. I was looking to tap into that, and I couldn't. Well, I can't say I couldn't, but I was being lazy. But I was just looking for some direction on that.
Yeah, so you want to look up, basically, because I stumbled across that before too. I don't remember where it was, but basically, what we're looking at is the lunar nakshatra. Where's the moon at? I don't have the site either, but if you type in what is the lunar nakshatra, what is the moon nakshatra for today, eventually one of those links are going to come up, because it was on the first page, probably from the first 3 or 4 links, if I recall. But what I also do as a shortcut, because I do the moon nakshatra for the day, I probably should go back to that calendar myself, but I just go to Industrial and make a new profile for today at today's time. So I've got one called today, and the birth time is right now. And that just tells me what's in the sky at the current moment. I just take the moon nakshatra and go to YouTube and get to work. Now, with that being said, you could make your own moon calendar, which might not be a bad idea.
My own moon, what?
You can make your own moon calendar for the nakshatras of the moon.
Mm-hmm. Let me sit up before I fall back down. Yeah, that's interesting. I need to get my book. So like I constantly say, I'm not one to really take notes, but I want that to change. Let me get my book. Like I take in so much information, man, and I can't say it all go to waste, but
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's a good idea. I might end up making my own moon nakshatra trajectory. And what I've been trying to figure out is what's called the tithis. I think there's about 16 tithis, and those are the phases of the moon, right? We in the West, we've only got 4: new moon, waxing, full, and waning. But as far as tithis go, there's actually 16, and they have more to do with the degrees of the moon. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be making. In the meantime, probably good to go ahead and eat this Beyond sausage. Did my phone just die? No, it's about to though. Sure enough is. All right. So everybody present, very good to have you guys, and for you to have me. Nothing better than being had by somebody who cares.
man, my Wi-Fi just cut off on me. I don't know if I did it or not. Yo, can you hear me?
Yes.
You said, all right, got my notebook. What was that last recommendation you had said?
What are you trying to do?
The keeping up with the moon, keeping up with the lunar cycle, and matching the mantras for it. You said something about, you said making a chart on the Astral, and then you said something else after that.
Yeah, so just tracking where the moon will be throughout, maybe 30 days or however many you can handle. But I was just mentioning how there's something called a tithi, and the tithi is one of the 16 phases of the moon. In in our world, we've only got 4: a full moon, a waning moon, waxing moon, new moon. But there's actually 16 in the Vedic astrology calendar. And if you make your own chart, you also get the degrees of where the moon is in that nakshatra. And it honestly has to do with the sun, with the distance between the sun and the moon. But with that, you'd also be able to track the tithis of the moon. And if this is something that you're going to see yourself doing in the future, then this would be good practice to get to know about that stuff.
Yeah, no, that's true. I got a lot going on right now.
Like I said, if you just search up lunar nakshatra, moon nakshatra, what nakshatra is the moon in right now, that type of stuff, Google should pop it up for you relatively quickly.
Did Christian hop on tonight?
No.
No, okay. What? And I asked that because when y'all was on the live, y'all was talking about the sound frequencies and knowing which ones to do what, and it sparked some research I had done before about the correlation between light and sound, right? So then when I went back over the polarity, uh, before the group, because like I said, I don't take notes. So I went back over the polarity thing so I can sharpen up on it. And I realized that light and sound ain't nothing but polarities of vibration, because each light and each sound has a principal vibration attached to it. You know what I'm saying? So that reminded me, I brushed up on that research, and I wanted to tell her, like, no matter what those little things say in the description on the frequencies, you know what I'm saying? As long as you know what that number correlate to, then that description really don't mean nothing. Because you can type in 528 and you can get 100 different intentions on the 528. And the intentions probably all work because of belief, but it's best to align with the purpose of that frequency, or not the purpose, but align with the energy that the frequency give off. You know what I'm saying? I think you would receive more benefit than, you know what I'm saying, if you align yourself with it, than if you try to transmute it. Unless you would, you know, you that type of person on that level to, when you able to transmute any and every any entity that you come into, contact with. But yeah, the key is in the numbers, and then once you get the ranges for the numbers, then you revert back to your color chart. And like I said, that description don't mean anything in those videos, because if you sound in knowledge, then ain't nothing nobody can tell you.
I even wonder how much consciously, how much control we have over any of that anyways. For a frequency to come into our awareness and for us to even listen to it. I wonder how much it matters that we actually understand about it. Because the government doesn't give us a description when we're being blasted by frequencies at all times. But does it still have an effect?
Wait a
Are we
minute.
even aware?
Did you just say that? Wait a minute, Mr. No, they. Did you just say they?
Oh, I said the government specifically.
Oh, well, you were specific then. I ain't want to say it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of us complaining about the 5G towers. I mean, and even still, you can go outside and hear it, or even if we have a TV on, or the cell phones that we put up next to our ears all the time. But I think that when these tones come up to us on the YouTube, the ones that we pick and listen to, it's almost as if, I like to use this phrase, that our karma finds us deserving of it. Just like the mantras that come up to us, The one that I'm using now, the Mitrayunjaya mantra, I don't know what the hell that thing means, but it came to me and something about it just stuck with me. And I literally had to go to Ananya to translate it for me. And
Right.
behold, that's exactly what I needed to be listening to at the time. So a lot of these pure frequencies, pure tones, pure vibrations, like I think they find us as opposed to us trying to find them.
I believe so. I believe that, you know what I'm saying, if you aligning yourself with what's actually here, because then you let me say this first. I believe that if you align yourself with what is already here and is meant for you, then you going, you know what I'm saying, get the best out of it. Because ain't no way, like just me doing the research on Purvis Asada and the similarities and the resonance that I get, you know what I'm saying, the connection that I got from that, ain't no way. It's either like everything is one big conspiracy or it's just a alignment. You know what I'm saying? It's up to you to believe and to hit that path. But like even with the Vedics not having all the planets, like I question the validity of it, but still, like even with or without the planets though, like everything that I've researched and cross-checked and researched again, it all like line up and make sense. And it just, I just don't believe in too many coincidences. You know what I'm saying? Coincidence happen by accident.
Yeah. Making itself known to you.
Yeah, just like we were saying earlier. And if you deny it, then you might slip around and have to bump your head. But it's like I always hear people like Dreamwise, and it was good to hear Dreamwise on there earlier, even though I couldn't stay. But it was good because he one of those people that I hear about, that I got the concept of awareness is aware of you. You know, awareness is aware of you being aware of it. You know what I'm saying? I kind of got that own little thing because they always talk about, a lot of the people that I follow always talk about the, you know what I'm saying, the consciousness wanting to find itself. And since we are refractions of that, you know what I'm saying, we on a different density, since the all is in us, or the all is us, or we are the all, you know what I'm saying, we want to find ourselves. So I think that's why when you get on that path and you refuse certain things, um I can't remember the name of that sphere, I'm sorry, but I just think that, you know, the energies from that specific sphere that I'm thinking about is going to make itself present to you. And is, you know what I'm saying, like it ain't nothing you can do down here on this plane. And like if you refuse some of this stuff, then you know that's just like taking yourself to jail. But it might not be, you know what I'm saying? Some people just might have a level of attachment to certain things, but I noticed, just like how me and Kurt was talking about earlier, like when you're going through these cycles in your life, like if it's not meant to be, then you know you gotta go learn your lesson. But if it's clear to you, then you can't ignore it. You'll be doing yourself a disservice to ignore it, to fight it.
Right. Ignorance. Ignore it.
Now, I think that's stupidity, not ignorance, because I think ignorance is the lack of knowledge, and stupidity is having the knowledge and not, you know what I'm saying, not behaving accordingly. But yeah, though, I wanna dive a little bit deeper on that subject of light and light and sound. And then like I was thinking, I was just thinking about it. I'm like, that's probably the basis for every like Reiki healer and all of these people. They already know this about light and sound. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the basis for the healing is realigning the chakras. And people is getting paid like $100 for 15 minutes of Reiki. like like and it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like Django keeps saying, like we studying stuff that, only certain levels of people study. And it like, so it's just like I I got to discipline myself and be more confident in myself in this stuff, because like you always say, you are exactly where you need to be, and ain't no use of wasting time. Like I am a huge procrastinator, and it all comes from self-doubt. It all comes from fear. It all comes from anxiety. So solar plexus is my thing right now. Stop video. Wait a minute. I didn't know my video was on this whole time. You got a visual from me?
Do I?
I said, do you got a visual from me right now?
I do. Do you?
No, I only see. Oh, well, thank you. I did not know that. Turn this camera. Okay. Okay. Trying to get my candle adjusted here. Did you crack your Gita open yet?
I glanced through it, certain parts. I didn't start the serious read up just yet.
Yeah, I started reading it a long time ago in the past life when I was incarcerated. And that's how I knew about the Japamala and the Bhakti a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But I never really finished. I never really got into it for real because I was just always so distracted. But I um I actually went to a temple and got a book, got a Gita, the Gita
Mm-hmm.
as it is. It is nice and it's nice and broken into. It's kind of old. I saged that boy, and I got it next to me. I didn't even get through the introduction yet. He was talking a lot in the introduction.
I don't even remember what happened in my copy of that one.
Yeah, I had an old copy, old copy, and it's not like I did something. I mean, I had a small copy. I don't know how good the information was. I just think it didn't have both texts. I think the one I had originally, I think it had only the English text, because even though it was a smaller print, it didn't seem as big. And and I like the fact that, you know what I'm saying, you get in a lot of these books, you get to see the original text and the translation. And they got a what is that called? A purport. I don't necessarily know what that means. I know what it is, but a purport. I'm guessing like a breakdown of it.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to find a lot of information on what is it, Vishnu and then Trimurti. I always keep getting Shiva, even when I look up what you call them. Now I'm not using no books or nothing. I'm just Googling stuff, but everything seem to be focused on Shiva, not Brahma. And I kind of understand why not Brahma, because God, Brahma is the supreme. You know what I'm saying? But Vishnu.
Yeah, we can't really perceive Brahma with the equipment that we have. We can barely perceive anything really. But Shiva is a dimension of consciousness that is accessible to someone who seeks in earnesty and complete devotion. Whereas the level of Brahman, or Brahma, I should say, is difficult to reach with five sense consciousness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they say you can only reach Brahma in a certain state.
Mostly a state of death.
Yeah.
With prior work done.
Right. Work. But that's what I'm saying. So it's just like, I think Shiva is cool from the limited understanding I have of Shiva, because when I was doing I was doing research on Purvi Asada, and then I came along to information with the marriage between Shiva and whatever. Yeah, Parvati. That was about, I won't say a full week ago, but it was it was it was probably like 3 days ago or something like that. And I was just like, Shiva is cool, but you know what I'm saying? Shiva is, from what I understand, and based off the story of the marriage, Shiva is the destroyer, but he's still stuck in I won't say stuck, but Shiva is compared to the natural man living in the natural state, well, as natural as possible. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody who basically live off the land, kind of away from society a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But I want to get into I just want to do a light research on the next level. I mean, not the next level. I don't know which level. it is, but the other the other person in the Trimurti. But like I said, a lot of this information is dictated towards Shiva. At least that's how the World Wide Web is cutting it from my perspective. So that's part of the reason why I got another book, another Gita, so I could see what's really going on.
So just like all the other spiritual systems, we're not actually dealing with people or persons, but rather Shiva is a representation of an extremely unconditioned state of consciousness. Shiva is more of a dimension than a person or a being. But the things that Shiva does are symbolic descriptions of the type of qualities we can expect from interacting with this dimension of pure, unrefined, undefined consciousness.
Yeah, Shiva is I relate a lot to Shiva's story. Well, at least the little bit of knowledge that I got from just the story of the marriage, because I haven't done the research myself, but I trust the source that I got the story from about the marriage. And have you read or heard the story of Shiva Miriam? I cannot remember her name. Parvati. Yeah, have you looked into that story?
What is the story about?
The story. Now, I didn't take notes or nothing like that, so bear with me. But the story is on the wedding day. Oh, I should have took notes because I can't remember his name now. The long story short, Shiva pulled up. Shiva pulled up. You know what I'm saying? Only like Shiva can. Basically like a savage. And I would translate that today as somebody who probably grew up poor in an impoverished neighborhood or something like that. But you know what I'm saying, kind of raised above the average and conquered some of the certain, you know what I'm saying, conquered certain things that came along with his life path. And that's the reason why I can relate to Shiva. But it's just like when Shiva at the marriage, I remember distinctly, and I'm not gonna go too far past this, but I remember at the beginning of the marriage, they was describing Shiva. Shiva pulled up. I think Sadhguru said that Shiva had bear skin on or elephant skin or something, and it was so fresh that it was still dripping blood when he walked up into his own marriage. And he he was just like in a savage like state. But his party that was with him was a group of lost souls. He said that they didn't even speak any known language. That the group or the party that was with Lord Shiva was like, they were just, I don't even know the word to describe them, but they was not just like normal human beings. They wasn't human beings at all. You know what I'm saying? I guess I really didn't catch that, but I'm guessing like Shiva carried his, you know what I'm saying, the souls that he conquered with him or something. I don't know. I got to do much research on it. But what I want to get to is that, in a lot of cultures other than ours, at least from my perspective, when two people get married, is on their own accord. Like you know, we don't need or want anybody's approval. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of us from the way I grew up, you know, you don't necessarily have to take your partner home and get a blessing by mom. You know what I'm saying? But I noticed like in a lot of the Eastern cultures, like a lot of relationships and marriages and stuff like that, even if you do find your own significant other, if your parents don't approve of it, then you're gonna have a hard time because you always want to be drawn between the two, between your family and between your significant other. Now I got my own opinion on that, but um so Shiva he so the Parvati's father was asking questions about Shiva, like where he come from, you know, his family history and nothing like that, and he really didn't have nothing to say. You know what I'm saying? Because he come from the wilderness. You know what I'm saying? He don't come from a constructed, you know what I'm saying, perfect, you know, white picket fence type household. And Parvati was concerned, everybody was concerned about, you know, the way Shiva looked on his wedding day. And only for Parvati did Shiva clean himself up. And Sadhguru said once Shiva cleaned himself up, he was the most beautiful man ever. He was the perfect man. But I don't know. I just really, really, you know what I'm saying, took a liking to Shiva because of the little bit of background information that I got about him. But I was like, hey, that sounds like me. Yeah, but Sadhguru, he tell that story way better than I can.
Shiva represents unconditioned, unrefined, undefined state of consciousness. No conditions placed on it, no rules being followed, completely unfiltered in the most primal sense, a state of being that is indescribable beyond the concept of it doesn't follow any agreed upon rules. Do you see how that state of consciousness can be described in the story?
Yes, sir.
As a man coming to a wedding, not following the conventional tuxedo route, he's wearing
Mm-hmm.
a lion skin dripping with blood. That's not conventional at all. What it is, though, is a demonstration of the raw nature, right? The raw nature doesn't care. It's bloody, it's gory, it's gruesome. It doesn't have understanding. Walking around with a band of hooligans, people who don't follow any rules or laws or conventions. They're not dressed up for the party. They're not looking the part. They probably smell funky as hell. Their hair is probably crazy. Breath probably horrible. No one in this camp follows any type of conventional rules or description, not even to the most important day of the culture, which is the wedding. However, The only thing that could tame this unconditioned consciousness is
Love.
which is probably the reason why we find ourselves in this incredible yet difficult puzzle. The only thing that can condition unconditioned consciousness is the attraction of its equal opposite. So now we have consciousness infused into matter.
Consciousness infused with matter.
I can't remember the movie or the comic book character, but there's a movie of a guy who's just living a regular 9-to-5 corporate lifestyle with his tie and button-down shirt. And his friends are trying to wake him up, but keeps running from it. The fact of the matter is, there used to be a supervillain who was on the brink of destroying the entire universe, but he vanished, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to say that the superhero put him down. The superhero was this guy in the corporate job. But anyways, comes to find out that his memory had been wiped. He was actually this extremely powerful villain on the brink of destruction, destroying the universe. And the only way they could get him to stop was by erasing his memory and making him think that he was actually a superhero. And, you know, they dressed him down, made him seem as if he was something other than what he was. Kind of reminds me of the story of Shiva, the destroyer. When Shiva wakes up, he destroys the illusion with his third eye. He burns it down with fire. But until then, he's asleep and he still thinks that he's part of this game. That superhero still thinks that he's saving humanity and serving, you know, the community. But in all actuality, his purpose is to burn the whole thing down. None of it was real. None of it matters at all. Even though love is what could tame Shiva temporarily, that's not his natural state, and it won't last very long. That's why all of us are hurtling to death at an insane speed. Because death is the original state. Life is an anomaly. Or rather, this form of life, this conditioned consciousness, is an anomaly.
Yeah, I understand that, but I always wonder what if. Well, not wonder what if, but I always kind of balance that because I think that we can't get so caught up in skipping what we have here because if this plane and this existence wasn't important, then we wouldn't have it. You know what I'm saying? So it's best to find your purpose or find my purpose and and achieve that. Wow, you know what I'm saying? Wow, achieve certain levels of self-mastery. So when we do transition, you know what I'm saying? The transition will be a lot more easier. But it just kind of worried me a little bit because it seemed like some people take this level of detachment to what to like morbid levels to me, like, and I don't think death death for the ego is really necessary because it's, you know what I'm saying, it's within us for a reason, but it's you got to be able to find a balanced ego. Like, I'm not necessarily saying that to you, but it was just a conversation I was having with somebody recently, and it was very important that we we change the way you know what I'm saying, we look at some of these concepts, because I think that, you know what I'm saying, constantly telling somebody to kill the ego can throw people off, especially people who's, you know what I'm saying, just putting their walking shoes on. I think, you know what I'm saying, that just like they say like your chakras is blocked, or you know what I'm saying, like if your chakras was really blocked, then your organs wouldn't be moving or nothing like that. Now they might be imbalanced, but ain't no one chakra not working. You know what I'm saying? That just like your third eye. If your third eye wasn't working, then you would never create melatonin, for example. Uh, so my goal is to find balance and harmony in all these energies. Because once you kill everything, then you ready to ascend, and then so that's a conscious decision. But if we keep with these death culture words like kill this and kill that, you know what I'm saying? That's an exaggeration, really. If you believe that your chakras is blocked, then you're gonna mess around and block them more than what they was. They more or less just imbalance, polarity. I think you were showing a book about on the part of the book, I can't remember what it was, but you were showing where how the chakras got a front side and a back side.
Yes.
Oh, what was the name of that? So the chakras that we think about primarily is along the spine, but you know what I'm saying? Like I said, they correlate with organs, so is energy pathways in the front as well, and they perfectly align with the back. Now you said it was a couple of them that didn't have a front and a back. I know I can't remember the Vedic name of these, but I know the first chakra, the crown, is only up, and then so with the principle of polarity, you got the root chakra that's only down. And then was there any other chakras that didn't have a forward, a front and back?
No, what you said is right.
Okay. And you remember that terminology for that, the front and backward energy?
The chakras can be located along the spine. These are connected to nadi, which are pathways that prana travels. These chakra points located along the spine have prominent nadis that are facing the front of the body, and these are called kshetrams. Another definition of the word kshetram is a temple or a holy place.
Hold on, let me get my ink pen now. You can't be doing that to me. I don't. I gotta be ready. Holy place. how you do you know how to spell that? Shectrum? How you say that?
KSHETRAM.
And you said is referenced as the holy place.
If you look up the definition of that word, more than likely you'll come up with the exoteric definition of a temple or a place of worship. The esoteric definition is the nadi that connects the chakra point and the spine to the point in front. It's not actually a chakra point, but it's a pathway. It's a pathway that prana can travel through. And it's one of the preliminary pathways that must be opened before Kundalini can ascend up the spinal column.
Yeah, I've meditated and I've seen synchronicities and had paths open and stuff like that. But that burning in my face and everything that's been happening since then, like is I thought I was meditating before, but when I when my face started burning, and I don't know if like it was supposed to reach my top or what, but that heat sensation from that kundalini rising, that's an experience like it's just like like icy hot moving through your body. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know if nobody else. I think you said you experienced that, but I don't know if nobody else experienced that. But
it's very rare.
Yeah, it came to my face. And I was like, okay, what am I supposed to do? Then I gave it, I put intention on it. I put intention on that energy. I mean, it came natural. It was just like, I was like, okay, I got a reference point to this. So I'm not going to be scared of it. But I was like, what now? And my natural instinct was to give it intention. And the reason why I bring that up is because when I gave it intention, it left. So, I don't know. I always have good intentions on wanting to research all this stuff, but like I said when I first got on, like it's tough trying to balance everything. Tough trying to balance everything.
Do you have to run a darshan?
On Scribed. I don't have the physical book, but I got a PDF on Scribe, the website.
Do you have access to the audio books on my channel?
I seen that after I started reading it, and I was like, I could have just let Trav do it. But I was kind of happy though, because you know what I'm saying? You get a little bit more when you do it yourself. But what was why did you bring that up?
The practice of chakra shooting is the practice of directly opening these channels that you asked about and took notes on.
Oh yeah, what's that? I think you chapter 9 or something like that. 11. Can't remember, but I think I remember hearing you or seeing you say something about that. But I didn't I didn't get to it.
That's going to be the best place to learn about it. You won't find much information elsewhere.
Nah, I know. I tried. Because I wanted something just to build off of until I was actually able to sit down and really give it full attention. And it was kind of tough. It was limited. Yeah, though, I definitely want to hop on that. I definitely want to hop on that because ever since then, like y'all was saying, like you meditate and then you receive later on. It's not instant all the time. Nothing is never instant. You know what I'm saying? So it was just like I'm used to meditating and praying and doing stuff and seeing the results, even if it was unintended results or maybe consequences. Sometimes it's consequences, but I'm used to seeing it. Now I'm starting to get used to seeing it now, but like I said, it's like once that Kundalini that Kundalini yoga meditation thingy happened, like I've been super tapped in to, you know, some personal accomplishments that I want to achieve. I don't know. It's not like I had a super epiphany, but it's just like, it's still, I'm gonna wait before I speak anymore because I still don't know yet. Sometimes I gotta catch up to what's going on. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna tap into that video you dropped. I went through a little bit more of your history, man. I see you got a lot of audio books, and that's perfect for me because, like I always say, it's not that I don't want to or nothing like that, but me sitting down and focusing on one thing ain't always easy for me. So if I can like listen to an audio book and wash dishes, you know what I'm saying? I might have to rewind back a little bit a couple times, but even when I sit down to read, I have to go back over a couple things. You know, that's the whole point of like highlighting and taking notes and stuff like that, so you can get a deeper connection to what you're reading. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into some of those audio books that you did.
That'd be the best idea.
Yeah, I know, because you get views. No, I'm just messing with you. But is there an audiobook besides that chapter that you just recommended? Or is there an audiobook that you particularly really enjoy doing? Or is it basically all of them, you know what I'm saying, on the same plane?
What do you mean?
Like, is there one specific audiobook or is it one specific book that you read online that you know what I'm saying, that you really, really enjoy reading that book?
I would have to say that it would be Mimetic Magic.
What's that?
It's a book called Mimetic Magic.
Oh yeah, Mimetic Magic. Another thing I heard of that I never took a note on.
quite powerful, and I take it offline from time to time because I recognize that it's very powerful information if used properly. I also recognize that people don't appreciate things like that. So I like to take it away from time to time just to see if anybody makes it.
You started to break up a little bit. You say you take it away from time from what?
I guess I wasn't supposed to say that.
Oh. Well, I don't know if it's up right now, but if you don't mind hitting me with a link, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, it should still be up. I don't think I took it down in time. I've been so focused on this Vedic stuff.
You said that Kundalini rising was rare?
Yes.
Like, how rare? Like, anomaly rare, or?
There's a few different circumstances where it can happen, but usually it happens after intense work or it happens absolutely spontaneously. Both cases, it's rare.
Yeah, and it just I'm about to stop. I'm about to get over my little thing about cliches and you know what I'm saying, being fearful of how people judge me. But when Curve was talking about that moment where you want to give up and you don't, that's when it happened. Oh, and I can't say I really wanted to give up, but my concentration was starting to slip a little bit because you know the untrained mind don't want to sit still. And all of a sudden I just started feeling real relaxed and kind of not sunken in a little bit, but you kind of feel heavy a little bit, like your density changed. Then it was just like boom, it was there. But then the thing about it was like it wasn't just like loose all over. Like if it was still there right now, well, I could probably like draw an outline of it. Like it was concentrated energy. It wasn't just like, oh, my whole body on fire. Like it kind of was like a orb in a sense. Even though, you know, my eyes was closed and I really didn't see anything in specific, but it was kind of round now that I think about it. It was kind of roundish a little bit, and it wasn't like a perfect circle or nothing like that, but it had some form to it. I didn't really think about that in that depth because I didn't see anything, but you know what I'm saying? Different refractions of energy, you don't necessarily have to see it. Because you can give somebody dimensions of a shape and then they can draw it out. But yeah, I was at that point to where it was just like, all right, minds, don't start wondering. You know what I'm saying? I had everything going, had mantra going, had breath going. I wonder what would have happened if I had my crystals. I don't think I had my crystals on me. I might have, but I don't think I did. Three, two. 328. But yeah, though, this mimetic, this something I heard of. I didn't take a note. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna look that up. And then it was just like, all right. But I always notice like things always come back around when I need it to.
Right.
I noticed that for years. Now I'm excited, man. I'm excited. It's hard for me to get excited about stuff. I I got me some sandalwood joppa. I don't know if you're familiar with sandalwood. But as soon as I bought my sandalwood joppa, I went to a crystal shop, and they had joppa made out of some of my favorite crystals, and I was so upset because I never, I don't never really go to any stores that got a whole lot of Eastern stuff like Mala Japa and what's the name of the beads that you got?
Rudrakasha.
Ruchakatra. Like I really don't go to a lot of stores that got that Eastern stuff in there. You know, they might play with it a little bit, but not to the extent that to the store I went to recently. And when I tell you, like they had like some like hematite, I can't even remember them, but it was a few of them. They had one made out of they had a whole joppa made out of tiger's eye. And that thing was nice. It was nice. But I'm curious because Curve said that, and I should have asked him about this. Curve said that cold crystals is the ones you don't want. Well, I was always attracted to the cold ones. I never. It's on very came in contact with a crystal and it wasn't gold. I figured like if it was already, I figured like if it was cold, then it was some transmutation of energy that needed to happen. Like I never felt drawn to crystals that just felt normal, like normal in temperature, meaning like it resonated with my temperature. Like I've grabbed crystals and I just felt like I just felt the crystal, but I didn't feel super hot or super cold. It was just like at the same resonance or radiation, or I don't know what to call it, but I never really got those crystals. I never bought a crystal that I didn't feel that coldness to it. Cause like I said, I thought it was like a transmutation needed there. Oh shit. My phone got 33%. 333.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Oh shit. 333. 33. 33% at 333. You can't make this up, man. Hey, like when people say like, you know what I'm saying, numbers, and when you play with numbers, then you gotta be doing this, and you're doing that. I look at that as the same thing as like a Christian saying, like, if you meditate, you're going to hell. Like, I'm not gonna say that none of that stuff these people are saying is true, but I don't know, so I'm not gonna comment on it. I can't say something is right or wrong, but I know one thing: when you noticing these synchronicities of numbers, it means something. It it's like a connection, man. Definitely a connection. Well, it's the results of a connection. I'll say that. Now it's 34%, and my phone is on. It's 334, and my phone on 34%. Like this. So I got 34334. Now I missed it. I didn't get a chance to screenshot that one.
Don't worry, you'll have plenty more opportunity.
Hmm. So whatever 333 is and 33, I wanna see what that. I'm gonna do that math tonight. See what that is, or this morning. That 333 energy and that 33 energy together. See what I can get out of that. Four, three, four. Any anything you can share about the book, the Kybalion, up to the point to where we at now? I really don't want you to go far beyond, the chapter where we at this week, but anything stood out to you personally?
The law of polarity, like the other laws, mostly exist in two places. One is an ultimate reality, and one is an illusion reality. Illusion reality is a realm of half truths. The ultimate reality is the truth, regardless of what form or shape that you happen to take. In the realm of our human perspective is the realm of illusion reality. So when we see something and we have an opinion about it, the reason that opinions are useless and devoid of any value is because they're based on our perspective at the current time. So for me to say that water is hot or cold is a half truth, because what it is water. That's the ultimate truth. But the half truth is my useless opinion about it. Likewise, with whether I like or dislike whatever current president or who I think is the best rapper or anything to do with the law of polarity on a personal level. The main thing that causes that polarity is me. I'm in the way. This person that I think I am. That's what's in the way, and that's what causes this illusion of polarity. Because in truth, the illusion of polarity doesn't exist. There's no like or dislike Donald Trump. There's only the idea of Donald Trump. There is no hot or cold water. There's just the idea of water. So when it talks about mastery of this particular principle, it has everything to do with stepping out of our own way. It has everything to do with identifying not with any conditioned thing, but identifying with unconditioned reality as much as possible. Because it's only in the state of unconditioned reality that truth can be visible.
That kind of remind me of the pillar of mildness. I'm trying to look through these notes and and tap back into what you're talking about. But to me, it just sounds like that middle path, that pillar of mildness. A lot of this stuff, man, even exoteric, if that's the right word, a lot of this stuff still is it's still aligning itself with each other, man. And I know y'all talk about it all the time. And I'm sorry, if I'm a little bit behind the times, but I gotta experience things for myself on my own time period. You know what I'm saying? But it just a lot of this stuff, man, really, really, really is mind blowing. Because a lot of what I'm noticing is a lot of the differences in this information, occult information, I guess you could say, is the culture in which it come from. That's really a lot of the big differences is the culture, how the cookie is cut. But that pizza is still a pizza, whether you cut it in squares or in slices. Like no matter what religion or what that you go into, self-mastery is key. No matter what. You know what I'm saying? Like all of these, you turn, we keep running from one thing and go to another, and then it hits you with the same thing. And it all start with you. You got to look at yourself in the mirror and get some type of balance. Once you start to balance yourself, you know what I'm saying? When you start to really see things a little bit different. Yeah, I like the segue of the principle of vibration into the principle of polarity, because that's something that I personally have to master. negative thought forms and stuff like that, anger, fear, sadness, and all that, you know what I'm saying? All of that, you concentrate on the center point, and eventually the only thing you're gonna see is that center point. But it's just good to hear that. The way they gave it in the book is good to hear that, because you know what I'm saying, if you understand vibration, what they say, where attention flows, energy goes. So if you understand vibration, and you know what I'm saying, you build on the previous chapters, like, you know what I'm saying, planes of correspondence. I like that they gave you planes of correspondence before they gave you principle of vibration, because it break down everything, you know what I'm saying, of how it worked, and then it kind of grounds you into that principle of vibration. Because if you get if you just open up the book and get principle of vibration, or anything in specific that, you know what I'm saying, that you're looking for, but I like that principle of vibration because um it just confirm a lot of things. So then you take that. Let me see these Kybalion chapters. One second, I'm opening up the Kybalion chapters. Chapter 8 was the plane of correspondence. All in all, plane of correspondence, principle, vibration, and then polarity. But you take that principle vibration and then accompany it with polarity. I mean, that's enough to meditate on, and just to confirm all of that godhood, all of this stuff really, but just those two alone. You know what I'm saying? Everybody talk about being a god. I'm a god, and this, and that, and this, and that. But it's just like, you got to realize, like, if you say you a god, then what's the role of a god? You know what I'm saying? Some people use the allegory of generator, operator, and destroyer. You got the, and then in the Trimurti, you got Brahma, you know what I'm saying, is the all. You got Shiva, the destroyer. You got, was it, Vishnu is the sustainer. So just like, you take that principle and you apply it, then you know what I'm saying, like, you get what you get depending on your heart and your mind. But it's just the way I learned, you know what I'm saying, about meditation and you can manifest and stuff like that. I didn't learn it constructively, and I'm worried because there's a lot of people out here who went down the path that I went on, was just like, I hear about something, or I think about something, and I'll Google it or YouTube it, and I'll get a little bit of information, but I don't get none of the other stuff that go along with it. So it's just like, you meditating and doing all, and it's cool, you know what I'm saying? And ignorance play a big role, and it's not knowing plays a big role, because it protects you a little bit, but it only protects you but for so long. But you know what I'm saying? Just this big three right here, I can't even say big three, because then once I look at planes of correspondence, then I got to think about the all in all. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, but even if I just look at this big three of chapters 8, 9, and 10, planes of correspondence, the vibrations, you know what I'm saying, corresponding on different planes. And then so it just like 8 tells the planes of correspondence is like what it is. Vibration is your connection to what it is. And polarity is the manifestations of what it is. And it's like you can't claim like you meditating and you got godhood and all of this stuff without understanding polarity or planes of correspondence or vibration. I mean, like you can pray or meditate or whatever, and yeah, some things might slip through the cracks, but it ain't gonna pop off, or it ain't gonna happen for you if you're not really in tune with what's really going on. Like you kind of, you at a certain point you almost kind of doing yourself a disservice when you say I'm meditating and I'm doing this, but you don't get the deeper knowledge of what it is, because it can lead you astray if you don't be able to contain it. I don't know if you're a Pokemon fan or not, but have you ever seen the original Pokemon series?
Yes.
Okay, so you remember how Charmander was, you know what I'm saying, the most loyal and loved. You know what I'm saying? At that point, he was like the most loyalist Pokemon that anybody had ever seen. You know what I'm saying? He put himself on the brinks of destruction for love, right? So then once he started getting that love, he started to grow. And he started to grow more, and he started to grow more. And then eventually he became a Charizard. So the thing about Charizard was Charizard's fire was so strong that he didn't want to listen to direction. He didn't want to be contained. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to do his own thing. But what a lot of people miss in the story of Charizard is that Ash had to grow up to be able to control Charizard, and he wasn't even never really able to fully control Charizard. He had to leave Charizard on the island with Charizards or whatever it was. It's been a long time since I seen that, but only once, only once Charmeleon and Charizard, only once they start seeing how much Ash really cared did Charizard start to conform. Only once did that fire start to conform to the trainer. Only once did that fire, only once that trainer, you know what I'm saying, exhibited certain levels of love and compassion, did that fire start to conform to the trainer. And I see this in these chapters in this book, is like that fire is there and it's good and all like that. But until you reach certain levels of mastery to really deserve to control that fire, only once you do the work to deserve it will it fully submit to you.
Yeah.
Because you can strengthen that fire, but if you don't have it contained, you're gonna fuck around and burn the whole forest down. Sorry for cussing. But you're gonna mess around and burn the whole forest down if you're not ready to contain that fire that you lighten or feed that fire that's lit. So if the whole moral is, if anybody listening, man,
Yeah.
dig deeper into what's going on, because I call myself meditating and stuff like that, And a lot of that fear of cities, a lot of the fear of the confirmation of the cities come from not knowing the information, if that makes sense. Hopefully it makes sense to whoever listening. That's just like buying a brand new car. you get you a PPP loan. You go buy you a Corvette or something, never drove a stick a day in your life, and you wrap it around a tree. Or people, you know what I'm saying? People go buy these motorcycles, never driven, don't even have a motorcycle license, never driven a motorcycle a day in their life, don't even put on a helmet. They don't even put on a helmet when they hop on the motorcycle. And then the first time they pull out their driveway, they smashing into a parked car and flying in somebody's yard. Cause it's just like when you hit them accelerators, man, it's gonna accelerate. That's what it's made to do. So that's why they tell you to keep all arms and feet inside the ride. Because if you don't do the necessary precautions, then you might fuck around and fall off that roller coaster, or get took for a ride that you wasn't signing up for.
And that's part of it. Sometimes science itself seeks out who can manage her, and if a person is not fit to do such a thing, there's nothing that they can do to get further outside of purifying themselves.
Yeah, no, that's so true, man. And I don't know how to word this, but it start. I say this. It just start with knowledge, because once you really delve into the knowledge, then you can really truly formulate an opinion on something. Because like I said, I came across your channel. I don't even know why, but I came across your channel. I was searching something, and I came across your channel for a specific reason. And then so I started exploring, and I started seeing stuff. I'm like, all right, I heard of this before, and I'm seeing this, and I'm seeing that, and immediately, you know what I'm saying, that fear state came out. But it was just like, I had to think, like, man, if everybody who talked about this stuff was so evil, you know what I'm saying? Everybody was so demonic and stuff like that, then I just truly believe that things would be truly different. Like, I was like, man, I can't be fearful about something I don't know nothing about, really. Like Gnostics and summoning demons, and like I learned that some of those things correlate just solely with polarity. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then a lot of that polarity is the perception that you put on it. I mean, it might be anatomically opposed to something, or on the opposite end of the spectrum of something, but it is what it is. So it's just like, it ain't no good and bad in that. It just is what it is. But you, with your perspective, and when you wrap your mind, your consciousness around something, makes it good or evil, because you're thinking in that paradox of good and evil. I That's why I like that. That's why I like that principle of is it useful and is it purposeful? Because that I don't know if that's where you got it from, but that sounds when I was meditating on that pendulum swing they talk about in the Kybalion, that's what I got from it. When I was reading that, I was like, damn, Trav always talking about this and that. I'm like, I wonder if this is where he got it from. I was like, you know what? I don't even care if this is where he got it from, but this is the correlation I'm making with it, and it, you know what I'm saying, and it feel right. But yeah, I'm starting to use that pendulum. I'm starting to use that concept of is it useful, is it purposeful, to kind of avoid that pendulum swing a little bit, because you can swing. It's gonna swing regardless. It's just a matter of, is it gonna hit me when it swing, or is it gonna pass me when it swing? And if I can avoid that pendulum swing, I'm definitely not about to get hit with no wrecking ball.
Yeah.
So they say, like, you use other principles to combat other principles. That's some deep that's some deep ish right there. That's, you know what I'm saying? They was giving you that polarity and that vibration without even saying it. When you use one principle, you know what I'm saying, to avoid another principle or something like that, that's the principles working in itself. It's 4 o'clock already. Yeah, that's multi-layered right there. That's deep. They explain to you something, principles in it, to tell you how to combat the principles that's in the book that you read. Krishna consciousness. Yeah, man. This group definitely helping me get out of this shit stuff. Definitely helping me get out of this Shiva state.
Yeah. That's the point.
Principle of polarity. I saw you had got a big haul of candles and whatnot. What you tapping into over there, man? I saw you got 1,000 candles over there.
Thou,
You say what?
thou. I got half of that.
Man. I said this brother is about to be on that non-stop train.
Utraya.
Putaya.
Food is cool, but I don't like washing dishes.
I ain't hear you.
Food is cool, but I don't like washing dishes.
Oh yeah. I used to be like that, but then I had to look at it like anything else, like transmute that energy. Like I think I think that's one of those things where you got to focus on the results and not focus on the task. Because if you focus on the task while you doing it, you ain't gonna do it. Yeah, always didn't enjoy washing dishes. But really, the only thing it is just being able to sit still. Because the actual action of washing the dish is really mundane and simple. You know what I'm saying? Like you can really just, you can wash the dish without thinking about it. But that's another practice of being able to still yourself and do something that has purpose. It's a necessity, but you don't necessarily want to do it. It's subtle things like that in the everyday life that we don't think about. You know what I'm saying? We only think about it as being tedious or being aggravating or being dirty and yucky and nasty. But, it's subtle things in life that remind us that, you still got more work to do. Like washing dishes. That was one thing for me that I had to realize. Like, I still got more work to do because if I can steal myself long enough to wash dishes, then I'm not gonna say that. But it I'm not gonna you just it's just not gonna be right if you don't do it. I say that. Like dishes create stagnant energy because you opposing yourself to doing a necessary task. So the result is that it's gonna be some stagnant energy. I know some people who will wait to wash a dish so long that they will starve themselves. They won't even they would rather order food than wash dishes. So you rather waste money than wash dishes? Well, you already spent the money for the soap and the food, and you spend the money for lights and gas too. Okay. So, but yeah, self mastery on a mundane level, like is we too high on our pedestal to really see the lessons in the small things. That kind of remind me of like when in a cartoon or something, when they be like, "Oh, teach me how to do this, oh great wise," when they give them a very mundane task, and they don't necessarily see the benefit of them. They say, "Go fetch a water in this pail," or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They be like, "Well, how me going to get water in the pail is going to make me a karate master?" You know what I'm saying? But it's just like the masters really don't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? It ain't much you can say. It's either you do or you don't. But you not being willing to do it is going to slow down your journey of being a master. Like, like you can't see a goal in mind and then ignore the path to get there. Ignore the task. Ignore the task on the path to get there. And all of that just happened because you standing in your own way. Mr. Gallon a day. That's my new tagline, Mr. Gallon a day. But yeah, though, Trav, wash them dishes, dog.
I didn't create any.
Oh, well, that's even more glory. That's even more glory on the path, right? Because we keeping the greater good in mind. We not playing that victim role of you did this and you did this to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm really speaking to myself when I say this, but it's just like you gotta keep the greater good in mind. You can't focus on who did what, and you can't focus on the result. You gotta focus on the task. Because when you don't focus on the task, then you start to create shortcuts. Then when you start to create shortcuts, you might cheat yourself out of the intended result that you was looking for in the first place. And then if you're still following cause and effect, you're going to have to start over and do it all over again anyways, because you didn't get what you needed. So it's Freaky Friday all over again every day. Every day. I don't know if that's the right movie or not, but you you got to keep doing it over and over until you get it right.
Crazy how that happened.
Yes, sir. Yeah, though. When you able to stop pointing fingers at other people and point fingers at yourself, that's when the magic happens. Because even if that person is the cause of a problem, let it be the cause of the solution. In my new book, no, I'm just playing. but yeah, though, that's definitely a lesson that I'm learning, is that once the greater good has been established, and it's like, you know, when the greater good has been established in your mind, like you just know. But once that greater good has been established in your mind, like once you know better, you do better, right?
Yeah.
So once that greater good been established in your mind, it'll behoove you not to dress in the characteristics that's going to get you to the necessary place. And the longer you fight it, really the longer you're gonna be upset at yourself, because it's been so many times where I had to tell myself, like, just do it. And then when I completed the task, I was just like, only thing I had to do was just do it. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. That's something I was talking about in my last video I posted on YouTube, was being able to just basically do what you gotta do. Like the hard path is the right path. The easy path is the wrong path. To get to certain levels, or I don't to get to certain levels, but to get to where you want to go, it might be potholes and bumps in the road. The only thing I can say is make sure you got enough air in your tires and keep your eyes on the road so you won't get hit with one of those sinkholes. And some of them is unavoidable, especially when you got other traffic around you. Sometimes you just gotta, tap on the brakes and slow down a little bit to try to alleviate some of that pain that you're gonna go through on that road. Hearing light and seeing sounds. Well, I need to write that down because I just thought about another level of that. Whole another level of that just came to me. Where's my paper? You got any sense of direction for the book study after Kybalion?
Yeah.
You keeping that on purpose? Oh, what day was that y'all had that little synchronicity about Applebee's?
Greeting, Nikki. Thanks for hanging out. One of these days, maybe a week, 2 weeks, not more than that.
Oh, okay. I just asked because I had Applebee's recently. That is not something I normally, you know what I'm saying, eat. Is it?
I just knew she was at Applebee's, so I decided to ask, and it turned out that she was.
Hmm. 420.
Or 20. Maybe I'll smoke again someday. Everything's possible.
I mean, you care to share why don't you?
What's that?
I said you care to share why don't you smoke?
I limit as many distractions as possible. point, it doesn't seem like something very useful. So it's not included.
Oh, you know what? I think I seen your video on YouTube.
Mhm.
Trying to remember everything in that video. It's coming back to me slow. I think you did make a video about that before. How long ago was that?
2 years.
Okay. Because when I seen it, it wasn't that old. So it wasn't brand new. It wasn't fresh though, but it wasn't that old. I think it was. I want to say it was about close to a year old when I seen
What was it about?
the weed.
What about it?
I think he was answering a question about what weed gets you. Somebody asked you a question about. I can't remember exactly. Like it's been a while. It's been a while, but
What strain of marijuana is best for spirit contact?
yep. I need to go back and watch that. Not because I'm a smoker or something like that, but that is something I want to know because I don't know. You know what? Now I think about it, I don't know if it's a video or answer. But the power is yours. Anything outside of us is just a tool that we can use. The key is to not be reliant on the tools, but be reliant on yourself and only use the tools as necessary.
Is there anything outside of us?
No, no, it's just me not being conscious of what I'm saying, but one thing about separation and using the principle of necessary and appropriate is that like I choose this to continue to identify with certain things. But it's a lot more that I gotta get away from. But I choose because it's just like I believe that I'm here for a reason. Because for one, I'm here with this perspective of universe.
Any rule that you apply to yourself has to apply to the rest of the world. So child molesters are here for a reason too.
I mean, I got unfavorable tendencies that I'm not necessarily proud of, or but I have done things in the past I'm not necessarily proud of. So just like how you were saying earlier about a person who, you can't talk about a person who drink because, well, no, I don't want to say that because I don't want nobody to think like I'm actively out here. I had to think about that. but I just say that to say, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm an alcoholic, then I can't talk shit about a crack I can't talk stuff about a crackhead because I'm fighting demons too. I'll say that. Hopefully
There's
that.
some who get away with it and who aren't fighting demons, but enjoying it and enjoying the privilege of being able to get away with it. So is that still in the same category?
Wait, say that again, because I was thinking about something else. I was.
So yeah, I mean that's comparing, you know, that to someone who does it and is fighting it. But there are those who are able to get away with these things and they enjoy that privilege quite well. They're not fighting demons. They're relishing in what they have.
So when I said demons, I was talking about like how another person would perceive, or how I perceive myself.
Right, same thing. They don't perceive themselves as fighting a demon. They perceive themselves as enjoying very much what they do. They're killers who get away with it and enjoy it. Dope dealers who enjoy poisoning pregnant mothers and desperate individuals, etc. Surely they serve a purpose.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not one to wage war on anybody. So I don't necessarily have an attachment to what they do and don't do, especially when it's not in my sphere of influence. I took that from you. You know, you got to give credit where credit is due. But you know what I'm saying? Like, so what you were saying about, you know, these people who do these things, like for me, paying money to be in a book study and not studying books is something that I perceive as bad. You see what I'm saying? So like I got my own things that I gotta worry about on a lot of different levels. So just like how you be saying, like, you know, people do all these things and people got attachments to these things, these polarizing aspects of society. I can't I can't judge whether these people have the right to live like that because it's not really up to me. And if I take on that energy, then I'm gonna have to walk around the whole world and make it just. You know what I'm saying? But then what fair is that to the world? Because I'm making it just in my eyes. I can't make the whole world just in my eyes because for one, if if I had to punish somebody for every single little thing that I felt was negative, it would never stop. It'll never stop. So yeah, some of those things is bad, but it's just like, do I become an advocate for those things? Do I bring awareness to those things? Do I speak on those things? Do I go out and rally? Do I hold signs? Now I don't want to do that because blah 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 gonna happen. So what's the point to even getting attached to that in the first place? But it happens subconsciously though. Like I understand why it happens. You know what I'm saying? Because when we as kids, right, we was taught to merge the mind with the body to the point to where I can do anything sort and not think about it. this is manifestation at its best because I'm doing this consciously, but I'm not saying, okay, fingers, do this. And I forgot my train.
That's manifestation at its best.
You said what? Oh yeah, I said that. But yeah, though, the merge, that's just I look at that as like when we kids and we learn to use our body, I look at it as like somebody trying on Iron Man's suit and going through the learning curve of how to actually use it. Or whenever you see somebody step inside of like a robotic type suit, like you always see it in like army movies and stuff like that, where the hero in the movie, he got to hop in this big metal suit or whatever, and he, you know, it's a slight learning curve for him to be able to use that suit. But that merge, consciousness and body is a beautiful thing to me, man. And then so we are actively seeking to disengage that merge that spent years for us to achieve. And then it's meant for some people to come back and re-engage that merge again. Ooh. And then the true power is to be able to disengage and re-engage at will. Ooh. Like, I don't know, but I love it, man. I don't love it so much that I can't give it up, but I love it. You feel me?
It's there for you whenever you're ready.
What aspect?
Truth.
You said the truth?
Yeah.
Subjectivity?
Just like the military soldier trying out the Iron Man suit for the first time. We are extremely limited, yet in the vicinity of an incredibly powerful apparatus that we are never taught how to use. The only way to learn how to use it is to teach ourselves. But in order to teach ourselves, we have to practice what was laid before us. And we don't practice the instructions given to us, then we never learn how to use that apparatus intentionally. Sometimes we might slip up and accidentally do stuff, but we never really come to know that higher sciences can be applied intentionally, like you said, at will. But that comes from practicing the methods laid down by folks who have done this, have dedicated their lives to doing this, and they got their information from cultures who've been doing this for over 5,000 years. The difference I see between the Eastern information and the Western is that the Western information is very generalized, ego-based, places a lot of emphasis and importance on the individual personality, whereas the Eastern information has been tried and true since man has been able to write things on paper, since they've had so much time to practice. It's extremely detailed to the point that there's nothing left up to the imagination. It doesn't have to be. But again, with the West being so ego-based, it leaves everything up to imagination, and consequently leaves a tremendous amount of room for illusion and error. I think we've hit somewhat of a jackpot with these books, because these authors have practiced information that's been tried and true for an extremely long time.
Imagination is a very key thing for me. Hold on one second. Ugh. I don't get tired. That's a choice. That is a choice. But
Tired of this
imagine,
incarnation.
huh? But imagination is a very touchy subject for me as of recently, because my imagination is very limited. Um, I didn't have a typical childhood. So with that being said, like I didn't have that imagination type, that I didn't really get a chance to explore my imagination growing up, because I was so sucked into uh the practical realities of life. And so like a lot of this knowledge that we obtain, I see it in a lot of different places in life, but I never was able to really attach to it because my imagination was so limited. I think I touched on that before when I had mentioned that I really didn't start having experience with religion and spirituality in general until I was in my teenage years. But but even beyond that, growing up, like I never really believed in none of the shit like any of the movies had, where like people like, like Harry Potter, and like the whole Magic Kingdom, basically. Not Harry Potter, let me take that back. But like some of the Disney movies and the DreamWorks movies that we grew up on, where they had magical concepts in it. I never really believed in none of that. You know what I'm saying? I never really had an attachment to any of those concepts. So the learning curve for me, and being able to be confident in these concepts that you were just speaking of, is a hard one for me, because I really didn't have nothing. I didn't really have nothing rooted in me from childhood that I took over into later years of my life. Like I had to very much be um not so much in that imaginative state, but that more practical reality state, to where I had to deal with things that was really above my really above my pay grade in a sense. Really above, you know what I'm saying? Like I was forced to grow up early. So then once I actually did turn 18, even before 18, once I actually turned 18 and I was legally an adult, you know what I'm saying? I had to balance all the responsibility that I had and still be able to balance the stuff that I didn't have. Because what I noticed was that when a person, when a person is forced to grow up early and they really don't have a typical childhood like people typically have, you you get stuck in this loop of wants and needs, and it's like a everlasting battle of past and future. You always looking towards the future, but you never is really able to forget the past. And I believe a lot of that is exhibited like with the Neverland Ranch. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not a huge fan of Neverland, the Neverland story, but I think the principle was that it was a person who never wanted to grow up in the story. I think Peter Pan. I, I, Peter Pan never wanted to grow up or something. I don't know. I believe that's what it is. I'm not 100% sure. So it's just like fast forwarding a little bit, hopping on YouTube and seeing Travis May just talk about summoning demons. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the hell? And part of it was fear based, but another thing was my mind was limited of endless possibilities because I was always stuck in that survival mode, always stuck in that mindset of lack, that mindset of fear and anxiety. So me gaining knowledge of self and me gaining knowledge of um different levels, different aspects of self is very liberating for me on a lot of different levels because like I said, it's like I'm gaining the future and simultaneously dropping the past at the same time. And you know, my path is not unique. It's definitely not unique, but it's just it just feels good to breathe a little bit, man, on a couple different levels. It really feels good to breathe because while you on your journey, it's hard for you to see others' journey. And a lot of people they so wrapped up in their journey that they don't care about nobody else's journey. Like even if you want to share with them or tell them something that you learned along your path, it's not really gonna sink in because they is so focused on their shit. They like if you really want to change people's lives, you got to show people results. Like people not gonna follow you unless they see results, unless they feel like you got something that they can obtain.
I agree with that.
And it's just like it's just funny because I never thought that I'd be here. You know what I'm saying? is really fracturing my reality, and I'm in a process of gluing it together on a different level, because never thought I'd be here, you know what I'm saying, with with people who consider themselves occultists. I never thought I'd be in the same rooms with people who consider themselves witches or magicians. Never thought that I'd be in the same rooms as these people. I'm not talking about YouTube. I'm talking about real life. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I put up this crystal, because I never thought like I'll ever be playing with crystal. I didn't even know crystals was a thing, and you know, at least not growing up, I didn't. Yeah, let me charge you up a little bit over this flame. Oh, that's dope. But never ever really thought that I'd be brushing shoulders with some of the people that I. 'Cause I always looked at certain people like, man, those people was crazy and shit. Some of the people I have brushed shoulders with would is kind of eccentric and out there. You know what I'm saying? But that's their path. That's their life. So it's like it's a lot of shit going on for me. Like, sorry for cussing. It's a lot going on for me, because everybody talking about, you know, I've been following a lot of knowledge about manifestation and stuff like that. But you can't have manifestation without imagination. And my imagination was so pessimistic because of the stuff that I've been through, that it was hard for me to even see that, until I realized that some of that stuff was, you know what I'm saying, being reflected in the everyday life. So not only am I trying to explore imagination in itself, but I'm trying to still get a grasp on the concept of imagination. Like, now that I know what I know, I can't believe that I was attempting to meditate and do all of this stuff without no imagination. For a long time, I didn't even know I had no imagination, because I was so sucked into this plane. Well, I can't say that I didn't have imagination, but my imagination was rooted in negativity. Imagination rooted in negativity. Some people get this easier than others, you know. But I just know that if I stick with it, that, you know what I'm saying? If I stick with it, then I'm gonna hit some stuff. And it ain't a competition with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm the type of person who's all inclusive. You know what I'm saying? Like I enjoy like, you know, being able to exchange different experiences and stuff like that. Like like a lot of my chart and stuff like that is water, I believe. And then all my life growing up as a Scorpio, not only do I see those traits in myself, but specifically that water element, I resonate with that so much. But it's crazy because I also resonate a lot with that Purvey Sada. And I don't even know what element that I still haven't really finished getting into that whole thing. To calm a thunderstorm.
All right. I think at this point we're going to go for it with the studies.
Say that last part again. You said at this point what?
At this point, I'm going to continue with the studies.
Which one? Or what path or direction?
I'm still looking into the TATTWAS. So it's going to be either Tapashiri, Samkhya, Darshan, or The Magical TATTWAS by John Mumford. Maybe that one because it's new.
My left hand.
All right. So everybody in the chat, I appreciate you guys hanging out as usual. Please continue doing what you're doing, as if you could give up anyways, because it's not really an option. As much of an option as going back to church, becoming a full-time believer. While one could fake the funk, once you know better, you do better. So continue your study, continue your practice. It's the best time to be alive. Really. Everything is at our fingertips, quite literally. We've all got supercomputers in our pockets. The only limitation to what we can grasp a hold of is what we know. The more you know, the more potential you have. But more importantly than the accumulation of knowledge is putting to work that which you do have. You may physically accumulate a bunch of books, but if you don't deserve the information inside, then you will never bring yourself to read those books. So work with what you got and work it to the max. And in doing so, you earn experience points that unlocks more potent information.
Experience points. Ooh. Ooh. That's a beautiful way to look at it. What they
So
say, fill that tank up. Go ahead.
life provides us plenty of opportunities to tap out. Life provides us with plenty of opportunities to make excuses as to why we don't do this, that, or a third. But the next time we're faced with one of those, let's understand it as an opportunity to exercise a little bit of spiritual strength. Sometimes things happen to us that don't go exactly according to plan. That just may be an opportunity to burn off some of this karma that's lingering around. So it's not always bad luck or a bad thing happening to you. Sometimes when you're doing spiritual work, the karma that you have allotted for you becomes accelerated. Sometimes big chunks of it have to burn off all at once. It's another reason to be grateful, even for the things that may happen that you don't agree with. Because nature is highly intelligent, much more intelligent than you could ever be. So it's 5 o'clock. It behooves us to be grateful, for this entire experience. We wouldn't be experiencing it if it wasn't for nature and these sweet mechanical parts that she provided us with to explore her. Even bad things can be good. It's all a matter of perspective. Do the work. Do the work. Oh, sweet. Exactly 10 hours. How about that? That's not counting the previous 6 to 8 hours before I accidentally cut the stream off. All right. You guys know what time it is. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with LBX 777. I love you guys.
Peace.